Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Secrets We Hide by Stacy Claflin, narrated by John Solo and Jennifer Walden. 1. The Watcher. Hiding in Safety. Last time I made too many mistakes, that much is clear. Now Shane and Fleur are living under the same roof, the exact opposite outcome from what I'd intended. Now, it's going to be that much harder to accomplish my goals. I need to break them apart in such a horrific way that they will never want to see each other again. I don't want to hurt anyone, but it may not be avoidable. What other choice do I have? They've backed me into a corner. This was not supposed to happen. Shane never should have come back into the picture, but here we are. And now I have my work cut out for me. It doesn't help that Alpha and Omega have me running errands for them. That, in addition to other new issues in my life, makes it even harder to find time to deal with Shane and Fleur. I'll make time. This can't be ignored. It drives me crazy how those two don't let anything get in their way. That stupid minivan still sits in the driveway with slashed tires, thanks to yours truly. Yet Fleur isn't stuck at home. She gets around by calling for a ride on one of those apps designed for people without cars. They did get rid of the paint. I'm not sure when, because it happened when I had my back turned. Probably when Alpha and Omega had me running one of their annoying errands. But what else can I do? If I want to take over the church one day, and I do, then I need to stay on their good side. I'm one of their favorites, and I need to change that to being their only favorite. All of this is spreading me thin. I thought Fleur would be at my side by this point. Shane? He needs to go down. That's going to be harder than it sounds because everyone is so intrigued by him now. The idiot has convinced the whole world he didn't kill his wife and had been tortured for the last 2 years. Granted, it's all true, but people shouldn't believe him. It's always the husband. Always. Apparently this time he's the hero. He's giving exclusive interview rights to his new girlfriend, which nobody finds remotely suspicious, and even that has garnered him more attention and praise. Reporters park themselves in front of the house, eager to get him to answer even one question. The whole world is literally these two, the grieving widower and the podcaster who cleared his name and was so generous to share her house with him. Generous. That would be laughable, except it isn't funny at all. I'm going to have to do something extreme this time around. Can't leave anything to chance. Nothing. Whatever I do needs to be both dangerous and attention-grabbing, something that can't be ignored. It might upset Alpha and Omega, but that's the risk I have to take. This is going to be my main focus. It's the one thing that matters. Once Fleur is by my side, we can take over the world. I may have to burn down this whole town first. That might be for the best. We can rise from the ashes together and start over if we have to. There's only one way for this to end, with Shane dead and Fleur with me. Nothing will stop me. Nobody will get in my way. I don't care who I have to hurt in the process. People will get hurt. That's unavoidable in order for me to get what I want, and I always get what I want, one way or another.
2. Fleur. Wednesday, mid-morning. I sip my coffee as Zorro runs circles around the front yard. Despite the rain and cold wind throwing wet leaves all over, my energetic pup can't get enough of the outdoors. He isn't the only one. I love the crisp wind, the fresh air. But I can feel somebody watching me. I don't see anyone, yet I sense I'm the object of someone's focus. Whether it's a curious neighbor or a nefarious stranger, I can't say. Now that Shane has moved back in, my house has even more attention than when it was thought to be a murder house. Now everyone knows that nobody was killed here. Emmett Wycliffe took Caroline Porter's life at his own house, and then left her body here to frame Shane, who he was torturing in the same room where he killed Caroline. Emmett's on the run. It's been 4 days, and no one has seen him. Not a single sighting. It makes me think he could be the one watching me, but he wouldn't be so bold as to return, would he? Not with so much focus on this place. There aren't any reporters out front at the moment, but it's only a matter of time until one returns. I think they've gotten bored waiting for Shane to emerge. Hopefully they'll give up altogether. He spent a couple days in the hospital under observation while getting hydrated and fed. They wouldn't tell me much since I'm not family, but I visited him as often as I could, and now I'm taking care of him here. The wind picks up, and I call Zorro over before taking one last look around for anyone who might be watching. I can't see anyone. Maybe it's just my imagination. I can't blame myself for being jumpy after everything I've been through. My pup runs over and shakes all the rain off him and onto me. I try to block myself, but it's pointless. Once he's done, I open the door and we head into the warm, dry house. Zorro runs to his water bowl for a drink, and I make my way back to the bedroom after taking off my favorite red coat. Shane is propped up with pillows, looking at his new phone. He can't get enough of it after missing 2 years' worth of news and events. I sit next to him. When he wraps an arm around me, he winces. You have to be careful. He scoots up a little. I'm fine, says the guy with his ribs bandaged. I tousle his hair and get lost in his eyes. After so long, I can't get enough of them. Nothing's broken, just bruised. He winces again. I lift an eyebrow. Zorro jumps on the bed and curls up next to Shane. As soon as they met, they became instant besties. Ding dong. Shane's brows furrow. If that's another reporter, I'll check. You rest. He leans forward. Let me deal with them. They won't return after I'm done talking to them. It's probably just Mia. She mentioned wanting to stop by with a gift. I'm sure it's just her. Mia? His eyes widen. Don't look so surprised. We're friends, remember? Apparently, Caroline and I have more in common than just the same taste in men. We picked the same friends, too. I lean over and give him a quick kiss. Tell Mia I say hello, but don't have the energy to visit. He leans back and closes his eyes. Good. I'm glad to see you resting. Remember that when the reporters show up. I hurry to the front door before the doorbell can disturb him again. He has 2 years' worth of rest to catch up on, and all he can think about is hunting down Emmett. When I peek outside, Darby stands on the porch holding a rectangular serving dish covered in foil. I open the door, and she gives me a wide smile. How are you and the patient? Shane wants to get up and run around as if he isn't recovering from 2 years of being beaten and starved. Darby winces. I can't believe he was right there the entire time. Troy and I feel like we should have known. I mean, Emmett lives right next to us. How did we not suspect anything? I take the toasty casserole and motion for her to follow me inside. Shane thinks the room is soundproof. You probably could have been inside the house and not known. She closes the door. Even so, there must have been signs we missed. You can't blame yourself. I went out to lunch with Emmett and had no clue. He didn't want anyone knowing, and he was careful. I set the food on the stove to cool. We've been watching the house and checking our doorbell camera. If he returns, we'll be the first to know. I have a feeling he's going to stay far away. He admitted to killing Caroline, so he'd know coming back is risky. He has to know people are looking for him. Darby steps closer and whispers, The police aren't. What? I exclaim. When they took my statement, they said it would be their top priority. You didn't hear it from me, but they lied. I'm disappointed, but can't say I'm surprised. Where did you hear that? She inches even closer. People at church are talking. If I never have to hear about the Beacon of Truth Fellowship again, it will be too soon. However, I have a feeling I'm only going to have to deal with them all the more in light of all this. It doesn't help matters that I brought attention to them on my podcast. I didn't come out and name them, but everyone here knows exactly who I was talking about. I can only hope their reach doesn't extend to cops at the state level or the FBI, should they get involved. In most cases, I wouldn't assume that to be even a possibility, but with this group, anything is possible. Darby is still looking at me, clearly expecting a response. There are other agencies that can take over. I'm not worried about it. Her mouth gapes. You really think so? Of course. This isn't the 1950s, or even the 90s, when it was so much easier for the good old boys club to run things the way they wanted and get away with it. Well, that's sure a relief. She glances at her fitness watch. I should get going. Troy can only take a short break from work to watch the girls. Do you or Shane need anything else? Other than new tires? I don't think so. Thanks so much for bringing over the casserole. We'll eat that up in no time. He's already starting to regain some weight. Darby smiles. That's great to hear. I can't imagine what he's been through. Right next to us. Her face turns a little green. I can't believe I never suspected Emmett of being up to something. He just always seemed like a normal guy. He uses his friendly smile to his advantage. That's for sure. I'm just glad I never took him up on his offer to watch the girls. I bristle. He wanted to babysit your daughters? He said he was there if we needed him, that he wanted to be a good neighbor. It didn't seem odd at the time, but now? She shudders. No kidding. He kept trying to get in here, but I wouldn't let him. That's a relief. She glances at the time again. I should get back, but we'd love to have you two over for dinner. Give me a call and tell me when Shane's up for it. We'll set up a date. I resist the urge to ask if Troy will be as off-putting with Shane as with me. Sounds like fun. We'll definitely take you up on that. Great. I'm so glad Shane's okay and it worked out for both of you to stay here. She squeezes my arm before heading to the door. We say goodbye, then I return to the bedroom to see how Shane's doing. He's digging through the closet. You're supposed to be resting. You know me, can't sit still. He steps back and gives me a sheepish expression. Why haven't you put your stuff in here? It's weird. Being in a room you shared with someone else? I couldn't even come in here until I replaced the bed. I noticed that was new. Why update that and nothing else? Before finding you, I'd only been here a week. He nods. Was that Mia at the door? Darby. She brought food and said they wanted to have us over for dinner when you're feeling up to it. With Troy? His expression is unreadable, though he seems off-kilter. Not that I blame him. Troy is an odd guy. I would assume, since they're married. Shane rubs his side. I'm sure we can work something out. My main concern is finding Emmett. Forget about him while you recover. His brows furrow. I can't do that. Not after everything he's done. I didn't say never think about him again. Just take some time for yourself. Not happening. He steps back into the closet. 3. Fleur. Wednesday, late morning. Zorro tugs on the leash as we make our way down the street. After it became clear Shane had no other interest than going through the bedroom closet, I decided to go for a walk through the neighborhood. Thankfully, there still weren't any reporters out front. Hopefully, they've all gotten bored enough to stay away. It's doubtful, but I can dream. I make my way to Darby Street, also Emmett Street. I stop in front of his house and stare. Shane was in there the whole time. I went out for lunch with Emmett, and he knew where Shane was, while acting like it was all a big mystery. He also killed Caroline. What else is he hiding? I'd expect police tape blocking his door, but the house looks untouched. That can't be. This is the real murder house, not mine. It's only where Emmett put her to frame Shane. So this place should be Crime Central. Except Darby told me the investigation had been shut down. Maybe never even started. If the local police won't look into this, there has to be a way to get another department to come in and take over. The state police. The FBI? Somebody? Emmett killed a woman, then held a man hostage for 2 years. There's no way a cult can cover up all that. It was one thing to claim Caroline's murder case had gone cold, but now it's practically in a furnace. We have a confession, for all that's worth, since it wasn't given under legal means, and I didn't get a recording of it. But I've told the police and talked about it on my podcast. People won't ignore this now. A confessed killer is on the loose. Zorro whines, obviously wanting to continue walking. I could stare at Emmett's house forever. Some authorities really should be in there tearing the place apart. I need to look into it. Nudge the higher-ups. They might not even be aware the local police aren't doing anything. It's likely they already offered their assistance and had been refused. Unfortunately, real life isn't like the movies. The FBI can't barge in and take over the case. They offer their resources and assist in the process. That would certainly move things along faster. Zorro paws at my leg, and I relent. Standing here isn't getting me anywhere. If I want to draw more attention to this, I need to put out another podcast episode and get people riled up. Some of my listeners are already talking about starting an online petition. I doubt that'll hold much weight, but it's hard to say what will catch the attention of someone who can't actually do something. I pull out my phone and snap a picture of the house with no police activity or tape. It just looks like a run-of-the-mill home. That should upset people. It needs to be swarming with uniforms. Zorro pulls ahead as soon as I give his leash slack. As we make our way back, I rack my brain for ideas. My social media posts have gone semi-viral, but not enough to pick up any attention from the large media outlets. At home, Shane has emptied out half the closet. Now you can move your things in there. You didn't have to do that. Of course I did, because you didn't. I draw a deep breath. Will you rest once I put my clothes in there? If I have to. You need to recover, Shane. Do you know how much time I spent doing absolutely nothing? He holds up 2 fingers. 2 years. That's how long I was locked in a single room. Exactly why you need to let your body heal. I can't sit still. Not when I finally have freedom. The last thing I need is someone else telling me what to do, okay? He holds my gaze. Hey, I get it. I'm not trying to order you around, though I can see why it'd feel that way. I just want you to recover after everything you've been through. I'll give you some space. Shane visibly relaxes. I go into the living room. I'm sure this has to be a massive adjustment for him, not only having me here in the house he used to share with Caroline, but being free after having been held captive for so long. I can only imagine how that affected him, both physically and mentally. After sitting at the kitchen table, I jot notes for my next podcast episode. They've all been short updates, released at random times. Even though I'm not being consistent at all, my downloads and listens are going up a lot. It's hard not to refresh the stats. It's a bit of a dopamine rush to grow in popularity like that. But I know it's not because of me. It's because of this case and how unique it is. My listenership grew when I moved into the murder house with the intention to solve a cold case. Now I've found a victim in the case, though some still think he's the killer, and have let him into my house. Granted, nobody knows about our previous relationship, not even people around here. Back in high school, everyone knew Shane and Lourdes were together. That was no secret. They were the it couple, and people loved them together. The problem was, they didn't love each other. Not even close. But Lourdes couldn't get enough of the social boost that being with him brought. So when she noticed the way her boyfriend and I looked at each other, she insisted we spend more time together. She was actually in love with some guy who was several levels down from her socially. I'm certain part of it was the challenge. Could she have a relationship with a cute and sweet kid who would kill her social standing and get away with it unnoticed? She wouldn't even tell me or Shane who he was. I'd never seen anything give her more of a thrill than holding a secret, and this one lit her eyes like nothing else. Having a boyfriend who could destroy her entire reputation thrilled her in a whole new way. She loved danger. And what held more of it for a popular teenager than the threat of losing her social standing? Life with my sister was never boring, and I definitely wasn't going to complain about the time I got to spend with Shane. We were a perfect pair, fitting like fettuccine noodles and Alfredo sauce, which we each acknowledged as our favorite dish at the time. Looking back, I wish I'd gone to more effort to find out who the guy was. He might be the missing piece to her disappearance, but we'll never know. I pull my mind back to the current day, where my podcast notes stare back at me from my phone's screen. It's not surprising that spending time with Shane again is making me think of Lourdes. Oh, how she'd love that. She always wanted to be the center of attention, forefront in everyone's thoughts. I know it's terrible to think negatively of the dead, but she really would have loved being immortalized as she was. Every picture of her portrays flawless skin, no fine lines, no gray hairs to pluck, none of it. I'm 30 and already dealing with the beginnings of those things. At 2 years my senior, by now she would be 2. Yet Lourdes found the only way to avoid the signs of aging, by not getting any older. Forever 17. Her favorite photo, in the strapless teal dress with her hair cascading in perfect curls, is how most of the world thinks of her. It's been posted and shown countless times. Forever young, forever beautiful. Footsteps sound, pulling me from my thoughts of my sister again. Shane gives me a remorseful glance. Sorry for snapping at you. You didn't deserve that. I take his hand and rub his palm. Don't worry about it. I shouldn't be ordering you around. You know your limits. I'm sure you'll rest when you need to. Maybe I could use a little ordering around. He sits next to me and intertwines his feet with mine, still holding my hand. I can't believe we are back together. Not to make assumptions. We are back together, right? Of course. I never thought I'd see this day. Especially after you moved across the country. He lifts a brow. You're the one who got married. What was I supposed to do? Pine after you until my dying day? That would have been nice, I tease. He gives me a little kick. Hey! We both laugh. Then he leans back. I waited a long time, hoping you'd return. I thought you'd come after me. You wanted me to follow you to the East Coast? Or at least call? You didn't even do that. If I knew that was what you wanted, I would have. In a heartbeat. Regret pushes on me. All those years wasted with Ian, who didn't care about me in the slightest. We can't go back in time. What was up with Caroline? What do you mean? People acted like I was her ghost every time I stepped out of the house. Either you were trying to replace me, or you have a serious type. He chuckles. Don't know what to tell you. Seriously? I knew I'd never get to be with you, but I wasn't trying to replace you. At least, not consciously. You're the one trying to psychoanalyze me, you tell me. I'm only trying to make sense of everything. What about Ian? Shane leans forward. I groan. What about him? You two were together a long time, but never married. Or did you? I've been out of the loop for the last couple of years. Never married. Why stay with him so long? He always seemed like kind of a loser, from what I could tell online. Obviously, he's nothing like me. He puffs out his chest. I grin. That's for sure. I suppose if we're psychoanalyzing ourselves, I'd have to say I went for the emotionally unavailable guy, because I was secretly holding out hope you and I would get back together. Shane's grip tightens. Really? Yes. I couldn't find anyone I feel half as strongly about as you. I never believed in soulmates, but maybe you're mine. You left your mark on me, and I've never been able to fully move on. Same with you. He leans closer. Our breaths mingle as our gazes lock. Then he kisses me deeply. My heart races, and I cling to him. Let's take this to the bedroom, he says, his voice like a purr. Ding dong. I throw my head back. Really? Ignore them. We have 15 years of catching up to do. Hold on. I ordered an expensive mic. If that's what it is, I can't leave it sitting outside. Grab it. Then we pick up where we left off. He looks at me with hungry eyes. You don't have to tell me twice. I give him a quick kiss before leaping up and peeking outside. A delivery truck pulls away from the curb. That's what it is, my new equipment. I grab the brown box and start to go back inside when something catches my attention. A ball of grass, weeds, and flower petals on the railing of the porch. It almost looks like it could be some kind of nest, except it's nailed there. My stomach drops to the ground. It's a witch's hex. I've seen these used in a few of the cases I've researched for my podcast. There's no doubt that's what it is. Someone is sending a strong message. They want either Shane or me dead, or both of us. 4. Fleur. Wednesday, early afternoon. Shane wraps an arm around me, and I nearly drop the package. He pulls me inside. Are you okay? You look spooked. There's a hex on the porch. A hex? Yes. I struggle to catch my breath. A witch's hex. I've seen them in some murder cases I've covered. Show me. After putting the box safely inside, I point to the ball of grass. It looks like a bug made its home there. That's more worrisome than a curse. I resist the urge to glare at him. When was the last time you saw an insect nail its nest to a railing? Fair point. Unless the nail was there first. Did you put it there? I didn't. He steps outside and reaches for it. Stop! Shane whips around with a quizzical expression. You can't touch it. It's been cursed. Do you really believe that? I've only seen them in cases where the intended target was murdered, so yes. But how many other times has someone left one of these on a house and nobody got killed? Probably many more times. You just don't hear about them because nobody died. And you definitely don't hear about times when people put these somewhere and nothing bad happens at all. People get rid of these and move on with their lives, just like we're going to do. I cross my arms. It isn't worth the risk. Caroline's already dead, and look what you went through. He gives me a knowing look. If you were that concerned about it, I definitely have to move it. I know how you feel about black magic. Clearly, that's what you think this is. I'm not superstitious anymore, but like I said, every time I've seen one of those, someone has ended up dead, and I'm not taking any risks, or letting you take any. I just got you back. Shane squeezes me. How do you propose we go about getting rid of it? We can't touch it. That's the only thing I know for sure. I think we might have to burn it. Without moving it? I didn't say we can't move it. We can't touch it. Not superstitious, huh? I glare at him. Just teasing. He kisses my cheek. Pretty sure I have something in the garage that will fit the bill. That still doesn't sit well with me. Let's look it up online. I bet someone posted directions. Good thinking. You look it up while I see what's still in the garage. I don't budge, not daring to let that thing out of my sight. Do you want me to search for it out here? He shivers, having no body fat to keep him warm out here after Emmett starved him. I have a better idea. Let's go inside. If you say so. We head back in, and I peek through the blinds. I'm going to look this up on my phone while also watching the porch. Maybe whoever put this there will return. You think so? It's worth trying. Are you going to be okay if I check the garage? I'm fine, as long as we don't touch it. He gives my arm a gentle squeeze before heading out of the room. I hold open the blind with one hand while scrolling my phone with the other. There's a lot of mixed information about what to do. Some people like Shane think the hexes are utter nonsense, and others like me believe in burning the things. And there's countless opinions everywhere in between. I'm going to stick with the fire. Can't be too careful when we already have someone who wants Shane dead. Emmett made that clear. Whether he's behind this or not is yet to be seen, but I'm not taking any chances. I'm also not mentioning this on my podcast. No way I'm letting whoever put that there think they're getting to me. Shane returns with a skinny metal rod with a claw-like grabber at the end. This should do the job. Where should we take it? To the backyard, but not through the house. I don't want that thing in here. Through the gate it is. We go back outside. While Shane maneuvers the grabber device, I look out for anyone who might be watching us. Can't see anyone. Not that there aren't plenty of places for someone to hide, including from their own home or behind a shrub or tree. Shane finally pulls the hex loose. It falls from the metal claw and lands on the porch. Now it's touched 2 parts of our home. Maybe I'm slightly superstitious. As long as we don't have to walk under a ladder to burn this, I'll be fine. He picks it up, again with the claw. We make our way through the side gate. Then he drops the hex on a patch of dirt. Do we just burn it? I guess so. You guess? There are no fewer than 1,000,000 different opinions online. Let's hope this works. He pulls a lighter from his pocket. It's been sitting in the garage for 2 years. I cross my fingers. Shane gets it to light on the second try. Then he kneels down and runs the flame along the grassy hex. It takes a few moments, but finally catches. He wraps an arm around me, and we watch in silence until it's completely gone. Now only ashes remain. He kisses my cheek. Problem solved. We can only hope. I can't help worry this is only the beginning. 5. Fleur. Wednesday, early evening. Shane snores lightly next to me, and I can't help but watch him sleep. This man is my first love, the one who every other guy after him had to live up to. None ever did. Looking back, I'm certain that's why I've had a long string of failed relationships and made a series of bad choices. He's the reason I picked emotionally unavailable men, the worst of whom was Ian. I never stopped hoping Shane and I would end up together. He didn't want me leaving the state, but at the same time wouldn't come with me. While I pleaded with him to join me, he tried to convince me to stay. He had an all-expenses-paid scholarship for college and didn't want to give that up. I couldn't stick around the town that only saw me as the dead girl's sister. He promised to consider following me after graduation, but then he got another scholarship for law school. His professor saw great potential in him, and that, combined with his being a former foster kid, helped him earn another free ride. We tried a long-distance relationship for a while, but found it harder than either of us expected, even with nightly video calls and constant texting. There's something to be said for physical proximity. I never stopped following him on social media, and unfortunately, it wasn't until he announced his engagement to Caroline that I realized how strong my feelings actually were. But it was too late. I couldn't break up his engagement. I had to accept my fate. He was getting married and looked happy, while I was with some aloof artist at the time and utterly miserable. At least I came to my senses and ended that relationship. We were incompatible on so many levels, including our schedules. He spent all day sleeping while I worked to pay our bills, and he stayed up all night painting in our tiny apartment while I tried to sleep. It probably wasn't fair to even categorize it as a relationship. After I met Ian, I convinced myself he was a good match because at least he made a lot of money and I wasn't supporting him while he did nothing all day. My phone vibrates with a text. Mia. Hey, let's meet up for drinks. We seriously need some time together. I hesitate. After finding out how much she kept from me while I was away, I'm not sure I want to spend time rebuilding our friendship. It isn't what she hid from me, but how deep it went. Obviously, I would expect her to make new friends while I was across the country, or even if I wasn't so far away. It's normal for friendships to fluctuate, but she went to so much effort to make it seem like we were still besties, when nothing could have been farther from the truth. It's her deception that bothers me. I can't trust someone who won't be truthful. Another text comes in. Mia. My treat. I'll pick you up in 20. I'd rather sit and soak in Shane's presence, but chances are good he's out for the night. That makes it harder to turn down Mia's offer. Plus, we really do need to talk if we're going to work things out. I tap a quick reply. Fleur, I'll be ready. Mia. Yay! This'll be so much fun. We just need some fun together. Fleur. I'll drink to that. That's the best I can do. I don't want to lie and act like I'm excited to hang out with her after everything she's revealed. But after all we've been through over the years, I do owe it to her to listen to her side and find out her reasoning. We talked a little before, but haven't come close to covering the details we need. May as well do that now while Shane's catching up on sleep. I stare at Shane for another few moments before going to the bathroom and getting ready quickly. After leaving a note for him in case he wakes up while I'm away, I pat Zorro, who snuggled next to Shane, then hurry to the front door. Mia's pulling up to the curb as I'm sliding on my favorite red jacket. Perfect timing. I step outside, lock the door behind me, then hurry to my friend's car. Some guy is already in the passenger seat. I open the back door and Lady Gaga blasts from inside. Mia turns down the music. You look great. So do you. I climb in and she hits the gas as I'm still buckling in. I didn't realize anyone was coming with us. This is Donovan. She gestures toward her boyfriend, then toward me. And that's Fleur. I thought it was high time you two meet. We exchange greetings, and I scroll through our texting thread to make sure I didn't misunderstand. She said we needed time together. Maybe I read too much into it, thinking it would be just us. Donovan is meeting his cousins at the bar, Mia says. It's too bad his sister won't be there to join us for some girl time. You'll love her. I'm sure. Mia spends the next 10 minutes talking about Cleo, only stopping when she pulls into a bar near the edge of town and parks. I thought getting away from all the prying eyes would be good. I appreciate that. We make our way inside. Donovan joins a group of guys without so much as a word. It's a classy establishment with fairy lights strung along the ceiling and pleasant music playing. So much better than the loud places Ian always dragged me to with sticky floors and harsh songs blaring over the sounds of pool balls clanging together. Mia waves to the bartender before leading me to a table near the back. She hands me a menu. I bring a lot of clients here. It's the perfect place to talk, and Pete always gives me a discount. Perfect. I glance over the selections. How's it going with Shane? He's readjusting. To life? With you? She glances at me, arching a perfectly manicured eyebrow. My stomach drops. There's no way she suspects what's going on. Nobody ever knew about our relationship, except Lourdes, who she never met. I clear my throat. To life after being tortured for 2 years. Oh. She turns her attention back to the road. We discuss my latest viral social media post and how many people are now talking about Caroline's murder. Turns out a true crime podcaster moving into a murder house is exactly what a little-known cold case needs for attention. The fact that she wasn't actually killed there doesn't matter now. The local police can't ignore this forever. We decide on a few appetizers before a waiter comes over to take our order. He thanks her by name before rushing off to another table. Mia sips her ice water. How's it going? Living with a suspected murderer? He didn't do it. Emmett confessed. There are still a lot of people who believe it was Shane. It's only a matter of time until all the truth comes out. With everything going on, I've barely had a chance to get any information on my podcast. Once Shane has a chance to tell his story, that'll change everything. At this point, it's your word against Emmett's without a recording of him admitting guilt. Why haven't you interviewed Shane yet? Did you miss the part about him recovering from 2 years of torture? You two are in the same house. Surely he has a few lucid moments to answer some questions. I'm not going to pressure him. She looks deep in thought for a moment. Not even if I have some information that could change everything? My stomach knots. You have more that you've kept from me? It isn't like that. You've been gone for so long. Some things are better communicated in person. True. What secret information have you been holding on to? She leans forward and chews on her lower lip, her expression pensive. This makes me look bad. Shane, too. But given what's gone down between you and me lately, I think it looks worse for me. Spit it out. Mia starts to say something, but the waiter returns with steaming plates of nachos and a tower of something breaded. I already forgot what she ordered while I was busy deciding on a mixed drink. The waiter steps back. The rest will be ready in a few minutes. One of the bartenders called in sick, so Pete's on his own tonight. No worries. Mia flashes him a wide smile. He rushes off. I turn to my friend, who is already digging into the nachos. What is it that makes you look bad? She holds up a finger before making a big show of swallowing. Promise you won't hold it against me. I don't even know what it is. I reach for a piece of bread and dip it in garlic sauce. Mia draws in a deep breath. Let me preface this by saying I didn't know he was married. I nearly drop my food. She isn't going to say what I think she is she? 6. Fleur. Wednesday evening. My heart hammers as I stare at my best friend, who is struggling with her words. What she's about to say is going to change everything. She doesn't know Shane and I were in love in high school, and that I'm still in love with him. She probably doesn't even realize he and Lourdes dated, because my sister had already disappeared before Mia came to town. This is all so complicated, and now I realize I've kept things from her, too. I'm no better than her, despite how upset I've been with her since finding out she hid her relationship with Caroline from me. Did she also hide a relationship with Shane? Worse, did Shane cheat on Caroline with Mia? If Mia was friends with Caroline, then how could she not know he was married? Relief washes through me. She isn't talking about Shane. Mia has to be about to tell me something about another guy, not Shane. They weren't together. She was friends with Caroline. Neither of them would betray her like that. I finally find my voice. You didn't know who was married? Shane, she says. The entire bar disappears around us. Only the two of us exist. My voice escapes me. Mia clears her throat. We met by accident. I was waiting for some clients who bailed on me, and we started talking. It got romantic fast. Everything spins around me. I grip the table to keep steady. You didn't? She played with a strand of her hair. My one saving grace was that I found out before things turned physical. We went out a few times, never going to either one of our places. It was almost like he was interviewing me, seeing if I was testing him. Maybe he thought Caroline had sent me. I just stare at her, trying to make sense of it all. Mia avoids looking at me. I know I should have told you all of this before you moved back, but I was afraid you'd never take the case if you knew I was involved. Were you Shane's lover, or Caroline's best friend, or both? Neither at first. I give her a double take. You told me she was your new best friend. The waiter arrives with our drinks, but neither of us acknowledge him. He quickly leaves. Mia finally looks back at me. I was starting to fall for Shane, but I'm not stupid. I did some online digging, and it quickly became apparent he was cheating on his wife. I wasn't going to stand for that. Girl code, you know? I went directly to her and told her what happened. And that's how you two became friends? She nods. It's crazy, right? I was seeing her husband, and that brought us together. When I learned about their church, it was obvious it was a cult. She took some convincing, but finally saw the light. Then we started to hatch a plan to get her out of both the marriage and the group. My head spins as I try to make sense of all this new information. You were sure Shane was interested in you romantically? It wasn't just a friendship. She blinks a few times. That's your main concern in all of this? I close my eyes and try to pull myself together. It's now time for me to come clean with Mia. Or is it? If I tell anyone about my relationship with Shane, word could get out. Nobody will believe he's innocent. Everyone will say I'm only sticking my neck out for him because of our history. They wouldn't be wrong, but they also wouldn't be entirely correct. If Shane was a killer, I wouldn't stand behind him. My whole life is about getting justice for victims. If Shane was a killer, I'd have no choice but to turn him in. But he's innocent, so I don't have to worry about that. However, if he was willing to cheat on Caroline, would he also be capable of murder? No, he would not. That's an entirely different story. I open my eyes and look at my best friend. You say he didn't initiate a physical relationship with you? Technically. Technically? We hadn't been seeing each other long. I figured he was being a gentleman in waiting. Imagine my surprise when I found out he was married. I rub my temples. Let me get this straight. You didn't have a physical relationship with him, and yet you went to his wife? Wouldn't you? It was clear where it was leading. You're sure? I'm no idiot. Did he say anything to make you think things were going that direction? Mia sighs. You sure like giving this guy the benefit of the doubt, don't you? You were seeing Shane romantically? I'm not sure how many different ways I can say it. Yes. 100%. No doubt. Clear as a bell. Does that help? Shane was seeing Mia behind Carolyn's back. Why would he do that? I study my friend, who is now back to eating nachos. Were they having marriage problems? They had some disagreements about the church, and they weren't on the same page about when to have a baby. Anything else? Why do I feel like all of this is going to end up on a podcast? It's not. You sure? Focus. That hardly seems like reason to have an affair. It never got that far, Mia corrects me. I stopped and reached out to Caroline. Did he tell you he was married? She reaches for bread and shakes her head. He left his phone on the table and she called. I didn't jump to conclusions when I saw her name with his last name, but as soon as I had the chance, I did some digging. It didn't take long to figure out he was married. He didn't do anything to keep his online profiles private. So it's possible something else was going on. Like what? I don't know, but the possibility is there. Maybe. Do you want more food? I've barely touched what we have. I can't believe Shane would cheat, even if things were bad, which it doesn't sound like they were. Sure, he and Caroline were having disagreements, but every couple has those. It couldn't have been that serious, unless they were really at odds about either of the topics. But even if they were, why not just break up? Shane isn't the cheating type. I should know. I've known him for half my life. Mia studies me. This feels deeper than just research for a podcast. I don't say anything. Almost like you might be hiding something from me. Once I tell her about my relationship with Shane, there's no going back. How strong were your feelings for him? Not very. Seems obvious since I went straight to his wife once I figured out what was going on. I wasn't going to do that to her, even though I didn't know her. I need to hear his side. There has to be more. If there is, I never heard about it. You should be careful. With Shane? She nods. What makes you say that? Caroline was afraid of him. Did she say that? Not outright. It might have been because of the church. They're controlling from everything I can tell. You said you were never involved? Not even close. I've known some members, but that's the extent of it. I tapped my nails on the table, trying to make sense of everything. If Shane was so involved with the church, why would he be looking to cheat on his wife? Maybe he was trying to get out. Have you heard about their contract? It's supposed to be hard to get out of. Mia nods. But it's a church. How hard could it be to leave? She looks around and leans closer, speaking quieter. There are rumors of people going missing when they try to leave. Are you saying the cult could be killing people who try to leave? It's a distinct possibility, and stranger things have happened. You, more than anyone, should know that. Believe me, I do. I reach for some bread, giving myself a moment to think about all of this. Now I have a million questions for Shane, who's home, resting. I also need to come clean about my relationship with him to Mia at some point, but it isn't like I intentionally kept that from her. I had no idea she was starting to date him. This can wait. Talking to Shane can't. 7. Fleur. Friday, late afternoon. Shane has been sleeping almost nonstop for the last 2 days. My plan to talk with him about Mia has been pushed to the wayside for now. He's gotten up to eat and use the bathroom, but he has no energy for anything else. His doctor assured me this is normal, even though he was up and active for a few days at first. She told me the body can, and often does, respond to trauma in seemingly unusual ways. That his mind and body are both healing and processing from everything he's been through. Apparently, his sleeping so much shows he feels safe here with me. Now it's a waiting game. In some ways, it's been like it was before he returned, except instead of Zorro being at my side, he's at Shane's. I've managed to pack up the entire baby nursery. Shane said I could get rid of everything. He didn't want the reminders. But I labeled the boxes and put them in the garage. Once he's back to full health, I'll let him figure out what he really wants to do with it. Now I'm sitting in the middle of the empty room, originally thought to be the site of the murder. It's where Emmett placed Caroline's body to make Shane look guilty. That's still creepy, but not as bad. Even so, I have a diffuser blowing essential oils. Now everything smells like eucalyptus and orange. The window is cracked open, so there's a hint of fall aromas coming in too. It's kind of relaxing for an empty space. Zorro's nails clack on the hardwood, pulling me from my thoughts and reminding me he's due to be groomed. I'll need to add that to my already out-of-control to-do list. He sits next to me, then licks my hand. Absent-mindedly, I pat his head and try to figure out what to do with this room. Shane said I should turn it into an office. Then our respective workspaces would be directly across from each other. I feel kind of weird about that. Like this should be Caroline's space, but it isn't like she can use it. I likely won't feel good about turning any room into my own space until her killer is brought to justice. But that isn't something I have any control over, and depending on how insidious the leaders of the Beacon of Truth Fellowship are, that may never happen. Ding dong! Zorro scrambles to his feet, barking. If all this noise doesn't wake Shane, nothing will. I rise, stretch, then make my way to the front door where Zorro is already spinning in circles, wagging his tail. Ding dong! Some people have no patience. I peek outside. A couple stands there, looking around. The tall, red-haired woman looks familiar. I must have met her at some point. I don't recognize the man with her. Just as she reaches for the doorbell again, I pull open the door. Zorro flies past the guests and runs in circles around the yard. She offers me a smile and holds out a foil-covered serving dish. We heard about everything Shane has been through and wanted to bring over some dinner. How is he? I take the food and set it inside. Thanks. He's resting a lot. The doctor says that's a good thing. By the way, I'm Fleur. We've met. She extends her hand but doesn't say her name to help jog my memory. We shake. Her husband doesn't say anything. She nudges him. Introduce yourself, Neil. You just told her my name, Sasha. Sasha. That sounds familiar. I wish I could remember meeting her. Maybe we knew each other in school? Most people around here are born and raised, and they either stay forever or leave and never return. I'm somewhat of an anomaly, having moved away for so long only to come back. She points down the street. We live down that way and have 2 teenagers and a preteen. As you can guess, we're really busy. Sasha laughs. I force a laugh, too. Thanks for the food. It was nice to meet you. Again. We should have you 2 over sometime. Let us know when Shane's up for it. Sure, even though I don't have their numbers or know exactly where they live. Have Shane shoot Neil a text. She gives an overly friendly wave, then they take off. It isn't until I'm in the kitchen with Zorro lapping up water from his bowl that I remember my previous meetup with Sasha. I was walking Zorro through the neighborhood, and she was less than friendly with me. Is it because Shane's back that she has a change of tune? Or did her husband insist they come over? He hardly seemed interested in meeting me, but then again, he could have been hoping to see Shane. Maybe they're car enthusiasts together or something. I lift the tin foil. The rush of steam dissipates, revealing another casserole. Do people in this neighborhood eat anything else? Not that I'm in any position to complain when each gifted dinner usually feeds Shane and me at least 2 meals that I don't have to cook. I put the oven on warm and place the food in there so it'll be ready when Shane wakes up. If the previous times are any indication, he's going to be famished when he gets up. Zorro trots toward the bedroom, and I follow him. Between 2 chimes of the doorbell and all the barking, it wouldn't surprise me if Shane's awake now. He's snoring away. I can't imagine sleeping that soundly. But then again, I also can't imagine being starved and tortured for 2 straight years, held in the room where his wife was murdered, and forced to see her blood every single day. I'd probably react the same way once back home. Zorro leaps onto the bed, then snuggles next to Shane. I love that he's so protective of him. After climbing up beside them, I pull out my phone to check my social media profiles. My listeners are eager for another update, and I need to let them know one will be coming soon. They don't need to know I haven't recorded anything yet. I've been too busy checking on Shane while emptying the 3rd bedroom. Ding dong! I swear, I'm going to disengage that thing. If it's Sasha and Neil again, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. I already told them Shane's resting. Zorro practically flies across the bed, barking again. Shane stirs, but doesn't wake. Ding dong! Ding dong! Yep, I'm definitely doing something about the doorbell. Though the neighbors could use a little more common sense and not act like a bunch of monkeys pushing a button to get a treat. Zorro continues barking. Hopefully the people outside will take that as a clue that I know they're waiting. Ding dong! Clearly not. I fling open the door without even checking to see who it is. Immediately, I regret that decision. Alpha and Omega. The only reason I recognize them is because they happened to stop by the hospital to visit Shane at one point when I was there. Shane had been asleep at that time, but when I told them they had been there, his heart rate spiked so high the nurses ran in and shoved me out. Zorro sniffs them both, but neither pays him any attention. At least they don't have a casserole. I try pretending I don't care they're here by leaning against the doorframe and looping my hand in a pocket. What's up? They exchange a glance, both acting like it isn't strange they're here. Or they're just plain weird. They both wear long, flowing black cloaks and hairdos that went out of style at least 60 years ago. I can hardly take my eyes off her, and not just because of how out of place they are. Her eyes are piercing, like they can see right through me, and she's gorgeous. Though not in any traditional way. It's as hard to describe as it is to pull my gaze from her. On the other hand, he's rather plain. Nothing in me pulls toward him. It makes me wonder if she's the real leader, and them being a team is only a facade. We're here to check on Shane, Omega finally says. He's sleeping. Can we see? You want to watch him sleep? I don't bother keeping the shock out of my tone. He's our responsibility. How do you figure? I stare her down. Her eyes narrow. Because he's one of our parishioners. His doctor said to let him rest. That's what I'm doing. You can come by another time when he's awake. They exchange an annoyed glance. You won't let us in? It's my house now, and I don't know you. I will, however, come outside. I grab my jacket and slide it on before stepping outside. Omega stares at my coat. That's a bold shade of red. I thought you came to talk about Shane, not my clothing. Yes, we're in charge of your house guest, and we need to see him. I straighten my shoulders. He didn't mention anything about that to me, and I've been taking care of him just fine. Another exchanged glance. Omega turns back to me. You've let other people in. You've been watching me? I wouldn't say that. What would you say? Her nostrils flare. Apparently, she isn't used to anyone standing up to her. The Wilsons are also part of our membership. Oh, yes. Darby and Troy helped me move a bed out of here. That was really nice of them to help me out. We'd like to see Shane. If you'd like to leave your numbers, I can have him call you. Like I said, I'm not letting anyone in right now. They turn around and leave, not taking me up on my offer to get their numbers. Once they're out of sight, I take a deep breath. I'm going to have to keep an eye on those two.
8. The Watcher. Hiding in safety. Seriously, I don't know what's worse. Fleur spending time with Mia or with Shane. Either could too easily get in my way. It was hard enough keeping up with her after she moved in, and before Shane took up residence in his old house again. Now, it's even worse. Not only is she living with the enemy, but Mia's meddling as well. This is starting to feel like high school all over again. These people are busy and get all the attention while nobody even notices me. I could run down the street dressed in a costume and still nobody would so much as look my way. I tried that in high school. Stole the school's mascot uniform and ran through the halls, desperate for Fleur to look my way. She didn't. Plenty of other people laughed at me, and I got in trouble for taking the smelly gear. If I was a smarter man, I'd have given up on the Bardot sisters long ago. I had no choice but to put Lourdes out of my mind. That girl is dead as a doornail. Can't get together with her, obviously. That only leaves her sister. I don't even know how to get her attention. Even when we're near each other, she won't so much as glance my way. It's like I'm invisible, no matter what I do. Why do these sisters think they're so much better than everyone else? What does Fleur think will happen when she loses her looks? It happens to all women at some point. The one thing that gives them value goes right out the window. Then all they're good for is pushing out babies to keep a man's legacy going. Every man deserves a woman that's pleasant to look at while time is on her side. I will get Fleur before she loses her value. Shane may think he has a chance with her, but he has no clue. None. Neither of them know what they're up against in me. Not when I'm the one who convinced Alpha and Omega we need to not only accept the idea of multiple wives, but lift it up, elevate it. The more wives, the more status for a man in our community. We're already taking over the town as it is, but with larger families and more children, we can have even more influence and better numbers than we do now. Omega wasn't thrilled with the plan, but after Alpha agreed they, as the leaders, should stay as a single couple, she was on board. Bigger families, more kids, more influence. People who refuse to join the Beacon of Truth Fellowship will soon flee, feeling like the disgraced outsiders they are. If they won't become one of us, they have no place here. I love that Alpha and Omega listen to me now. It took some time and doing, but at last I finally have some recognition. Still nothing from Fleur, but that will take time. I will either have to win her over or take Shane out. Maybe both. I might even have to hurt her to finally get her attention. It's only a matter of time and willpower. I have less time on my side, but that's fine. I don't need a lot. I only need to be convincing. Once Fleur realizes how much better off she is in my arms, she'll drop Shane like he's on fire and hurry to me. She'll see me as her rescuer and adore me. That woman will do anything for me. I'll have her eating out of my palm. She'll be so grateful she'll do whatever I command. just as it should be. I'm close, so very close. It's only a matter of staying patient and not losing sight of my goal. She'll be mine. She'll bear my children, and Shane will finally be completely out of the picture. He was a thorn in my side as a part of the church, but now, so much more so. I can't believe Emmett let him get away. That little sniveling weasel has never been good for anything. Nothing. I'm not sure how he even ended up in the Beacon of Truth Fellowship. Must have had something to do with those parents of his. Whatever happened to them? Oh, right. They're resting in my backyard. They were even worse than their pitiful son, except they did marry and managed to have one offspring, as terrible as he is. He can't even manage to get himself one wife, just one. And he was too terrified to kill Shane. Now look where that got him. Weasel Boy is on the run, and Shane is back in his own house with Fleur. Should Emmett dare to show his face around here again, he'd better watch out for me. The fact that he messed up my plans is unacceptable. He'll pay. Dearly. Even if he didn't mean to put me out. He should know by now, intentions don't matter, only results. And anyone who gets in my way will pay. Severely.
9. Fleur. Saturday morning. Mouth-watering aromas of bacon and maple wake me from a deep sleep. Is that coffee, too? I must still be dreaming. I sit up, tangled in the blankets. The other side of the bed is empty, which means Shane is up, and apparently cooking breakfast. Zorro must be at his side, as they seem to be best buddies now. After running a brush through my hair and swishing some mouthwash, I make my way to the kitchen. Shane turns to me with a wide smile. "You're up." "So are you. Did you know it's Saturday?" "Sorry, I've been sleeping so much. Hopefully, this will make it up to you." He flips over a pancake. I wrap my arms around him from behind. "You don't have to make anything up to me. Just rest and recover. That's what you need after your ordeal." With any luck, I've gotten enough rest because there are no less than 1,000 things I want to get done. Not all today, I hope. We need a lazy day. I've had enough of those already. He stirs scrambled eggs in one pan and sausage in another. Then it hits me. Where do you get all this food? I didn't buy anything other than eggs. I used that app on your phone to get a ride. I'll pay you back. I'm hardly worried about that. Did you know someone slashed your van tires? Unfortunately. We need to take care of that, and I need a new phone. I also need... Yes, I know. You have a to-do list with 1,000 things on it. We've already established that. I'm serious about the van. I'm surprised the rims aren't bent. They will be soon, so we need to get on that. Also, I want to figure out how many of my things are still around the house. I haven't called in to work. I'm sure everything has been cleared out. I've been gone for 2 years. He sighs. I squeeze his arm. We'll get everything figured out, but it probably won't be today. It's Saturday, remember? Let's relax and enjoy just being together. I don't really care about the van. I'm going to sell it anyway and get a cute sedan. A lazy day sounds heavenly. For you. How about we eat, then I get some things knocked off my list, and after that, we can chill out together? You haven't changed a bit. Can't get you to pull your attention from a checklist. Never. Especially not now that it's been years since I've been able to check anything off. I'm surprised you weren't on the ground, twitching. I tease. I should be. He fills a plate with food, then hands it to me. It could feed an army. You trying to fatten me up? Too much. I'm trying to fatten me up. I was counting my ribs in the mirror this morning. I hand him the plate. You eat this. I'll have a little less. A lot less, actually. Once we sit, and he has triple the food as me, we make plans for the day. I'd forgotten what a go-getter he is. It would take a full week to get everything done that he thinks he can do today, but that won't stop him from trying. It's not surprising that he became an attorney despite aging out of the foster care system or getting help from any natural family. He probably found every scholarship available to him all on his own. I can see how Caroline felt lonely in their marriage. He was busy trying to succeed in his career and provide all the physical things they could want. But I'm sure she wanted the one thing he barely knows how to give: time. Them growing apart makes a lot of sense. It makes me wonder what kind of future Shane and I might have since we're both so focused on our careers. But that's a worry for another day. I also want to ask him about Mia, but that's clearly going to have to wait. Not too long, because if he's turned into a cheater over the years we've been apart, I need to know sooner rather than later. But for now, though, I'm going to assume the best and enjoy being back together with him. Hopefully, things will work out between us. He's the reason I've settled for unavailable men since moving away. My heart never let go of him, and I never stopped hoping we'd somehow end up together. Not that I ever wanted it to go down like this. The last thing I'd have ever wanted was someone to die to bring us together. I hate that for Caroline. If I could snap my fingers and make it so she and her baby were both alive now, I would. I'm all about the victims, and they deserve justice. No, what they deserve is to still be alive, but justice is all we can hope for now. Shane seems to read my mind. We need to find Emmett. We will. I don't mean later. Right this second, I take a gulp of my coffee. It looks like I'm going to need extra energy. Today. You want to find him today? It's already been a week since he ran off. He could be anywhere. It'll only be harder to find him as more time goes by. That goes without saying, but let's focus on other things for now. Looking into your car situation, for example. If you still have that somewhere, it would help immensely. No reason we can't do both. Plus your other 1,000 things. Exactly. He finishes the last bit of food on his plate. I'm going to grab a shower, then we can map out our plan for the day. Sounds like fun. I'm only half teasing him. Seeing him up and ready to tackle the world makes me so much happier than watching him sleep for days on end. I clean the dishes since Shane cooked. As I finish, he comes out freshly shaved and asks if I want to shower before we head out. He gives me a lingering kiss as we cross paths. I don't know how I gave this up for the last 12 years. I'm so glad he's recovering and coming back into himself. I'm definitely up for getting things done and looking into where Emmett might be. I've already put out a call on my podcast and posted several times on social media, trying to get his face out there. The more people looking for him, the better, especially since the local police still don't seem to care. I contacted someone from the FBI. He told me the agency had already offered their help, but the police declined, and it isn't like they can jump in and take over at this point. If there was an active kidnapping or proof of a crime committed across state lines, then they or another police department would be able to assert more authority. The only other way they would try to get involved is if they have reason to believe there's a conflict of interest, which obviously there is. They just don't know it yet. It's just a matter of convincing the right people. Emmett's confession to me doesn't hold much weight either. I didn't get it recorded, and me saying he confessed is just hearsay without any actual evidence. While Shane was there, he didn't actually see the killing, so his testimony will only go so far. In other words, for now there isn't much we can do, not unless either Emmett or the cult leaders do something to take things further. Given how quiet everything has been over the last week, that seems unlikely. All we really need is for someone in another state to see him or for an online petition to get to the right person. But the chance of it making an actual difference is questionable at best. Unless Emmett stayed around here and we can find him ourselves. Then I'll be prepared to record him confessing. One way or another, everything will work out. I just hope Shane can be patient. If we do find Emmett, I can't guarantee what he'll do after everything Emmett did to him. 10. Fleur. Saturday, early evening. When Shane and I return home, in his car, kept safe for him by some of the attorneys he works with, and never gave up on him, I'm exhausted. We've gone all over this town and several others on his errands. I met his co-workers and was surprised to learn how much of his stuff they managed to save for him. They not only kept his car for him, but basically everything that wasn't in his house. The bank took that, but it seems that's all anyone got. They even told him he can come back to work whenever he's ready. Given the glint in his eye, I have a feeling that will be soon. Not that I'm surprised. He's always been driven, and now that he has his energy back, he's sure to put it toward his job. Shane holds the front door open for me to go through. Zorro leaps around, barking and licking her hands. "I think he missed you," Shane chuckles as he locks the door and pats the pup. "Actually, I think he missed you more. He hasn't left your side since you've been here. He probably senses I need the support. Dogs are smart like that." He rubs Zorro's ears. I collapse onto the couch, ready to fall asleep, even though it's not very late. After all our running around, I can barely remember what I wanted to talk with him about. Those will have to be conversations for tomorrow. I've already waited this long. What's another day? Ding dong! If that's another casserole, I might just tell the person to keep it. Shane throws me a questioning look before hurrying over to the door, almost as fast as Zorro. Apparently, sleeping for days on end gives him as much energy as my excitable dog. He throws open the door and gasps. I bolt upright and try to see out to the porch. Mia, what's she doing here? She and Donovan step inside, both holding bottles of wine. They're blocking my view of Shane, so I can't see his reaction. "We come bearing gifts." My best friend beams. I rise. "I didn't realize you two were coming over." "You didn't get my texts?" "No." Her eyebrows draw together. "But you told me you wanted us to come over." I glance over at Shane, who shrugs, who turns to them. "Well, whatever happened, you're here now. Come on in." He leads them into the kitchen. Soon the sound of a cork popping free from a bottle rings out. Even though I'm exhausted, this might be good. I haven't had a chance to ask Shane anything about Mia, but I'll be able to see them interact firsthand. If nothing else, that should be telling. I wonder if she told Donovan about her short relationship with Shane. He doesn't seem off-put being here. Does he think Shane and I are together? I still need to tell Mia. Though if Shane wraps an arm around me, that'll be a dead giveaway. Mia still doesn't know. I got so upset with her for hiding so much from me while I was away, but I hid an entire relationship from her while we were growing up. Granted, that was 15 years ago, but that means I did the same thing to her. I'm going to have to come clean with her. Once she finds out Shane and I are together now, the past will have to come out. Mia's going to have questions. Two people don't just fall in love because they're living in the same house. Unless she already knows. If she and Shane spent time together, he might have mentioned it, not remembering that we kept our relationship secret from literally everyone at the time. Even now, we aren't announcing it with a bullhorn or social media posts. The only thing I can do is come clean with my best friend and hope she's more understanding than I was with her. If not, I'll have to accept her anger. It's only fair. I know how it feels to have my best friend keep something from me, so if she's mad, I need to let her deal with that however she needs to, even if it means distancing herself from me. That was what I needed. "Are you coming, Fleur?" Mia calls from the other room. I pull myself from the couch and make my way to the kitchen, my feet feeling like lead weights. "Sorry, I'm tired from a busy day." "I saw the car out front. Nice." "That's Shane's." She turns to him, eyes wide. "Someone saved it while you were missing?" "My firm saved everything I had there. They said they weren't going to give up on me until they saw my cold, dead body with their own eyes." Mia smiles awkwardly. "That was nice." Then she turns to me. "At least you have something better to drive around in now other than that van." Again, the car is his, but I do look forward to trading in the minivan once it gets new tires. Shane gives me a knowing glance. It's on our to-do list for tomorrow. That and about 100 other things. You wouldn't believe all the things you have to do after being gone for 2 years. At least you still have your house, Donovan says. It worked out that nobody wanted to buy it. I reach for the one empty wine glass and start to fill it. Technically, someone did buy it. But you didn't throw out all of his things, Mia says. You practically kept it as a museum of his old life. Donovan throws a nervous glance at Shane. Museum? Shane asks. More like a crime scene. He laughs. It takes a second for the rest of us to join him, though Donovan looks like he'd rather change the subject. I make my way over to the fridge. Anyone want something to eat? We have about 5 casserole varieties to pick from. Real laughter erupts from everyone. Isn't that the truth? Mia says. You can't so much as sneeze around here without 6 people showing up with a casserole. She turns to me. Has it always been like that? Not really. I saw some of that after Lourdes disappeared, but that was also the same time the church showed up. They're so weird. Mia scrunches her face. Donovan nudges her. He goes there. Shane shakes his head. Not anymore. Too many psychos. Donovan looks like he wants to say something. Spit it out. Shane pours more wine into his glass. The ones who kidnapped you, they're from that group? Yeah, but not all the members are like them. Most of them are just nice people who want to do good. You were trying to get away from the group before they kidnapped you? Donovan asks. That's what Mia said. Mia wraps an arm around her boyfriend's waist. I had to fill him in. He's new to town, so he hasn't interacted with them much. Donovan frowns. If the questions bother you, tell me to stuff it. Won't bother me. Shane shrugs. I don't mind. I'm just glad to be free again. I bet. Yeah, they were getting to be a bit much, putting a lot of pressure on me regarding Caroline. It was putting a huge strain on the marriage. Mia looks away. Donovan doesn't notice as he's staring wide-eyed at Shane. Like what? Shane pulls out a chair and sits. He motions for the rest of us to join him. First of all, they have a ridiculous contract to sign when anyone joins. It would never hold up in court, but they don't care. They act like God himself signed it, so a lot of the members are scared breaking the contract as a one-way ticket to an eternity in hell. That's insane. Mia leans against her boyfriend. People actually believe that? Donovan asks. Yeah, and that isn't even half of it, Shane says. They have all these rules about marriage and family. The leadership couldn't stand the fact that Caroline wanted to wait to have kids. They put so much pressure on her. She changed her mind and pleaded with me to have a baby. At the same time, the leaders were telling me we needed to have a bunch of babies to grow the church, and I needed to rule Caroline with an iron fist. They called me soft, said I was letting her get away with a Jezebel spirit, stupid stuff like that, whatever they could do to control our lives. I needed to get out. We both did, though we didn't talk about it much at that point. The church had us at odds until we started to see through them. I squeeze his arm, taking it all in. I'm sorry you had to deal with all of that. Shane nods. They told me that if I wouldn't get her pregnant, they would find someone who would. I figured that was an empty threat, but as it turned out, it wasn't. Emmett was more than happy to play the part. Then he convinced the top leaders to get rid of me. My breath catches in my throat. All because you wanted to wait to have kids? Yep, more babies builds their army of members. Mia's eyes look like they could pop out of their sockets. Are they planning on taking over the world? That's what it sounds like. She swears. I had no idea. That's literally crazy. He nods, playing with his glass. Shane practically leaps from his spot and turns to Donovan. Want to go outside for some air? He pushes out his chair. First, I need to use the bathroom. I didn't mean for the conversation to get so heavy. Once Donovan returns, They disappear into the backyard, followed by Zorro. Mia and I exchange a bewildered expression. It's time I tell her about my history with Shane. 11. Fleur. Saturday evening. Mia pours more wine into my glass. Are you okay, sweetie? My nervousness is so obvious she can sense it. I take a deep breath and nod. You want to sit in the living room? Might be more comfortable. Sounds great. She grabs her drink and the bottle. Soon we're settled on the couch. I nurse my drink like it's a sippy cup. After the way I responded to her, I can't blame her if she gets mad at me for what I'm about to tell her. She kicks her feet up on the coffee table. It's so weird seeing you and Shane here together. I'm used to either you or him. Him with Caroline. Right. I didn't want to mention that. Why not? Mia holds my gaze but doesn't say anything. My heart rate spikes. Does she already suspect Shane and I have feelings toward each other? She reaches over and pats my arm. I've always known how you feel about him. You don't have to hide it from me. I nearly drop my full glass. You know? We've been best friends since we were 15. There isn't much you can hide from me. You knew I liked him back then? It was obvious, at least to me. I don't think anyone else ever suspected anything. We'd be talking in the halls at school, and you'd get a dreamy look on your face, and I could tell you weren't paying attention to me. Then it would turn out you were staring at Shane Porter. Every time. Heat floods my cheeks. Why didn't you say anything? She sips her wine. You were dealing with so much. I didn't see any point in teasing you or interrogating you. Had you not been mourning the loss of your sister, I'd have said something. I figured he was a way of keeping her close. Was I right? In a way. Mia cocks a brow. In a way? Shane and I were seeing each other before Lourdes disappeared. Wait, weren't they together? She eyes me with suspicion. Only briefly, and Lourdes is the one who insisted we get together. Why? I thought they had been the it couple before she died. Because at that time, they were only a couple because everyone expected it. Homecoming king and queen. It was too perfect, and she hated it. I think if it was her idea, she would have been happy to be with him. But she wasn't the kind of girl who liked doing what anyone told her. Setting us up put her back in control, even if everyone thought they were in love for that short time. Mia looks deep in thought. That fits everything I know about her. I take a long breath. You aren't mad at me for keeping my feelings for him from you? Why would I be? I'm just glad you're happy. You've been beaming ever since he returned. Have I? She gives me a playful shove and laughs. Completely. I'm a terrible friend. What makes you say that? Mia tilts her head, looking genuinely confused. Look how mad I got when I found out about your friendship with Caroline. Oh, that. She waves her hand dismissively. I hid the real reason I wanted you to move back. If I didn't expect you to get upset with me when you found out, I wouldn't know you at all. We tell each other everything, so of course you'd be pissed about me hiding an entire friendship and her death from you. It takes me a moment to comprehend her words. But you seemed genuinely hurt when I was mad at you. I had to play along, and besides, I knew you'd get over it. Our spats have never lasted long. We're friends for life. But why do you do it? Hide it all from me. Caroline and I weren't really besties. How could we be when we hardly had any time together? I mean, yes, we were friends. I cared about her, and definitely wanted to help her out of that evil cult. But what we had paled in comparison to what you and I have. It's a good thing I'm already sitting, or I'd have to find my way to a chair. But why wait 2 years? Mia downs the rest of her wine, then refills the glass. I tried, but I wasn't able to get through to you until you wanted Ian out of the picture. You told me about it before? I dropped hints, but they fell flat. You weren't ready until now. But I'm so glad you're back. She squeezes me. Did you mention Shane to me? Yup. I don't remember. You were focused on your million-year engagement. I think mentioning your ex only fueled your fire to get Ian to agree on a date. I rub my temples. Did you tell me Shane was missing? That his wife was dead? Mia nods. You're not messing with me, are you? Not a chance. Girlfriend, you're loyal to a fault. Your heart may have never fully left Shane, but you were engaged and focused on that cheating loser. That's also why you got so upset with me for saying I had another best friend. You've always been my numero uno, and you expected the same in return. I let out a long sigh. This changes everything. I'm sorry for getting so mad at you. She gives me a playful nudge. I wouldn't have expected anything less. Want some more wine? My glass is almost empty, but I shake my head. Can't find any words. I'm so glad we're on the same page about everything. She leans against me. And that you're back in town. You were staying, right? Tell me you aren't going anywhere again. Where would I go? You and Shane are both here. It's almost like I never left. Almost. If you don't count the 12 years that have passed. I turn to her. I'm still confused on one thing. Not to keep dragging this out. You can ask me anything. Why'd you tell me Caroline was your best friend? I was already here, already looking to solve the case. Mia takes a deep breath. I was afraid you'd hear it from other people. Caroline told me I was her best friend, and the only person she trusted. It kind of freaked me out, you know? All I was trying to do at first was warn her about her husband cheating on her. Then she poured out her heart to me, the woman he was seeing. I felt bad for her and wanted to help her get out of the situation. We became friends, but it was more for her benefit. I was a savior, in a way. That's what she kept calling me. She never mentioned Emmett. Oh, she definitely did. Then why'd she go to him when she was scared of the cult? Why not you? Mia rubs her eyes. Can we talk about this when I've had less wine? It's important. Are you asking as my friend or as a true crime podcaster? I'm asking as me. I can't parse the two. That's like asking what's more a part of you, your heart or your lungs. They both are. You can't live without either. Mia sighs. I think you can, but whatever. If I understand the events of her last night correctly, Caroline didn't have her car or phone. Emmett lives a few streets over, and I'm clear across town. It was logistics. That makes sense. Silence settles between us, and then our conversation is lighter. She tells me how she and Donovan met, and I fill her in on how things are going with Shane. Not that there's much to tell, since he's mostly been sleeping since we reunited. After a while, the guys come back inside. Shane can barely keep his eyes open, so we see our guests out. I turn to him. Maybe today was too much. Or maybe it's just late. He yawns. I glance at the time. After midnight. Since when is 12:30 late for you? He chuckles. Since I got old. If you're old, what does that make me? Still younger than me. Only by 3 years. And by the way, 33 isn't old. The last 2 years aged me by at least a decade. His smile fades. So does mine. I'm sorry. Don't be. You had nothing to do with it. I should have been here, not across the country with an idiot who was only playing me for a fool. Shane kisses my cheek. Don't blame yourself for that. You've always been trusting, and that isn't a bad thing. Why don't we head for bed, and we can both work on our own healing? That'll go a lot faster with you here. He squeezes my hand. By the way, I should have followed you when you left town. I imagine how differently both of our lives would have gone in that situation. Caroline would still be alive. So much would be different. I wish you had. The good thing is we're together now. We can make sure nothing gets between us again. That's a plan I can get behind. We make our way to the bedroom, both of us yawning repeatedly. At this point, we're like an old married couple, but I don't care. At least we're together. It only takes him a few minutes to get his teeth brushed and get into bed, whereas I have to take off my makeup and do my whole skincare routine. He's sound asleep by the time I'm done. Not that it matters. My scream makes him bolt upright, eyes wide with terror. 12. Fleur. Saturday, late evening. Shane looks around, grabbing at his nightstand for who knows what. All he has on there is law books. What's going on? Is there an intruder? I can barely believe my eyes. It takes me a moment to find my voice. I can't take my gaze off it. What is it? Shane stumbles out of bed. Another hex! Inside the house! My voice squeaks with each word. He takes a deep breath as he makes his way over to me. Another hex? I point to it under the bed. It looks exactly like the other one. Maybe it's something Zorro brought in. Look at it! I can't move! It's nailed to the frame! Shane kneels, shining his new phone's light on it. He turns to me, his face straining of color. How did this get in here? You're asking me? Are you messing with me? I can hardly register his words. You're trying to pin this on me? You were the queen of practical jokes. As a teenager, I'm 30 now. Give me some credit. He rubs his temples. Okay, you're right. It's obvious you're just as freaked out as I am. You think? What are we supposed to do with this one? Get it out of our house! He shines a light on it again. How did it get in here in the first place? Someone got into our house. I look around, now worried they're still in here. Unless we let them in. My defenses rise. Are you blaming Mia? Or Donovan? We don't know him at all. How well does she know him? It's starting to get serious. She went camping with his family. That doesn't tell me anything. Would he even have the opportunity? Sure, he used the bathroom, remember? He could have slipped in here easily. Mia wouldn't bring someone into our house who could be dangerous. How well do you know her? That last part is out of my mouth before I realize I've said it. He closes his eyes for a beat too long. She told you. Of course she did. We're best friends. Is that why you started seeing her? No. Why then? Is now really the time for this discussion? We have a cursed object in our house, something someone may have broken into place here. There are bigger things to worry about than a few shallow dates that went absolutely nowhere. You were cheating on your wife. He sighs deeply. It wasn't like that. Mia was under the impression it was. My tone comes out more accusatory than I meant it. It's probably because I've been wanting to ask about this for days, and the wine isn't helping anything. Shane sits on the bed, on the opposite side of the hex. He pats the spot next to him. I sit reluctantly. He threads his fingers through mine. The church was putting a lot of pressure on the men in the congregation to have babies. For those of us who weren't having any luck, it was highly suggested we look into other means. And by highly suggested, I mean there was severe pressure. They started talking about multiple wives, which is obviously nuts. Leaders were calling multiple times a day. It was getting out of hand, and I was starting to lose my mind. Seriously, it was affecting my work. So I went on a few platonic dates with Mia to get those guys off my back. That's all it was. Did Mia mention nothing happened on our dates? I didn't so much as brush my hand against hers. The cult wanted you to get another wife. I stare at him in disbelief. I told you about that. It was crazy. My family size was none of their business. Then why pretend to go along with it? Explaining that dynamic is definitely a conversation for another time. Just know I never cheated on Caroline, and I will never cheat on you. I'm not that kind of guy. Never have been, and never will be. Is that why Carolyn hooked up with Emmett? Because she felt pressure from the church? He takes a deep breath. I've thought about that a lot over the last 2 years. I didn't realize Emmett was so close with the leaders. Alpha and Omega. Yeah. You came across them in your research, I assume. They actually stopped by to check on you. I wouldn't let them into the house. Good call. A thought strikes me, and it sends a cold chill down my spine. Could they be behind the hexes? Would they have a key to the house? He looks deep in thought. It's possible. I never gave them a key, but that isn't to say they didn't find a way to get their hands on one. Maybe they talked Caroline into giving them a copy. Or perhaps Emmett got them one. That could have been the whole reason behind their affair. My mind spins. I thought church people were supposed to be nice and have high morals. That makes it the perfect cover for a predator, doesn't it? I can't argue that point. Silence settles between us. Plenty of people could have potentially come in our room and nailed the hex to our bed frame. Alpha, Omega, Emmett, Donovan. Maybe others we haven't considered. Whoever left the locket, though that person didn't come inside. It would have been easy enough at that time. I was living alone, hardly a threat to someone potentially capable of murder. I'm assuming they were involved in Caroline's death. From what Shayna's told me, Emmett wasn't working alone. One thing is certain. Even if the cult had nothing to do with the hexes, they are crazy. Certifiable. Shane and I are going to have to do whatever it takes to keep ourselves safe from them. 13. Fleur. Sunday morning. Shane pokes his head into the bathroom. Are you almost ready? I don't want to be late. It'll be too suspicious. I add a little more cover-up to the dark circles under my eyes. We barely got any sleep last night, which makes this whole thing even more insane. Shane presses his lips gently on mine. You look perfect. I look like I drank too much last night and didn't get any sleep. No, you look like you just won a beauty contest. You've always been such a dork, but thank you. I pull on his tie and kiss him deeply. He smiles devilishly. Maybe we should just stay home. After all the effort I just put into my makeup? No way, I'm going out. If you say so. He laughs and we head out. Zorro tries to come with us, but he can't go where we're going this morning. After Shane starts his car, I turn to him. Do you really think this is a good idea? I'm starting to have second thoughts. I think it's the only way to find out if they're behind the hexes. Unfortunately, he's probably right. Last night, he removed the hex from our bed and burned it in the fireplace, while I finally installed the new doorbell camera that has been sitting in its package since it was delivered, because I was too focused on other things to do what was most important. Then we woke up early so we can go to church. Not just any church, to the Beacon of Truth Fellowship. They're probably going to sniff out our insincerity in a heartbeat, but it really is the only way to figure out what's going on. Shane's going to pretend that he's still drinking the Kool-Aid, and this is the end I've been searching for to find out more about the cult. My way inside. They'll still see me as an outsider for sure, especially with my podcast episodes calling them out. But with Shane at my side, I should be able to pull off a fake change of heart, or at least make them think I'm genuinely interested in his interests. Hopefully. I just don't want it to get out of hand. There's no way I'm going to start singing the group's praises on my podcast. I'll do what it takes to get the scoop, but I won't deceive my listeners. We pull into the parking lot in what feels like the blink of an eye. My heart nearly explodes out of my chest. I can't believe I'm actually going to step inside. If they let me in. It's possible they'll welcome Shane back but deny me entrance. Should that happen, he'll go inside and figure out what he can do on his own, and I'll spend the morning at home until he's done. Shane squeezes my hand as we walk toward the building. Are you okay? You're ice cold. Just a little nervous. I'll be fine. Sure you want to do this? Yes. We need to find out what's going on. Then let's do this. Be sure to silence your phone. I do. Then, holding my head high, I march toward the doors, my hand squeezing his tightly. Inside, 2 large men in suits welcome Shane. They eye me with suspicion. "She's with me," Shane says. One nods, the other doesn't budge. Not exactly the warmest welcoming committee. One holds out a large velvet bag, doesn't say anything. Shane deposits his phone in there. The 2 bouncers both look at me. I'm not giving up my phone. Neither so much as blinks. Shane clears his throat. "You can't take it in." "I'll leave it in the car." The guy with the bag nods toward the door and lowers the bag. I can see why they aren't known for being an outreach church. After hiding my phone in Shane's car, I return, passing the guards without so much as a word. Shane does, however, nod to them. We walk through the entry. People glance our way, but nobody says anything or moves from where they're standing. Everyone is dressed well, which stands in stark contrast to the bland building. The gray brick walls are blank without so much as a sign or poster. It's more like a morgue than a church. I cling to Shane's hand as we go down an equally dull hallway, though I continue standing tall and keeping my expression neutral. Nobody will know how I really feel aside from him. We step into the sanctuary, as nondescript as everything else, but noisier with conversation and filled with chairs and a single podium up front. It's almost like these people expect to flee at any moment, or they want to be so boring no outsiders would ever want to join them. If that's the case, it's working. Now more than before, I'm resisting the urge to bolt. Part of me wishes I'd taken Shane up on his offer to come alone, but another part of me is also glad I came. I wouldn't want to send him here on his own, even if he does know these people. The same people behind Caroline's murder. The same people who knew about his kidnapping. The same people keeping the police from investigating any of the many crimes their members are probably behind. I glance around for the exits. Don't see any. That can't be right. Every building has to have emergency exits. There are codes. Except these people don't have to follow any rules. What are they planning where they would need to keep their congregants from escaping? The thought sends a shiver down my spine. Shane gives me a small smile. His eyes give away his nervousness. That's not good, though I can't blame him. These people held him captive for 2 years and killed his wife. Now that I think about it, coming here was a fool's errand. What were we thinking? Omega steps up to the pulpit and waves her hands. "Everyone take a seat." People scramble to the chairs as if she'd just declared a national emergency. Shane and I sit in the back row. Hopefully that will keep us from being noticed. Maybe we can even sneak out during a prayer when everyone has their eyes closed. That's the best idea I've had all weekend. Thud. The one exit is now closed. Because, of course, it is. Those 2 brutes from the welcoming committee now stand in front of it, their arms folded. My stomach knots. This was a bad idea, a really bad one. Nothing I can do about it now. We're clearly stuck here until the service is over. I lean over and start to whisper something to Shane about us being trapped, but he turns to me with wide eyes and shakes his head vehemently. Apparently, talking isn't allowed. This place is a ton of fun. Omega starts singing, and everyone in the crowd follows suit. I'm clearly the only person here who doesn't know the words. Halfway through the song, everyone rises. I start to as well, but Shane shakes his head at me again. Clearly, there are separate rules for outsiders. I hope this service ends soon, but I have a feeling it's going to drag on for hours. Everyone sings 6 songs, going up and down like they're on a roller coaster, before finally the singing stops and everyone is seated. Alpha gets up and drones on, and on, and on, and on. My eyelids grow heavier with every passing moment. It's a real struggle not to lean against Shane and sleep. I don't know how he's staying awake. He got as little sleep as I did. Alpha finally steps away from the pulpit and sits next to his wife. Thank God, this is over at last. Except another dude stands behind the pulpit. This has to be a joke. Except it's not. He starts droning on about some prophecy. This is never going to end. I'm going to die of boredom. Literally. They're going to have to drag my stone-cold body out of here and bury me next to this building. That's how I'm going out. Shane squeezes my hand, pulling me from my morbid thoughts. He mouths, "We're almost to the halfway point." Halfway? If those two linebackers weren't blocking the door, I'd make a run for it. I'm half tempted to fight them anyway. How on earth do these people sit through this every single week? I swear, we've already been here for 2 hours, maybe longer. I'm definitely going to die here. If not from boredom, then from hunger. Shane could have warned me to eat something first. Though maybe it's a good thing I didn't eat or drink anything before we left. I couldn't get to a bathroom even if I wanted to. And I definitely won out. What really gets me is the children in here. Not one of them has made a single peep this entire time. I'd be wailing my eyes out if I was a kid sitting through this. In fact, I'm tempted to start crying anyway. I don't know how much more of this I can take. When the guy at the front takes a seat, the 2 guards move from their post and distribute little baskets through the rows. This is my chance. I can bolt and never have to return. As if reading my mind, Shane rests his hand on my arm, gives his head a barely noticeable shake. Will someone tackle me if I run? It's almost worth it to see. Instead, I resign myself to sitting through the rest of this mental torture. But then, something catches my attention. Not something. Someone. Emmett. He's sitting on the far end of the room, next to a guy nearly the size of the 2 door guards who have been blocking my view of the murderer.
14. The Watcher. Hiding in plain sight at church. Shane actually brought her here, to the sacred space. When I'm here, it's the only time I can keep my mind free from thoughts of her. Otherwise, I'm obsessed. It doesn't matter what I'm doing, thoughts of her push through. I can't fight them. But this is my safe place. The one time a week where I can focus on what's important and not have Fleur force herself through. It's as if she wants me thinking about her. Of course she does. She just doesn't know it yet. She's actually here, and now I can't focus at all. It's worse that she's sitting next to Shane. You'd think they were married as close as they're sitting. I can't believe he has the audacity to hold her hand during sacred fellowship time. He's just throwing it in my face. No matter. I'll find a way to get him out of the picture. Should be simple. He was dumb enough to show up here, and with her, that means I can find a way to break between them. They aren't married. That's the key. She's up for grabs. Shane's a weasel, and she'll eventually see that. I don't know how she has any respect for him at all. The man couldn't even get himself free from captivity, and he had 2 full years to figure it out. The man is a loser. If I had been in his shoes, I'd have been out in a day, tops. He isn't even a man, just a squirrely animal. Nothing else. Fleur deserves so much better. Like me. I just can't get her to pay me any attention. Though it's hard to make my play for her. We don't get much time in each other's presence. Not only that, but in her eyes, I'm already taken. She sees me as already in a relationship. What she doesn't realize is I need another one. Her, specifically. More and more men in our membership are taking on extra women. Married or not, it doesn't matter. Legally, we can't wed more than one lady at a time, but we can be married in the eyes of the church. Alpha and Omega can perform ceremonies. Certificates don't matter. Not anymore. Married men, single men, we're all on the lookout for baby-making machines. It's a race to bear the most children, fill the army of the fellowship, and wipe out the outsiders, the sinners. Shane thinks he's going to save and purify Fleur. He's wrong. Dead wrong. That's my job. He had his chance at being with her when they were in high school. Nobody else ever noticed they were together back then, but I did. I paid close enough attention to her that it was obvious. Anything can be figured out if someone is astute enough to pick up on the clues. I am nothing if not observant and dedicated. That much should be clear given how long I've waited to make one of the Bardot sisters mine. I'm still waiting, and I'll continue to do so as long as it takes. I always get what I want. Eventually. Now Shane has practically brought her to me on a silver platter. This is better than I ever imagined. Time to start setting the next part of my plan into place.
15. Fleur. Sunday, late morning. Feels like the 100-hour day that will never end. I've nudged Shane enough times now to know he isn't having it. He's probably worried all focus is on him, and he's not wrong. He was missing for 2 years. Though I have to wonder how many people in this room actually knew where he was. And I'm the podcaster trying to expose them for the psychotic monsters they really are. I'm sure there are people like Darby who aren't involved with torturing and killing innocent people. She and others like her probably don't have a clue as to what's going on in that regard. I've spent enough time with her to know she's in the dark. Others must be, too. I can't take my attention away from Emmett, even though I can only see him when the burly dude next to him moves in just the right way. It's definitely Emmett, and he isn't even trying to hide. Just happens to be sitting next to a big guy. Anger roils in my gut. He's been here in town all this time, probably staying in the home of someone in this room. Any one of them would likely house him, since he's one of their own. Come to think of it, it's probably for the best that Shane doesn't see him. That man held him captive for 2 years, starved him and tortured him. Maybe I shouldn't even tell Shane until we're out of the sanctuary. He might be tempted to make a scene. I know I am. But that isn't necessarily for the best. We're trapped in this room. I can't even take a picture for proof that Emmett is here. Nor can I call for help. This is a literal waking nightmare, and I have no idea when it's going to end. Between the endless preaching and ongoing singing, I don't know if they're going to let us out before dinner. My stomach may eat itself by then. It's already dangerously close to growling loudly during a silence. I really have no idea how all these people sit still for this ridiculously long service, especially the kids. My sister and I never would have made it 15 minutes in here as children. We always needed something to do. I'm barely holding myself together through this as an adult. If only I knew how much longer this would last. I'd ask Shane if that was an option, but clearly only people at the podium can speak. I look for an escape that I missed the previous 5,000 times I've glanced around. Nothing. I'm never coming back here again. Not even if it could lead me to the answers I'm looking for to share with my podcast. Not even Donovan. Mia's boyfriend is sitting 1 row over. How did I miss him before? That's definitely him. Does she know he's involved with these crazy people? The hex. He was in our house last night. Now he's here. Would he have been able to place the first hex? Someone could have told him where we live. Everyone in here likely knows where Shane lives. I reach for my phone to text my best friend. Until I remember I put it under the carpet beneath the passenger seat of Shane's car. I was tempted to keep it with me, and clearly I should have. But I imagined one of those burly guys frisking me. Too late to regret that decision now. All I can do is wait this out and hope it doesn't actually drag on forever. I try to focus on what Alpha is saying. He may as well be speaking another language for all I can take in. Wait, he actually is. I lean forward and concentrate as hard as I can. It's something I don't recognize. Actually, it sounds made up. I've heard a lot of foreign languages, and this gibberish doesn't sound remotely close to any of them. Is this man actually just making up different sounds? And everyone is going along with it? As crazy as that sounds, It isn't out of the realm of possibility. I turn to Shane and throw him a questioning glance. He gives a slight nod and rolls his eyes. Relief floods me. I'm not imagining this insanity. The guy is actually speaking a made-up language, and everyone else is just going along with it. I don't think anything else could possibly surprise me after this. Finally, Alpha stops. Omega takes his place up front and speaks in English. She wishes everyone a blessed day. Do my ears deceive me? Are we actually free? I resist the urge to leap up and run out of the building. Apparently, everyone else is just as eager to get the heck out of here because there's a mad dash to the door. My stomach roars, and thankfully, in the hustle escape, it can't be heard. Once Shane and I finally make it into the foyer, he gives me an apologetic glance. That was a little longer than normal. A little? How long do they usually last? I start to make a beeline for the one exit when someone touches my arm. Every muscle in my body tenses as I turn to see who it is. If it's Emmett or Donovan, I don't know what I'll do. It's Darby. She gives me a wide smile. I didn't expect to see you here. Would you two like to join us for lunch? I'm about to tell her no because I don't want anything to do with any of these people ever again. But Shane answers before me. We'd love to, thank you. Perfect, Darby says. Lunch has been simmering in my slow cooker. It should be ready to serve once we get there. I force a smile. That sounds great. Shane gives my shoulder a quick squeeze as we make our way out, weaving around the throng of people. Neither Emmett or Donovan is anywhere to be seen. Mia is never going to believe her boyfriend is here. As soon as Shane and I are inside his car and I have my phone in my hands, I turn to him. You could have warned me that would last for 25 million months. Like I said, it went longer than usual. He starts the engine, waves to someone, then backs out of the spot. What was up with the wackadoodle language? The what? Oh, that. He was speaking in tongues. Sounded like gibberish to me. I check my phone for notifications. Nothing. Pretty much. Supposedly, it's an angel speaking through him. I snort. People actually believe that? If they don't, they pretend to. He turns onto the main road. We're finally free of that place. What about you? For a while, I tried to convince myself I did. I wanted to move up through the ranks and was trying to impress the leaders. The same time you went out with Mia? A moment passes before he answers. Right. She actually helped me start to see how ridiculous all of this is. You know, it's funny. I always used to look down on people who were in cults. I thought they were so dumb falling for this stuff. Then it happened to me. Now I know not to judge others. I never know how I'll respond in any situation until I find myself there personally. It sounds like you're more enlightened now. I should have known not to feel so superior before that. Like when Lourdes disappeared. It really opened my eyes to a lot of things. Tell me about it. An invisible weight presses on me. When we turn into our neighborhood, the load lifts. I can't wait to get home and unwind. Shane turns down the Wilson Street. I forgot we're going to their place for lunch. This day truly will never end. 16. Fleur. Sunday afternoon. Inside the Wilson house is a stark contrast from the practically silent church building. Emma and Ashley are running through the house, chasing each other and screaming like banshees. Their parents don't seem to notice. I'm sure the kids need an outlet after sitting through that terrible religious service for what seemed like 10 eternities. In fact, I'm about ready to drop my purse and join the girls in their antics. It wouldn't be any crazier than standing in front of a room of people speaking gibberish and acting like it's the most normal thing in the world. Darby bustles around the kitchen getting everything ready for the meal. I feel bad she's doing everything on her own, but she refused my offer to help. Troy invites Shane to see something in his den, and they disappear. Darby stops what she's doing and turns to me. I'll take your help now. I glance in the direction the guys just left. Because Troy isn't in here. Her gaze darts around, then she nods quickly. This is insanity. I don't know what's worse, the strict religious service, or the fact that this pregnant woman is afraid to accept help while her husband is in the room. It's almost enough to send me packing back to New York. Maybe Shane would go with me this time. He did say he should have followed me when I left. Darby hands me some frozen juice. Can you mix that real quick? And don't tell Troy it isn't fresh. He expects freshly squeezed juice? Of course. Hurry up, please. I take it and pull off the top. You're taking care of 2 small kids and you're pregnant. He should squeeze his own fruit if he's so adamant about it being fresh. Don't let him hear you say that. What else does he expect from you? She turns to me, her eyes wide. What do you mean? He should be helping you, not demanding you work harder. This isn't harder than normal. She sticks some biscuits in the oven. Those should be ready when the men return. I dump the frozen lump of dehydrated fruit into a pitcher and take it to the sink. Don't use that water! Darby looks like she could faint at the thought of it. Are you supposed to use your fresh tears? The corners of her mouth twitch. Then she clears her throat. We have filtered water in the fridge. Use that. Sure thing, boss. For the next half hour, we repeat the process. She tells me what to do, looking around to make sure Troy doesn't hear her cutting corners to his ridiculous rules. I want to tell her to stop putting up with that I'd never let him get away with it. But then I remember Shane's comment about not judging someone. He's right. I have no idea how I'd respond in her shoes. Maybe things started out normally with their relationship. Then he slowly started being controlling, and she was in over her head before she knew what was going on. People from all walks of life and every profession fall victim to coercive control in their relationships. I've seen plenty of examples of it while researching for my podcast to know it can happen to anyone. One recent case was of a marriage and family therapist killed by her husband. If anybody should know better, it would have been her. But even she wasn't immune. Finally, Shane returns with Troy. Darby checks for remnants of our shortcuts before calling the girls to come eat. Ashley and Emma come in, laughing and shrieking, now wearing princess dresses and with multicolored felt marker designs all over their faces. I chuckle and exchanged an amused glance with Shane. Troy doesn't look anywhere near as entertained as we are. He takes a sip of his juice and makes a disgusted expression. Is this fresh? It tastes like that frozen crap I told you never to buy again. Language, Daddy? Ashley giggles. That's my fault, I say quickly. I accidentally used the water from the faucet. Darby throws me a nervous smile. Troy looks like he wants to say something, but is making a huge effort not to voice it. This meal is making my mouth water, Shane says. Should I say the blessing? It's so weird hearing him use religious language, but he was part of a cult. Somehow it appears to have become second nature. After he prays, we finally dig in. I feel like I haven't eaten in days. Guilt stings, because just over a week ago, Shane literally went days without eating for 2 years. I watch him curiously. He takes his time, eating the food slowly. I follow his lead, even though I want to inhale everything on the table all in one go. The girls finish first, and Darby abandons her half-eaten plate to get them down for a nap. I would think Troy would offer to help since he didn't do anything to get lunch ready, and his wife is pregnant. It's guys like him that have made me seriously consider lifelong singleness. Living on my own would be 1,000,000 times better than putting up with what Darby deals with, and that's only what I can see. Spouses always treat each other better in front of others. I don't even want to think about what she puts up with behind closed doors. Maybe I'll ask about that if I can get to know her a little better. Or just jump in and ask anyway, if I can keep her from being another story on my podcast. Shane and Troy talk about the Seahawks in a way that makes me think they've had similar conversations 1,000 times before. They won't notice if I get up and leave the room. And they don't. Well, Shane gives me a little nod, but Troy doesn't so much as look my way. Probably because I'm a woman. Whatever. I don't think that highly of him either. I look around for Darby, but I'm barely out of the kitchen when my phone rings. Probably Mia. Unknown caller. Must be a telemarketer. Seems like those are the only ones who manage to find my number, because I go to great lengths to keep it private. When the podcast first started taking off, I got some really weird calls at even weirder hours of the day and night. I tap the button to send it to voicemail. If it's important, they'll leave a message. In the meantime, I need to find out what I can about Darby's safety. If she's typical, she won't say much. Controlled wives and girlfriends are scared, and for good reason. My phone indicates the caller left a message. Interesting. Marketers never do. Could the call actually be about something else? Did I give my number to someone and forget? Only one way to find out. I unlock my phone and listen to the message. A woman speaks in a place where the background is noisy, maybe a restaurant. I'm looking for Fleur Bardot. She managed to pronounce my name correctly. She could be legit. I'm a caseworker at the Flowing Bowels Retirement Villa, and I'm calling about your grandmother, Pearl LaRue. My mind immediately goes to the worst retirement home cases I've covered, and I nearly dropped the phone, my heart hammering. But the woman is speaking calmly, and clearly things are going okay based on the happy-sounding background noise. I back up the message to the last point I heard and continue listening. Your grandmother has, been getting herself into some trouble lately. She's upsetting other residents, and despite many warnings, she continues with her behavior. We need a relative to pick her up today, and that would be you. The woman leaves her name and the number of the facility. However, there's someone else I want to talk to first. I call Aunt Blaze. After only one ring, I get voicemail. She did that on purpose. I call her back. She again sends me to voicemail. Time for a text. Fleur. What's going on with Mimi Pearl? I just got a call from Flowing Bowels. Aunt Blaze. Now that you're in town, you can take care of her. She's your grandmother. Fleur. Do you know what's going on? She's your mother. Aunt Blaze. She's always getting into trouble. Last time they called me, she started a fist fight with another resident. We were all lucky Myrtle only ended up with a black eye. If it'd been worse, your grandmother would have gotten kicked out. I've been dealing with her antics for the last 15 years. It's your turn now that you're back. Fleur. You live right there. I'm 2 hours away. Aunt Blaze. Make it work. I'm done. Fleur. She's your mother. Aunt Blaze. And your mother should be taking on half this responsibility. She's not here, so it's on you. I'm not discussing this any further. You're her new carer. Congratulations. I'm done talking about this. Bye. Fleur. My mom is dead. What exactly do you expect from her? No answer. I send several more messages, but they all go unanswered. They don't even show as read. I try calling her, but only get voicemail. It looks like this really is on me. On top of everything else going on, now I need to get Mimi Pearl out of whatever latest trouble she's gotten herself into. Asking Darby about her marriage will have to wait. 17. Chasing the Forgotten Ones. Murder House Series, Part 9. This will be another quick update since things have gotten extremely hectic around here. I'd been planning on sharing an interview with Shane Porter, but that needs to be pushed back again. He's out of the hospital and resting. There's a lot for him to deal with after missing 2 years of his life. Many of you have been asking where he's living since I bought his and Caroline's house. I've invited him to stay in the home. All of his things are already here, and there's more than enough room for the both of us. It's been working out since he's needed a little help with recovery. We both want to find Emmett Whitecliff, who I've mentioned before told me off the record that he killed Caroline. I have reason to believe he's here in town and didn't actually flee the area like I first thought. So if you're in the area, please keep an eye out for him. The neighbors have given us both a warm welcome, and I have a good feeling they will be a big help in solving this crime, so we can put it all behind us. At least we know who killed Caroline, but he's still running free. Catching him so justice is served is the next step. In the meantime, please keep spreading the word. Share my social posts. The more people we have looking for Emmett Wycliffe, the better. Even if you aren't in this area, keep your eyes peeled. We never know when he could actually flee. It could be sooner than later, since I've just announced he's still local. I know you're all eager to hear from Shane. Believe me, that's how I felt prior to finding him. Now that he's regaining his strength after being held captive and tortured for 2 years, he wants to tell all. He's really encouraged by so many people caring about his late wife and believing in him. After spending time with him, I can tell you that even if I hadn't heard Emmett's confession, I would believe Shane Porter. He's genuine in his hurt over Caroline's loss, especially in the way she went. He was forced to look at her blood every single day over the last 2 years, and that tore him apart. This man did not hurt anyone. I was able to visit with some members of the church I mentioned in previous episodes, and I'm hopeful they will be able to help shed some light on this. Things are definitely moving forward. Don't forget, every time you share about this and the other cases I cover, you're making a difference in the lives of crime victims. I have some personal family business to take care of, so I'm going to end this episode. As soon as I'm able, I will share an interview with Shane Porter. I can't wait for him to be able to tell his side of the story himself. Until next time, stay safe and hug your loved ones tightly. You never know when one of you might go missing. 18. Fleur. Sunday, late evening. After I got the call about Mimi Pearl getting into trouble, Shane and I headed home. He went out and bought new tires for the van, then put them on himself when he returned. I spoke with several people from Flowing Bowels, and they all insisted my grandmother must leave and never come back. It was either that, or they called the authorities and charged her with assault. She threw a badminton racket at some guy and nearly took out his eye. Apparently, that was the last straw. The van stops smoothly as the sign for the Flowing Bowels retirement villa finally comes into view. This has turned into the day of time dragging on endlessly, and there's only more to come. The only good thing about the long drive is that Shane and I have been able to talk, unlike the silence forced on us during the church service. I can't believe that was today. It feels like a week ago. Shane and I knew her stuff would never fit into his little sports car, so he insisted on fixing the van. He even put up a for sale sign on the back window with a QR code to an online form interested people can fill out. He did all of that while I fielded the phone calls about my grandma, and then put out a quick podcast episode. Now we're about to pick up my grandmother. It's a good thing I haven't had time to turn the nursery into a recording studio yet, because now it's going to be Mimi Pearl's bedroom. Shane offered his office as my studio, since he has an office at the law firm and doesn't need a second one. I might just take him up on that. The light changes, and we turn into the parking lot. Once inside, the staff eagerly takes us to Mimi Pearl's room. I hear her before we get to the door. "It wasn't my fault," my grandmother says in her thick accent and easily recognizable voice. "Gertrude started it. She practically begged me to throw the pickleball at her, the way she insulted my swing." Shane and I exchange an amused glance. I don't know whether to throw my hands in the air or laugh. He leans toward me and whispers, "She sounds as feisty as ever." I wouldn't expect anything less. The staff has already packed her things. All we have to do is get the boxes, and her, into the van. Several of the workers help us move her belongings. They all wave excitedly as Shane pulls away. "You finally moved back home?" Mimi asks from the middle row behind us. I glance back. She's rubbing Zorro's head. "Yes, Mimi, from New York." "Nobody told me you married Shane." "That's because I didn't." "So, You're living in sin. Shane chortles. I cough to cover my laugh. I'm not judging. How do you think your mother was conceived? It sure wasn't under marital bliss. Mimi Pearl! You haven't heard that story? Of Mom's conception? No, and I don't need to. Shane covers his mouth, but I can still hear him laughing. Mimi Pearl leans back. It was a beautiful summer evening. My father had just kicked your grandfather off our property, and I snuck outside to find him before he left for good. He was embarrassed and heartbroken at the thought of losing me forever. Could you blame the guy? I was quite the catch. Still have it, too. Bernard and Stanley are going to be devastated to learn of me moving out. I'm sure they will be. I turn back toward the front, glad to have changed the subject from my mother's conception story. Shane looks like he's going to give himself a hernia from trying not to burst out laughing. But your grandfather was not about to resign himself to loss. Mimi Pearl continues her story. He took me out to a fancy restaurant that night while my father thought I was in my bedroom sobbing my eyes out. Then we went to the beach. The sun was coming down, and your grandfather was coming up, if you catch my drift. Mimi! This time Shane does laugh out loud. Fine, my grandma grumbles. I'll stop being so crass. Anyway, with the colorful sunset as for a backdrop, he kissed me like a Casanova, though he only had eyes for me. We conceived your mother right there on the beach. It took me weeks to get rid of all that sand. You wouldn't believe the places it got stuck. TMI, Mimi, TMI. I cover my face. How is this woman related to me? Mimi continues her story, apparently not done yet. I'm not sure how many people saw, but the police made us leave after someone complained. Not that it mattered, because his swimmers were already fast at work. I really don't need to hear this. 9 months later, your mother was born. Beautiful little thing. She looked just like me. Shane glances back. Was she as humble? Mimi Pearl ignores him. Once I had my figure back, my father gave me the wedding of my dreams. Then, as you know, your grandfather and I lived a long and happy life together. Did all of your kids have such glorious conception stories? Shane asks, his eyes twinkling. I resist the urge to throw my purse at him, only because he's driving. Yes, would you like to hear them? No, I say quickly. We don't. Are you hungry? Maybe we should stop off somewhere for dinner. What about Zorro? The van has climate control, I say. He'll be fine. That sounds great. I could not even recognize the slaps they gave us in the cafeteria tonight. I'm certain it was leftovers from the horse ranch next door. I'm sure it wasn't, Shane says, but we can still stop off at a restaurant. Perfect. Then you two can catch me up on everything you are not saying on that podcast of yours. I can tell by looking at you two. You are more than just roommates brought together by a murder mystery. I turn back to her. You listen to my podcast? Of course I do. I gather all my friends every time an episode drops. Do you want to hear our theories? We have ideas you have never brought up. Good ones. Well, Gertrude's are pretty dumb, but the other ones are worth listening to. Yeah, tell me your theories. Later. She leans forward. Tell me, did you two lock it in? Does that mean you found the locket I gave to Lourdes? My mouth falls open. Nothing gets past my grandma. 19. Fleur. Tuesday, late morning. Mimi and I sit at the covered outdoor table, sipping tea and watching Zorro run around the backyard. We spent all day yesterday getting her new room set up. She's thrilled to be staying in the murder room, even though we all know now it's misnamed. Mimi even wants me to announce it on the podcast and give a shout-out to her friends at Flowing Bells. And yes, she used the term shout-out. I'm in way over my head with her, but at least I haven't heard the stories of how my mom's siblings were conceived. She did, however, get the entire bar and grill to sing a peppy round of 99 bottles of beer when Shane and I took her for dinner after picking her up the other night. We won't make that mistake again. When's your next episode coming out? She asks. You're slacking. I've been a little busy moving a crazy old woman into my house. She sips her tea. How old is the stuff? It tastes like an armpit swamp. I stare at her. It does. You do realize your mouth is what got you kicked out of the retirement home? Maybe that is what I was aiming for. If you met Gertrude, you'd understand my plight. She glances at her mug. You really do need a better tea. I'm pretty sure Caroline picked it out, so it's not exactly fresh. If you need me to go shopping, I will. No, I can add tea to the list. She pushes her mug away. I'm bored. Are you kidding? I have not gone anywhere since Tuesday. You could do some housework. Funny. I need people my own age to interact with. Not that there's anything wrong with you or Shane. I can see what kind of things there are around here, but you have to promise to be on good behavior. Mimi Pearl glares at me. You don't exactly have a great track record. Nobody here knows that. Flowing Bells is 2 hours away. 3, the way Shane drives. He's worse than an old lady. Gertrude could drive faster than him in her sleep. Maybe you should tell him that to his face. Already did. Why am I not surprised? She continues. He said he'd take me for a drive in his sports car, and that afterward I'll change my tune. I'll believe that when I see it. How do you like your new mattress? Just as well as I did when you asked me an hour ago. Maybe I do need to find you an adult daycare. Hey, that's not what I said. Some kind of gathering for people closer to my age. Like a shuffleboard club? I'd be up for that. She leans toward me, her eyes narrowing behind her thick glasses. Is that my locket? I pull it out from under my shirt. Do you want it back? No, I want to see it, though. Didn't Lourdes have it on her when she disappeared? That's what we all thought. I unhook it and drop it into her outstretched hand. Mimi holds it up and opens it easily. She studies the pictures inside, one of her at about 17, and one of Lourdes and Mia's girls. See, I really was a catch. I know you were, Mimi. Would you believe I remember the day this photo was taken? I'm not surprised. I remember when Lourdes and I took our picture. Tell me about yours. Oh, it was nothing special. I just remember it. She looks away, appearing lost in thought. Interesting. I sip my tea. It does kind of taste swampy. Great. Now she's getting into my head. When she seems to return to the present, I push back my chair. I'm going to take Zorro for a walk. Want to come with me? Got nothing better to do. Any chance we'll run into a coffee stand? In the neighborhood? No, but if you want coffee, I can make you some. Blech. I hate those instant coffee machines. How do you not even have a press? I did have one in New York, but I could only pack so much in the van. Get a press. So much better. I call for Zorro, who runs over wagging his tail. Since Mimi Pearl and I already have our coats on, it only takes a minute for us to get to the front door. But first I hurry to my room and gingerly place the locket inside my jewelry box. The thought of losing it again makes me sick to my stomach, so I only wear it around the house. I snap the leash onto Zorro's collar, then we're good to go. It's a pretty clear morning, so a fair amount of people are out and about, though it's cold. Around here, people don't let chilled air keep them from doing anything. We only have warm weather 3 months of the year. I start the walk slowly, but my grandma makes a comment about us being boring, so I pick up the speed. Zorro trots ahead, sniffing everything in sight. On the Wilson Street, Darby is outside with her 2 girls. They run over and pet Zorro, who licks their faces and makes them laugh. Darby waves and comes over, sipping from a metal water bottle. "This must be your grandmother." I introduce them, and they exchange pleasantries without Mimi making any offhanded comments. Maybe because kids are around. It's hard to know with her. Then an older gentleman who looks about her age comes out to his yard. Mimi eyes him. "No wedding band. I'm going to introduce myself." After she crosses the street, Darby turns to me. "Is she looking to get married?" "If she is, it's the first I'm finding out about it." "She was in a home before?" "Got herself kicked out." "Really?" Darby lifts her brows. "She seems so sweet." "Wait until you get to know her." Her lips curl up, and she glances back over at my grandma. "She seems to be getting along with Richard. Is he single?" "Yeah. Widowed about 1.5 years ago. Now he spends all his time on the yard, which used to be his wife's hobby. He's a real sweetheart. You don't have to worry about him." "It isn't him I'm concerned about." Darby takes the lid off her bottle and takes a gulp. I get a whiff. "Is that—" She shoves the lid on quickly. "I don't know what you're talking about." I step closer to her and sniff her breath. "You're drinking wine while you're pregnant?" Darby closes her eyes for a moment before opening them. "It isn't like that." "You're going to have to explain." She glances toward the girls before motioning for me to step away from them. "It isn't what you think." "What is it then? I've never had a kid, but I know the dangers. Why would you?" "It's complicated." "Doesn't seem that way to me." Darby glances toward the house, then back to me. "I'm not really pregnant." "Come again." She lets out a loud sigh. "The church puts so much pressure on us, and Troy has been on my case about it. I don't know why it isn't happening, but it's not." In a moment of weakness, I accidentally blurted out that I was pregnant, just to get everyone off my back. "What are you going to do when they figure out the truth?" "Say I lost it." She takes another swig of her wine. "And that," I glance at her water bottle, "is a miracle?" "Funny. No, it helps me to relax. Troy is always talking about how he can feel that it's a boy this time, and all the women at church are already crocheting blankets. Then I've got the girls running around making messes all the time. It's enough to make anyone lose their mind. Plus, both of them have birthdays coming up, so I'm planning 2 birthday parties. All of that would drive anyone to drink. I'm just glad you brought over those bottles the other day, and that Troy doesn't pay them any attention. He thinks real men only drink the hard stuff. I can bring over more next time, if that would help." Her eyes light up. "That would be amazing. But maybe you should think about telling him the truth." "And face his wrath? No way." The perfect opportunity to ask her about her marriage. "Are you scared of him?" She chews on her lower lip. "No." "That's not convincing." "You don't know what it's like. Someday you might." "What does that mean?" "I see the way you and Shane look at each other. But I'm not afraid of him. Once you join the church, you will be." She takes another drink. "Who said I'm joining?" "He's a member, and you were allowed inside for a service. You're already on the path." That thought turns my stomach. "You don't have to worry about me, though I'm concerned about you." "I'm fine." "You're scared to tell your husband you aren't pregnant, like that's somehow your fault." "It kind of is." "You said you don't know why you haven't conceived, unless you're on birth control." She looks away. "Why don't you tell him? There's no reason you need to have a baby every other year. Give your body a break." Troy doesn't understand. He's never been pregnant. Neither have I, but I have the mental capacity to understand how hard it is on a body. Like I said, there's a lot of pressure. Shane will tell you. I'm pretty sure that's why Caroline went to Emmett. She couldn't take the leadership, always making her feel incompetent, lazy. Darby's eyes shine with tears. Do you want to come over now? I have more wine. Some of the stronger stuff, too, if you want any of that. The girls can play with Zorro. She glances at the house up at the second level. I shouldn't. Why not? Shane might tell one of the leaders. He's at the office today. It'd be just us girls. Darby hesitates. Troy wouldn't like us going over there without him. Does he have to like everything you do? Darby looks at her feet. Maybe we can plan something another day, when he has to go into the office. When will that happen next? I'm not sure. He doesn't usually give me any notice. Sounds like a charmer. She glances back to the house and stiffens. I better get inside. He's looking out now. We've been out here too long. You do know you can call 911 if you feel controlled. He can't force you to stay in the house. Almost everyone on the police department is part of the church. Calling the cops would just get me into more trouble. I have to get inside. She calls to the girls, takes another swig from her water bottle, then hurries inside. I may have moved back here to solve Caroline's murder and Shane's disappearance. But the real mystery is how to dismantle the Beacon of Truth Fellowship and give people like Darby their lives back. 20. Fleur. Tuesday, late afternoon. Mia sits across from me and sips from her paper coffee cup. It's cute that your grandma's on a date. We'll see. I glance across the cafe to where Mimi, Pearl, and Richard are sitting at their own table. She seems to be on good behavior, which means she took me seriously when I told her if she acted out, we'd leave immediately. Though it's only been 10 minutes. She still has plenty of time to make a ruckus. Did you have something in particular you wanted to talk about? You had that tone you get when something's bothering you. Mia glances at her watch. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time. I have a showing in less than an hour. I'm tempted to blurt my news, seeing her boyfriend at the church service, but I need to feel out what she knows first. How well do you know Donovan? She arches a brow. We've gotten close. Why? Do you know something I don't? Is he involved with the Beacon of Truth Fellowship? May as well just get it out there. Mia chokes on her mocha. The cult that's taking over the town? No, definitely not. He's never expressed interest in visiting. What are you getting at? Stop beating around the bush. I take a deep breath. It doesn't help calm me in the slightest. Shane and I went there on Sunday, and Donovan was there. Her mouth falls open. He couldn't have been. It was him. No, he... She pauses, then laughs. What's so funny? I demand. Mia only laughs harder. You find the fact that your boyfriend is in a misogynistic cult funny? She straightens her back and wipes at her eyes. Donovan has a twin. You must have seen him. Your boyfriend has a twin? Yeah. And you never thought to mention him? I always forget because I never met the guy. I give her a double take. Your boyfriend has a twin, and you've never met him? He lives here in town? Right. Donovan is much closer to his sister, so I've spent a lot of time with her. I met the rest of his family when we went camping the other weekend, but Jonathan wouldn't go because it would keep him from church on Sunday. Donovan and Jonathan? Cute, huh? She rolls her eyes. Apparently they're not identical, but look super similar. They used to get taken for identical all the time as kids. Now they hardly ever spend any time together. Why's that? I think it has to do with the church. Donovan doesn't like talking about their rift, so I don't ask. It really seems to bother him that they aren't close. So it wasn't Donovan at the church service? Nope. We were together, and he loathes the cult. She perks up. I still have to introduce you to Cleo. You'll love her. Yeah, sure. Let's set that up. We talk about lighter topics for a few minutes before she has to leave to show a house. Mimi, Pearl, and Richard are both smiling as they chat, so I keep sipping my coffee. At least she seems to be behaving, although she could be talking about anything. She isn't offending Richard, so that's good. The cafe door dings as it opens, and in walks a woman who looks familiar. She waves when we make eye contact. It takes me a moment to place her. Sasha, a neighbor. She and her husband Neil brought over a casserole one night when Shane was sleeping. Neil was about as talkative as Troy. Must be a thing with the church. The men either think they're better than women, or they see us as temptresses. Either way, it's laughable that they could have such a low view of an entire gender, half the population. After Sasha gets her drink, I wave her over. You want to sit? Sure. She takes the same seat Mia was in. How's Shane doing? He's recovering quite well, considering everything he's been through. I thought Neil was going to text him. Sasha shrugs. He's not very social. I swear, if I didn't invite people over, we'd live as hermits. You have kids, right? Don't they like to get out and be with people? The teens make their own plans, and my preteen usually tags along. I think Neil likes it that way. They annoy him. His own kids? Anything and anyone that disrupts his silence irritates him. Sounds like a fun guy. She covers her mouth as she laughs. I'd invite you guys over, but it doesn't sound like he'd like that. He'd get over it. Mimi Pearl rises from her seat. She must be ready to go. I turn to Sasha. Sorry to cut this short, but it looks like it's time for me to leave. I'm serious about having your family over. We exchange numbers, then my grandma and I head out to the minivan. So far, nobody's filled out the interest form. I'm about ready to sell it to the dealership, but Shane thinks we should give it a little more time, because apparently we can get more from an individual buyer. I just want to get rid of the soccer mom mobile. Did you have fun with Richard? I ask as I pull into traffic. He's okay. Just okay? We made plans to walk around the neighborhood tomorrow. Does my Mimi have a boyfriend? You're jumping the gun, kiddo. He's the first person my age I've met around here. I need to check out all the fish in the pond before I make any serious decisions. He seems nice, though. Sure. When we get home, Sasha's already texting me about my invite. She wants to come over soon and says she'll bring stew. At least it isn't a casserole. We plan some details as I let Zorro outside to do his business. Then I go back to the bedroom to put my locket back on. But it isn't there.
21. The Watcher. Annoyed. This entire situation is getting out of hand. I've managed to be in close proximity to Fleur, but I can't get close enough. She's always with someone. It's impossible to get her alone. That's what I need. Severely. Now she has 2 other people living in that house with her. 2. Shane has gotten his freedom back, and now that old woman is there. Fleur doesn't seem to part from her at all. Those 2 are attached at the hip. They kind of look alike, making me think they must be related. That's really irritating. I thought I had a handle on all Fleur's relatives. I also thought they were all dead. If I was wrong about this, what else have I been wrong about? I don't even want to think about it. An elderly person shouldn't be hard to get rid of, so that isn't my concern. She might even be useful alive. I'll have to play my cards and see how that goes. If the old bat is easily manipulated, I can use that to my advantage. I'll definitely need a plan, but that shouldn't be hard. She should be the least of my concerns. Shane is the real thorn in my side. The guy is smart and savvy. He didn't become one of the county's best lawyers on his looks alone. He knows what he's doing. But he obviously has his weak points, considering he was held captive for 2 full years. That means I can figure something out. There has to be something I can do with him to get this situation to my advantage. The question is, what? I don't know. The problem is how flustered I've been getting lately, and worse, the show I have to put on to keep anyone from suspecting me. I'm pretty sure Fleur has no idea what I'm capable of. She sure doesn't seem to have any interest in me when we've been in close proximity. It's getting harder to keep my composure. Those around me are starting to suspect something is going on with me. I can't let them know what I'm planning. Things were moving in the right direction with Alpha and Omega, but now they seem to have latched on to someone else. I'm not their favorite anymore. Actually, I'm not sure I ever was, but I'm definitely not now that I'm accomplishing so little. I have to up my game seriously or consider taking over their spot in leadership. Obviously, those are two vastly different goals. I doubt I could focus on both. So that means I need to pick one. How do I do that? One option would be to give it one more attempt at becoming their top man. If that doesn't work, then it'll be clear I need to take over. It won't be easy on my own. There isn't anyone I could trust enough with that kind of information. That's the kind of thing that could easily be used against me. But with Emmett back in the picture, I'm left with no other choice. Emmett. He's a joke. But try telling that to Alpha and Omega. They see something in that little sniveling weasel. I have no idea what, and can't waste any more thoughts on him. Not when I need to get my focus back on Fleur. Maybe I should forget about the leaders and focus completely on her. Breaking up her and Shane should be my number one priority, but it's harder to do when I'm losing my grip on my position in the church. I can't let things get worse than they already are. If they do, I might just snap. Then there's no telling what I'll do to Fleur. I don't mind killing Shane. That's a given. But my whole goal with Fleur is to make her mine. To have her on display day and night for my eyes only. And to make sure she obeys my every wish. Then everything will be good. Then, and only then.
22. Fleur. Tuesday, late afternoon. Mimi Pearl looks at me like I'm crazy when I rush into the living room and interrupt the show she's watching. Everything okay? Did you take the locket? The one you were wearing? Yes. If you ever want to wear it, just let me know. You can even have it back if you want. Just tell me if you took it. I don't have it. Did it fall off in the coffee shop? No, I'm too worried about losing it, so I don't wear it out of the house. We go over my last steps with it, and she even follows me to the bedroom to look in the jewelry box, asking me no less than 12 times if I'm sure I took it off before leaving. Of course I'm sure. I remember clearly putting it in here before heading out with Zorro. I didn't even want to take it for a walk around the neighborhood, although now it looks like I'd been better off if I'd kept it on me. You're sure? She asks again. Do I really need to go over the details another time? What we need is to find it. She nods, looking deep in thought, but not terribly worried. Why aren't you more upset about this? I spent the last 15 years thinking it was gone forever. And I was a lot more upset over the loss of my granddaughter than a piece of jewelry. But it's a family heirloom. To you girls. To me, it was just a locket my father gave me. The same man who was so against me being with your grandfather. Did I ever tell you about the time that... I don't want any more of your stories after the last one. You seriously aren't worried about the locket? You were going to tell me about the day you took the picture in it, remember? And, like I said, it wasn't any special day. I just remember it. You want to hear the story now? It really isn't anything special. Although I was having a great hair day, and I caught the attention of several. Tell me later. I just want to find the necklace. Will you help? It means something to me. Sure, but you're certain you put it in the box? Yes, I remember it clearly. And you didn't move it after that? She adjusts her thick glasses. No, I'm sure of it. Then I don't know where it would be, do you? I already looked all over this room. It didn't fall or slip anywhere. It's just gone. A lump forms in my throat. I thought it was lost with Lourdes all these years, and I just got it back. Now it's lost again. It's like someone is messing with me. Mimi pulls me into a hug, and I'm struck by how much smaller than me she is. My grandma has always seemed larger than life. She rubs circles on my back. Even if we don't find it, we still have all the memories. Plenty of pictures. I know, it's easy to attach our hearts to things, but the necklace isn't her. If you want to cling to your sister's memory, you can find something else. Aren't there other things of her still around? Yes, but this really meant something to her. She really loved it. It wasn't the only thing she cared about. No. My grandma steps back. If you want to look for it, we can rip this place apart, or we can share some of our memories of her. I rub my temples, tears threatening. I don't know what I want. Lourdes loved you. I know. My vision blurs and I clear my throat, trying to keep from crying. The girl could be a first-class brat, but she really did. I give Mimi Pearl a double take. I've never heard you talk about her like that. She shrugs. Everyone knew it. Nobody wanted to say it out loud, but she scared people. Not me, of course, but others. Your Aunt Blaise wouldn't even let your sister near her or her kids. Don't you think it's bad luck to speak ill of the dead? People don't become saints upon dying. No point in gaslighting ourselves. Your sister was trouble, and we all knew it. Even you, I'm sure. Probably especially you. I just stare at her. You don't agree? I've never heard someone so close to 80 use the phrase gaslighting. Who are you calling close to 80? I have 3 full years before that happens. You trying to send me to my grave before my time? That's what I call bad luck. She makes a harumping sound. I didn't mean it like that. The movie that phrase came from is older than me. Your generation thinks you came up with everything. She mutters something under her breath. Okay. I take a deep breath. I'm going to keep looking for the locket. You can go watch your show. I was thinking of taking Zorro for a walk. On your own? Yes, it's not like I'm E.T. I hold back an eye roll. I just mean he's a ball of energy. Sometimes he can be a bit much for me. Fine. That was an excuse, so I can walk by Richard's house. I don't need to take the dog. You just saw him at the cafe. Does that mean I cannot see him again? Maybe play a little hard to get. You just met him. Who has time to play games? I'm almost 80. Practically have 1 foot in the grave, according to my granddaughter. Go visit him. I'm not going to stop you. But don't blame me if he feels accosted. Trust me, dear. He won't. Have fun. But if you're going to start dating, we should get you a cell phone. Wouldn't be a bad idea. But I'm not even leaving the neighborhood. I'll be fine. I don't doubt that. I squat to look under the dresser and the bed. Nothing. I don't know what to expect. The person who broke in and left the hex under the bed probably also took the necklace. I've gone through all the doorbell camera footage and didn't see anything. Maybe they really are using magic. It seems to be the only explanation, except I don't believe in hocus pocus. That means someone was in here, and they got in some other way. Donovan is a likely candidate for the hex. He was in here with Mia and has a connection to the cult, even if he isn't in it himself. It's his non-identical twin who looks just like him. Likely story. Not that I doubt Mia. I'm sure he told her that, and she believes him. Doesn't mean I have to. He's still on my suspect list. But how would he have gotten in this time? I'm going to have to dig into that further. But first I need to make sure the necklace isn't somewhere in the house. Before I start throwing around accusations, I have to be certain it isn't here. Even though I already am. Someone took it from my jewelry box between this morning and now. I intend to find out who. 23. Fleur. Tuesday evening. Shane's voice behind me nearly sends me through the roof. I'm digging through the closet in his office, the last place I've searched for the locket. I climb out and throw him an apologetic glance. He pulls me into a warm embrace. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. The locket is missing. Again? Unfortunately. I tell him the whole story about how clearly I remember putting it in the jewelry box and it being gone now. You don't think your grandma took it? Why would she? It used to be hers, then it belonged to her missing granddaughter. She told me she doesn't even care about it. He steps back and scratches his chin. Isn't it a family heirloom? That's how Lourdes and I always saw it, but apparently Mimi Pearl gave it to her not because it was special, but because she didn't care about it. It has a picture of her and a picture of you and Lourdes, and she doesn't care about it? He cocks a brow. When you put it like that, it does seem weird. But then again, we were talking about the same woman who got an entire restaurant to sing 99 bottles of beer the same night she got kicked out of her retirement home. She's hardly what anyone would call traditional. Speaking of her, where is she? Shane looks around. I didn't see her or Zorro when I got here. My stomach drops. What time is it? I look around for a clock, but there isn't one in this entire house. About 5:30. I'm going to be sick. What happened? He puts an arm around me to steady me. She wanted to take Zorro for a walk so she could see Richard. Richard? You mean Richard and Lucinda over by the Wilsons? It's just Richard now, sorry to tell you. And Mimi hasn't been able to get enough of him all day. She moves fast. We need to find them. I step back, my shoulders tensing. She shouldn't have been gone this long. I'm sure they're fine. Richard is a talker. He once spent an hour telling me about what was wrong with his carburetor. If he's with your grandma, then I'm sure they're both talking each other's ears off and lost track of time. My muscles relax. You're probably right. She was mad at me because she thought I called her old, so she's probably staying out longer to make me pay. That sounds like her. He rubs my shoulders. See, everything's fine. I need to go look. It's going to be dark soon. We'll go together. Shane gives me a quick kiss. Sorry, I didn't even ask how your first day back at work went. It was okay. I didn't have any clients, obviously, and all my things have been moved into storage, so I spent most of the day setting up my new office and getting acquainted with the new software. He tells me a few more things using legalese that all goes over my head. We head for the front door and put on our coats. I can't find my favorite red one, which I swear I left right by the door. So I settle for a black one that will keep me warm in the chilly October air. At least it's still light out. I need to get her a phone, I grumble. We can go as soon as we find her. He looks up at the sky. We should probably split up to cover the most ground before it gets dark. I'll head down to one way, you go the other, and we'll meet at Richard and Lucinda's, Richard's house. Sounds good. We share another kiss before going our separate ways. I can't believe my grandma would do this to me. Actually, I can. I'm irritated she would do this to me. As I near Sasha and Neil's house, something catches my attention. The door is wide open, but there aren't any people in sight or cars in the driveway. They could all be inside, and the cars in the garage, though it still doesn't seem right that the door would be open like that. I slow my hurried pace and glance around. Surely someone will come out any moment. Except nobody does. Now I'm at a complete stop. Shouldn't I hear conversation or some kind of noise if people are inside? Hello? I call. Nothing. I really should get back to looking for Mimi Pearl, but something doesn't feel right about this. I'm probably making a bigger deal about this because I'm already worried about my grandma. There's only one way to settle my mind about it. I take a few steps on the walkway. Is anyone here? Still nothing. Hello? The silence is eerie. This thought from the person who moved into a murder house. That's probably why I'm so on edge. Even though nobody was actually killed in my home, death is on my mind. One of the teenagers in the house probably left the door open. My parents were always telling Lourdes and me to close the doors. I'm sure that's what this is. Sasha and Neil will be grateful for a neighbor watching out for them. This will help people feel better about me living here. I relax as I make my way up the rest of the walkway. No light comes from the house, which is odd, given that it's getting darker by the moment. It wouldn't be impossible to see inside without some light, but it wouldn't be easy. Is anyone home? Silence. I press my face in the space between the door and the frame. Something smells off, almost metallic. Blood has a coppery hint to it. My stomach knots. I should just close the door and keep looking for Mimi, but the odor is strong. There's no way I can leave this alone. Your front door's open. Does anyone need help? Nothing. I nudge the door with my shoulder. Everything looks like shadows. I pull out my phone and shine the light around. Step inside. My foot slides. A gasp escapes my lips. I cover my mouth with my free hand as my stomach lurches. There's blood. So much of it. All over the walls, the furniture. 2 feet stick out from behind a couch. I step back, scream. My feet go out from under me. I crash to the ground with a painful thud. My face lands in something sticky. The phone bounces from my hand. I'm still screaming. Try to stop. Can't. Somehow manage to pull myself up, steady my feet, grab my phone, call for help. Red smears across my screen. A female voice answers the phone, and I spit out what I can, barely making sense even to me. Make my way outside to give her the address. Can barely see the numbers on the house. It's gotten darker, even though almost no time has passed. The emergency operator asks me to calm down. I'm screaming again, because I'm covered in blood. Whose blood? Tears stream down my face faster than I can wipe them. I'm just spreading the residue all over. It's all over me. The sirens sound before the colorful lights bounce off trees and houses. Shane and Zorro round the corner. They run over and Shane skids to a stop. Who did this to you? I'll kill them. Was it Emmett? I cover the mouthpiece of my phone. Don't say that. I'm being recorded. Obviously, I'm not going to literally kill anyone, he says loudly. But who did this? Nobody. You did this to yourself? I shake my head, then get off the phone when the cop cars pull up to the curb. What happened? He tries to hug me. I step back. No sense in him being covered in evidence, too. At least he shouldn't get dragged to the police station. I'm probably going to be there all night, given my unintentional involvement. Fleur, talk to me. Someone's dead inside. Even in the poor lighting, I can see color drain from his face. But why are you covered in blood? I don't have time to answer before several cops rush inside, and another comes to me, throwing a slew of questions at me. This is going to be one long night, and I still don't know if my grandma is okay. 24. Chasing the Forgotten Ones. Murder House Series, Part 10. Another late podcast, and I still don't have the interview with Shane Porter, though when you hear what happened to me, you'll understand why. The interview is coming, though, I promise. I just need a little more time after spending a good portion of the night in the local police station. Not that I did anything wrong, mind you, but I did look guilty after stumbling upon another murder scene in this neighborhood. It was just as tragic as the last, maybe more. Let's start at the beginning with a story I've now told more times than I can count. I was walking through the neighborhood and noticed the front door open at one of the houses. I've also met the parents a number of times, so I felt comfortable walking up to check on the situation. I thought someone probably left it open to unload groceries or something and forgot about it, since this is a relatively safe area. If you forget about the murder and kidnapping 2 years ago, of course. But what I found when I checked on my neighbors was gruesome. Once I realized this was another murder scene, I tried to leave so I could call for help. Unfortunately, I slipped on some blood and fell. Managed to get it all over me. By the time the police arrived, I looked guilty. I knew I would need to go downtown and answer a bunch of questions. I was right. I also tried to figure out if this murder had anything to do with Caroline and Shane's case. But as you can imagine, the officers weren't forthcoming with details. I don't even know who was killed or how many of the family are victims. All I know is I saw a lot of blood and one pair of feet sticking out from behind furniture. I didn't make it past the front entry, but one thing I know, there's another murder right here in this cozy little neighborhood. Whether it's connected, I can't say. What I can say is this family also went to the same church that Caroline and Shane went to. This isn't hearsay or speculation. I attended a service as a visitor, and the family living in this house was there. I'm still really shaken from the whole ordeal, so I hope you'll have patience with me as I prepare to get my next episode out. But I did move here to help solve a murder, and if I can aid in this new crime, I definitely will. Thanks for listening to this quick update, and hopefully soon I'll have more information about both cases, including that interview with Shane Porter. Meanwhile, I can give you a small update on his recovery. He was resting a lot after everything he's been through, but now he's starting to get back to the routines of his life. That is a great sign, and with him improving every day, he'll be in the best shape possible to give his interview. This podcast is still the only place you'll be able to hear from him in his own words. He told me he has no intention to give a public interview anywhere else anytime soon. I can't promise the next episode will be his exclusive interview, but if it's not, it won't be far behind. I can't wait to let him share his story with all of you, once we're both ready. Hopefully next time I'll have updates on the new case, too. I'm not sure if the local police will be any more open about this one than they have been about the Porter case. Some of you have asked about pulling the FBI in to help with this. Obviously, there isn't much I can do as a podcaster, and the agency has guidelines as to what they can and will help with. Regarding the Porter case, the police have not reached out for help, nor has the case crossed state lines or gone into the jurisdiction of multiple agencies. If you remember the Sarah Jones case I covered a few months ago, 3 agencies were fighting that it wasn't up to them to take the case. This was because she had been last seen in Madison County. Her body was found in Wake County, and she was killed in a military housing 50 miles from there. So all 3 agencies were pointing fingers saying the other agencies were responsible. Nothing was happening, and valuable time was being lost because nobody would touch it. So the FBI stepped in. Nothing like that is happening here. The local police are taking charge, they're not asking for help, and there are no other jurisdictions involved. As it's believed, Emmett Wycliffe, who confessed to killing Caroline to me, is still in the area. Unless this new case draws in the feds, it isn't likely they'll get involved. Local authorities believe they have what they need to handle all of this. There are other reasons the agency will or won't get involved, but from what I understand, none of those apply here. I hope this clears that up, and if not, you can always ask questions on my socials. Until next time, stay safe and hug your loved ones tightly. You never know when one of you might go missing. 25. Fleur. Wednesday, early afternoon. Every inch of my body aches, not only from exhaustion, but from crashing to the ground after slipping on the blood. I should have shown my light around before stepping inside, but I can't beat myself up for the choice. I'm a podcaster, not a police investigator. I was just trying to be a helpful neighbor, And even the cops, who are already prejudiced against me, had to finally admit that. It helped that Shane was there in full lawyer mode. He isn't a criminal attorney, but he knew enough to rattle the cops who were questioning me. I half expected Alpha and Omega to walk in and start ordering everyone around, but they aren't that obviously in charge of everything. The police chief was probably calling them behind closed doors, just as Shane was getting advice from an actual criminal attorney he knew. It all feels like a game of chess, but with very real consequences. I'm also supposed to stay close in case the cops have more questions for me. At least we all know they don't have enough to hold me, or worse, arrest me. The murderer dismantled Sasha and Neil's doorbell camera, but there were several other houses that showed me walking up when I did, with not a drop of blood on me. If it weren't for those, I'd likely still be down in the station. I gave the police my soiled clothes and changed into the ones Shane brought me from home, where Mimi and Zorro were waiting for my return. Shane found my grandma at Richard's as expected. They were playing board games, and she'd lost track of time. Shane took her back home and then left for the station to help me out. She's the only one of us to get a decent night's sleep. I could sleep for a week after everything that's happened. I'm not even sure how I managed to get another podcast episode out, but somehow I did. It's kind of ironic. Now that Shane's ready for the interview, I'm not. But the interest in the upcoming interview seems to be bringing in new listeners, as I've been getting more subscribers than usual over the last week or so. After a hot shower to calm my muscles, I make my way to the living room where Mimi Pearl is playing with the smartphone. Is that Shane's? Mine. She doesn't look up. He picked it up this morning. Where does he get the energy? He was up as late as I was. Don't know. He's outside now, talking with someone who's interested in buying the van. That's good news. I can finally get a cute sedan. Mimi nods, but still doesn't look up from her screen. What are you doing there? Hunched over her screen, she grunts an unintelligible reply. Maybe I'll get a pet monster, too. What do you think? My grandma nods, tapping away on the phone. Have fun with that. I go into the kitchen and warm up a helping of one of our random casseroles. I'm too tired to deal with anything more complicated. Once full, I make my way outside where Shane is pointing to something under the hood of the van next to some other guy. He comes over and gives me a hug and a kiss. The stranger glances over at me. You're the one who drove this across the country? Yeah. How did it handle? Did it make any strange noises? It was great. Why are you selling it then? I only needed it for the one trip, so I could bring all of my things here. He asks me several more questions before returning his attention to the engine, and asks Shane about the exhaust manifold. I take that as my cue to head back inside. Maybe my luck is turning around. If I can get a new car, I'll feel more myself, assuming people leave the tires alone on that. So far, everything has been left alone since Shane's return. Except for the hexes, the missing locket, and my coat. Fine, hardly anything has been left alone. I almost can't wonder if they really are bad luck, given I slid right into a murder scene. Although I was cleared, the police still don't have any actual suspects. At least none they've told me about or shared on the news. This is getting more press than Caroline's killing, so the cult is going to have a harder time keeping things under wraps like they did before. I'm not going to stay silent, and thanks to my podcast, public interest is nationwide. My phone buzzes with a text. Mia, you found a murder scene and didn't tell me? Fleur, I was a little busy, just woke up a little bit ago. Mia, I'm coming over. Fleur, sure, I'm not busy. Mia, are you okay? You must be so shaken up. I think I'd crumble if the police were interrogating me. Fleur, I'll be fine. I'm just a little tired and sore. Mia, ever considered a less dangerous profession? Fleur, technically, podcasting isn't dangerous. Mia, you just can't help yourself. See you in a few. Fleur, see ya. Shane and the other guy are now talking about the carburetor, so I make my way into the house. Mimi is still glued to her phone, so I return to the bathroom and put on some makeup. Mia always looks perfect, and I'll feel like a slob if I still look like I stepped out of the shower. I'm finishing up when the doorbell rings. Zorro's barking tells me my grandma is paying more attention to her screen than the door, so I hurry to answer it. Mia looks gorgeous, as expected. I made the right move putting myself together. She gives me a tight squeeze, waves to Mimi, then heads to the kitchen where she makes herself a cup of coffee. I sip from my now cold mug. She glances at me as she adds creamer to her drink. I listened to your podcast. Who was killed? You never named them. I know. The cops were clear I wasn't to give out any specific details if I shared about it anywhere. Boring. Mia sighs dramatically. So, who was it? Do you know the Drakes? Her mouth falls open. Sasha and Neil? They're dead? Tell me it isn't one of the kids. I honestly don't know who's dead. I saw one set of feet sticking out from behind their couch. Well, that and a lot of blood. I have no idea if only one of them was killed or if it was all of them. And you fell into a pool of blood? Unfortunately. She shakes her head. That's so awful. Do you think Emmett did it? I don't know what to think. He's in the area, right? Yeah, but I'd think he'd want to keep a low profile. Not that showing up at church is exactly staying hidden. Mia lifts a perfectly manicured brow. No, those people will hide each other's secrets at any expense. Most of them probably knew what Emmett did this whole time. What about Donovan's twin? I wouldn't know. Like I said, I've never met the man. It's my turn to give her a quizzical expression. Don't you find that odd? Did you know all of Ian's relatives? His parents and siblings. How have you not met the twin when you went camping with his family? We already went over this. He didn't want to miss church. You don't find that strange? Not really. I only went camping to spend time with Donovan. Do I look like someone who enjoys getting dirt caked under my nails? She shudders as if nothing could be worse. Donovan claims they're fraternal. They are. His parents told me. But they look a lot alike, so they get taken for identical twins a lot. He was at the cult meeting last weekend. That's what you mentioned. And the person I saw looked exactly like Donovan. His twin. Right. I think you need to dig into this. My boyfriend's twin? His alleged twin, I correct. Have you seen pictures? She looks deep in thought. No, Donovan isn't big into pictures, and I haven't been to his parents' house. Just met them when we all went camping. In other words, you haven't seen any actual proof of your boyfriend having a twin. Where was he Sunday morning? We were both sleeping after a late night. You're sure he was sleeping? Technically, if you were sleeping, you don't know where he was. He could have gotten up to go to a church service, even though it lasted 20 eternities. Maybe. What time did you wake up? She looks up and taps her fingers together. It was pretty late, at least 1. Could have been later. I don't remember looking at the time. I was focused on getting my caffeine fix. It sounds like a definite possibility that I saw Donovan at that service. If you say so. She finishes off her drink, then sets the mug in the sink. He did come in from the outside while I was looking around for some food to make. He was outside? Can you check the doorbell camera footage to see if he left? Not from his place. Ask him. What am I supposed to say, that I don't trust him? You can come up with something believable. Tell him you thought you heard something strange. So I'm asking about it days later? She shakes her head. You aren't going to look into this? I didn't say that. Like you said, I'll think of something. Hopefully she does. We need answers, and we aren't going to get any from the people on the inside. 26. Fleur. Wednesday, late afternoon. Zorro and I are walking through the neighborhood on our own. My grandma is still glued to her phone. Mia agreed to look into her boyfriend and his supposed twin. Shane went to file some paperwork for the title transfer, since that guy decided he wanted the van. And all I had to do was sign something online. I'm glad he's taking care of it, because I don't have the attention to give to it with everything else going on. I'm purposefully avoiding Sasha and Neil Street. I've been checking for news updates. but they haven't released who was killed. I still don't know whose blood I got all over me. Earlier, I found their casserole pan in the dishwasher. I nearly puked after seeing that. How is it they brought over food the other day, and now one or more of them are dead? Zorro tugs on the leash, and I glance up. We're almost to Darby's house, and he adores the little girls. The kids aren't out front. Only Troy is. Chances are he'll ignore me. He's busy with something in the yard anyway. I'm all for that today. The last thing I want to do is field questions about having found a dead body in the Drake's house. Troy waves me over. Wonderful. We made eye contact, so I can't even pretend to have not seen him. I fake smile and trudge over, Zorro practically yanking the leash from my hand. Troy sets down a pair of shears and makes his way to the sidewalk, where we meet. He probably wants to ask me about the murder. Not that I know anything. Worst case, Emmett is hiding somewhere, ready to ambush me, but his house still appears abandoned. Appearances can be deceiving. "What's up?" I ask, keeping my tone light. He pats Zorro, who's busy sniffing his feet. "Can I ask you something?" I resist the urge to tell him he just did, and I give him a non-committal nod. Troy glances around. "Has Darby talked to you about anything going on with her?" That wasn't the question I was expecting. My conversation with her about the fake pregnancy pops into my mind. I'd forgotten all about that with everything else going on. "What about?" "That's what I'm trying to figure out." He looks genuinely perplexed. Not that I've spent enough time with him to read him well. She hasn't been herself lately, and I know you two talk. I thought she might have said something to you. I'm definitely not telling this guy about her faking the pregnancy. She mentioned being tired, but I guess that comes with the territory. Yeah, but that's not what I mean. What do you mean? I study him. She seems closed off. It's hard to explain. She hasn't told you anything? I pretend to think hard. We talked about getting together for some tea, so maybe I can try to find out what's going on then, if she'll even tell me anything. I'd think she'd tell you over me. Of course, but if you do find out anything, please let me know. I can't help her if I don't know what's going on. If anything is. My guess is it's just pregnancy hormones. I wouldn't know from experience, but I do remember being a teenager, and hormones are no joke. That's what I've heard. Maybe I should give you my number. That way, if you find anything out, you can tell me right away. Great idea. I pull out my phone and tap in his digits before hurrying away. He's crazy if he thinks I'm going to tell him anything about Darby. Especially after that conversation. It's the most he said to me since we met. Unfortunately, now my only way back home is to pass the Drake house, unless I want to take the long route, which at this point I really don't. When I reach their street, the first thing I notice is the crowd of cars and people with cameras. Reporters. Looks like I'm taking the long way after all. At least one of them is bound to recognize me, and that's the last thing I feel like dealing with right now. I glance at the house. It's blocked off with yellow tape, which means nobody is living in there now. If anyone survived that massacre, they're not home. It makes me even more curious to find out what's going on. I can't believe the police haven't at least said how many people are dead. That much wouldn't hinder the investigation. But those people are tight-lipped about everything. Probably at Alpha and Omega's request. I'm not sure how this group managed to overtake my hometown in the time I was gone. Sure, a lot can happen in 12 years, but this is excessive. Mia told me they were here before I left, but small and off everyone's radar. Yet, somehow, they've now taken over everything. As much as I'd like to go back in time and prevent them from even gaining a foothold, it doesn't do any good to think about. The past can't be changed, only the future. By the time I make it home, I'm gasping for air and even sorer than before. Even Zorro is panting, his tongue practically reaching the ground. I almost didn't even notice the empty place in the driveway where the minivan used to be. The spot my new sedan will call home as soon as I pick it out. Mimi Pearl actually looks up from her phone when we come inside. Did you run a marathon or something? Basically. I had to go the long way around to avoid the media circus. She frowns. That's really too bad about that family. Did you find out more about the murder? There's nothing new yet. My phone alerts me of a new text. Mia, I found something interesting. Fleur, what is it? Mia, let's talk in person. Fleur, you're killing me. Mia, it has to be in person. You free this evening? Fleur, after dinner. Here? Mia, I'd rather not. Too many eyes. Better yet, somewhere out of town. Suggestions? Fleur, sounds serious. You know the area better than I do at this point, but I can look for something. Mia, perfect. Let me know the time and place. See you then. Fleur, sounds good. Mimi Pearl gives me a knowing look. Planning a hot date? Hardly, but I am hungry, so I'm going to make some dinner. Then I'm going to meet Mia after that. She mumbles something, already entranced with her screen again, and her generation complains about mine being addicted to phones. Speaking of hot dates, I'm surprised you aren't at Richard's house. He's spending a few days with his son's family. I'm glad you've made a friend. He seems nice. She waves me off, still looking at the screen. I thought you were going to make dinner. After I ice my shoulder. My entire right side hurts from falling so hard on the wood floor. While I'm taking care of my arm, Shane comes back home. He chuckles at the sight of us, both hunched over our phones. I picked up takeout, he says. I hope everyone likes Thai food, because that's what I have. Mimi actually looks up. Do you have curry? Yes, they had pumpkin curry special, and I couldn't turn that down. Perfect. Mimi sets her device on the coffee table. Let's dig in. We sit at the table and scoop servings from each of the dishes onto our own plates. My eyes water at the spiciness of the curry, but Mimi shovels it in like she can't get enough. Shane squeezes my knee. The minivan is all taken care of, and everyone is happy. He says it's perfect for his family, and we got exactly the asking price. Now it's time to start car shopping. Thank you for taking care of that for me. I've been putting it off. I noticed. He scoops some rice noodles onto his plate. Anyway, I was planning on making some room in the garage so you can park your new vehicle in there. That way nobody can damage it. You don't have to do that. Clearly. But I want to after the problems you've had with the van since moving here. We should focus on finding Emmett instead of reorganizing the garage. He kisses my cheek. We can do both. I've been doing some digging while at work, since I don't have any clients at the moment. Let me take care of you. I won't say no to that. Mimi scrunches her nose. Get a room, you two. We both laugh. Then Shane starts clearing the table. He won't let me help because of my sore shoulder, so I text Mia and wait for a response. After a few minutes, I send her another one. Still no response, so I send her a few more. This isn't like her. Hopefully, whatever she found didn't get her into trouble. 27. Fleur. Wednesday, almost midnight. Shane snores lightly as I climb into bed. I've been texting Mia every so often, never getting a response. I even went to that bar and her apartment, hoping she might be there. She wasn't. I tried calling her work to no avail. Probably with Donovan again. I don't know where he lives. I even tried reaching her parents, who have apparently moved and changed their numbers. To distract myself, I searched the house for the locket, not finding anything. I even rifled through some of Mimi's things to see if she took it and was messing with me, but I didn't find anything. It's obvious someone took it from the house. If it was here, I'd have found it by now. Why would someone toy with me like this? What's the point in making sure I got it back only to snatch it from me again? It must be a message, but what? I check my phone once more as I settle under the covers. Still nothing from Mia. Not that I should be surprised at this point. Part of me wants to file a missing persons report, but I know how well that will go over around here, especially if Donovan is part of the cult. Even if he does have a twin and Jonathan is part of the group, that still links him to them. This whole thing is maddening. How am I supposed to get any sleep? If Mia was fine, she'd let me know. It would only take a quick text to say something came up. But she hasn't even done that much. Something has to be wrong. It's the only explanation. But one I'm going to have to put out of my mind for now. This isn't the first time she's flaked on me, but we also haven't spent a lot of time together in the last decade. So I don't know her habits like I used to. There has to be a rational explanation. Perhaps she fell asleep and hasn't heard my slew of messages. I've been guilty of that before. Maybe she lost her phone. Though if that was the case, she could have used someone else's phone to let me know, especially given how insistent she was that we get together tonight. What did she find? Whatever it was, it's going to have to wait until tomorrow, which is only a few minutes away at this point. I checked my phone one last time before closing my eyes. Mia's strong and can take care of herself. But then again, so is Shane, and look what happened to him. I can't think like this. Mia's probably sound asleep and will want to get together with me bright and early for breakfast. If that's the case, I definitely need to get some rest myself. Tap, tap. Must be Zorro walking on the hardwoods. I was going to take him to the groomer, but haven't yet with everything going on. That'll be the first thing I do tomorrow, after checking on Mia. Tap, tap, tap. I hold my breath as I listen. Zorro usually sleeps on the bed through the night. Doesn't make any sense that he'd be wandering the house at this hour. I try to ignore the noises and get to sleep. Tap, tap. This is getting out of hand. I bolt upright, grab my phone, and shine the light around. Zorro is cuddled against Shane. Goosebumps form on my arms. If that isn't him, what is it? My mind flashes back to when I just moved in, and some noises led me into the backyard where I found the locket. The now missing locket. Tap, tap, tap. A cold chill runs down my spine, and I shiver. Shane? I whisper. Are you awake? He doesn't so much as budge. Part of me wants him to leap up and take care of this, but that's ridiculous. I'm a strong, capable woman. I've handled similar situations before just fine. Shane? He lets out a little snore. I'm on my own for this. That's fine. It's probably just the wind making a branch scratch against the outer wall. It's October, and the weather has been predictably cold and windy. Tap, tap. Better check so I can set my mind at ease and get some sleep, because when I wake, I'll have plenty to worry about if Mia still hasn't gotten back to me. I'm going to check out that noise, I say louder. Shane rolls onto his bag. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. I climb out of bed, shining my light around. Zorro lifts his head and looks around, one ear perked. You coming, boy? He wags his tail and jumps off the bed, his nails tapping on the floor. The sounds are different from the ones I heard a minute ago. He looks at me expectantly as I wait to hear more sounds. Nothing, of course. I think they were coming from near the window, which would put them not far from where I heard things the night I found the locket. What I wouldn't give to get that back again. Wearing it made me feel closer to my sister than I had in a long time. I never should have taken it off. Too late for that now. It's gone from my life again. No more tapping sounds. Maybe I should get some sleep. I could sure use some. Mia's definitely going to call at the crack of dawn wanting to meet early. Tap, tap. Zorro alerts in the direction of the noise, the same side of the house where someone left the locket for me to find. My heart skips a beat. I hurry over to the window and listen. Wait. Nothing. I gingerly lift a blind and peek out into the dark night. If someone or something is out there, the lack of light is their cover. Time for a bold move. I shine my phone's light through the blind. It's a risk because the window could reflect back most of it. However, it illuminates a small part of the yard. A shadow moves on the right. I turn the light in that direction. Nothing. Something was there, I would swear by it. I move the light around. Left, center, right. At least if someone is out there, they know they haven't gone undetected. I'm on to them. They don't know who is on this side of the light. It could be all three of us for all they know. I turn off the light and try to adjust to the sudden darkness. Need to see any movement. Tap, 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 tap. Now they're sending a message to me. They know I'm aware of them, and they don't care. It's infuriating. I shine the light around again. Something moves on the right again, but I can't tell what it is or who. My heart races. I need to check this out. Shane, are you awake? He lets out a little snore. If only I could sleep that heavily. Though the reason he probably does is because of what he went through over the last 2 years. He's probably still recovering, even though he acts like he's back to business as usual. At least I have Zorro. He won't let anyone hurt me. Once he scared off a mugger when we were jogging through a park near our condo. Come on, buddy. I pat my legs, and he follows. I check on Mimi as we pass her room. She's sleeping just as heavily as Shane. If I'd gone to bed at a normal time, I'd likely be sound asleep too. But I'm not. So what's a few more minutes of staying up? Zorro follows me to the kitchen, his nails clacking away. We're definitely getting a grooming appointment tomorrow. I'm always so on top of these things. He's definitely a pampered pup. But everything seems to take so much more effort these days, with my attention going in so many different directions. When we reach the sliding glass door, I wait, look outside, hardly seeing anything. It's so cloudy, no moonlight or starlight breaks through. It's just black out there, with no neighborhood streetlights reaching the yard. I glance around for anything that can be used as a weapon. Grab a butcher knife from the block. That'll do nicely. Zorro whines. Does he sense something, or just want to get outside? We're almost ready, boy. I wait a moment before flinging open the door, holding the knife at the ready. 28. Fleur. Thursday, just after midnight. Zorro skitters out ahead of me. I follow him, closing the door as quietly as possible behind me. It seriously needs to be oiled because it squeaks in places. Another thing to add to the never-ending to-do list, assuming, of course, I survive this little expedition. Everything is quiet. Not so much as a single tapping noise. There's a slight breeze, but it isn't strong enough to even make the leaves rustle. Just enough to make me shiver. My pup whines again, this time quieter. Even he knows we need to be careful. Maybe I should have grabbed the fire poker I had last time. The handle is much longer, meaning I wouldn't have to get as close to an intruder to protect myself. Too late now. I keep the knife close as I inch along, allowing my eyes to adjust to the dark. Not that I can see much more as my vision adapts. Dark is still dark, especially with the lack of any light. Zorro sticks close to me as we creep along. Part of me wants to turn on the light and barrel toward the other side of the house. The smart part of me sticks to this plan, not alerting anyone of my presence. Tap, tap, tap. I freeze in place. That came from the same direction as the noises I heard in the bedroom. Whatever it is, isn't from the barely noticeable breeze. Someone, or something, is over there, no question. My mouth dries. I force my feet to move. It could be an animal. Didn't I see something the same night I found the locket? I swear I did. But once I saw the necklace, All other thoughts dissipated. That has to be what's going on now. I'm overreacting and staying up even later for no good reason. And that's fine with me, as long as I can prove to myself that nobody is out here. My breath hitches as I come to the corner of the house. I'm about to find out what's making the noise. I wait a moment, and then take a quick step around the building. Footsteps sound, fast and hard. Those are human, no doubt. My heart sinks. Zorro barks. I race toward the noise. The person already knows they aren't alone. No point in trying to remain hidden. Scuttles and crunches sound. Stop! I hold out the knife. Click, squeak. The gate. They're leaving through the fence. It bangs against the house before bouncing open again. I race toward them. My right foot slides out. The ground is muddy from the last rain. I manage to regain my balance. Zorro flies past me, barking furiously. My feet continue slipping, but I stay steady. Pass through the gate. Don't see anyone. I follow my dog's barks. He's already on the sidewalk. When I catch up, a street light flickers on about a block away. A shadow of a man disappears down a side street. Zorro, stop! He does, turns to me and whines. Come back. I pat my legs. There's no point in going after the man when he's so far ahead. Zorro returns to me, glancing back. A door slams shut behind us. Fleur! Shane hurries over and wraps his arms around me. What's going on? Why didn't you wake me? I tried. You did? Multiple times. What happened? Zorro reaches us and gives the most pitiful whine I've ever heard. Let him go, boy. What? Shane snaps. Someone was at our house. In the backyard. Where'd he go? Zorro perks up, his ears twitching. He's long gone. That isn't what I asked. Down the street where the light is on. I wouldn't bother. Shane bursts into a run, and Zorro takes off after him. What did I miss? Mimi appears at my side in a bathrobe and curlers. That woke you up, too? Oh, that barking and commotion? Of course. I sigh, not wanting to scare her. Was it a robber? I'm not sure who it was. Someone was in the backyard. I heard him from inside, so Zorro and I went to check it out. I think we spooked him. She eyes the knife. I'm not surprised. You should put that away before one of the neighbors calls the cops on you. I lower the blade and glance down the street where not only the intruder went, but also Shane and Zorro. We should get inside. Why? I'm wide awake now. So am I, with all the adrenaline pumping through me. Mimi nods toward the other side of the road. Why don't we go that way and cut off the idiot if he comes back around? You want to face off with a potential burglar? Why not? I stopped one back at Flowing Boughs last year. That doesn't surprise me in the least. I hold out the knife. At least take this. Gladly. She snags it from me and marches down the street like she isn't a woman in her 70s. I hurry after her, not willing to let my elderly grandmother face off with someone dangerous, even though she might be able to handle him better than I could. Fleur? Shane calls from behind. Mimi, hold up. I whip around. Shane is jogging toward us, alone. He got away. Where'd he go? Mimi Pearl holds up the knife. Onto the main road. Tomorrow we'll have to see if anyone's doorbell camera caught a good picture of him. Ours didn't. I give him a double take. You already checked? He nods. After he got away, on my way to you two. Anyone up for a midnight snack? Mimi asks, her tone hopeful. I turn to her. How can you think of food at a time like this? How can you not? I'm starving. Fair point. Shane yawns. I can warm up leftovers for you. Mimi scowls.
I was thinking more along the lines of greasy fast food. Leftovers would be better, I say quickly. I really need to get some sleep. Because you've been up all night. How do you know? You're hardly quiet. Fine. I'll eat leftovers. At least it's better than the slop they fed me at Flowing Bells. She marches toward the house, still holding the weapon. Shane takes my hand. I'm surprised you handed her the knife. She insisted on chasing an intruder. I don't know why that surprises me. The good news is he's gone. For now. Do you think it was Emmett? I didn't get a good look at him. Neither did I. His build was similar, so it could have been him. It's too hard to say between how dark it is and his hood covering his face. He also seemed to have on several layers of clothes, making it hard to tell. Mimi sets a steaming plate on the table and takes a big bite of her food. Anyone up for a movie? Shane and I exchange an exhausted glance. He puts an arm around me. We're going back to bed. You should too. With an intruder on the loose? He's long gone. I hope Shane is right, or none of us will get any sleep tonight.
29. Watcher. Trying to recover from the narrow escape. That was too close. I hadn't expected Fleur to be awake, though I should have been ready for anything. She dang near saw me. Even with my hood in the cover of darkness, it wasn't enough. Next time I need to be more careful. What if one of the neighbors' doorbell cameras caught me? I can only hope they're part of the fellowship, because if they aren't, they'll surely hand over their footage. And if the wrong cop handles that case, they won't protect me like the others. Not all the cops are good guys. Some of them refuse to go to church to listen to the authority of Alpha and Omega. Numbers are on my side, but I can't get sloppy. Especially not with Alpha and Omega pushing me out of their inner circle. They haven't said anything, but I can see it in their faces. Those two are unhappy with me and my lack of results. They want their army big and strong, and I'm not doing enough to build it up. That's why I need to get Fleur Bardot. She looks fertile. I can tell. She has all the right features. There's a reason all the males in this town have fallen over themselves for her and Lourdes. Anger surges through me at the thought of one of those men killing Lourdes. How dare he? She should still be alive. She would be even more glorious than her little sister if she were still here. Lourdes was always the prettier one, even though both were drop-dead gorgeous. Fleur has let herself go somewhat, but I suppose I can't blame her for that. She's always had a boyfriend. It's never been a struggle for her. Not like us normal people. I never could get the attention of either of those sisters, or any of their friends. To them, I'm invisible, even when talking directly to them. They think they're better than everyone else, but they're not. Fleur needs to learn that. Once she's mine, she will. I'll teach her all about obedience and respect. She'll learn to understand what life is like for us normies, the people she doesn't even see, the peasants of the modern world, those who are common-looking. It will be so good to make her understand the plight of people who don't have life easy. She's going to find out that life isn't all sunshine and rainbows like she thinks it is, like her current partner in sin learned over the last 2 years. I've noticed the donkey is more humble now than he used to be. Good. He should be. He's been knocked down a peg or 5 and understands how life is for the rest of us. He never quite was on the same level as the Bardot sisters, but he was close enough. Obviously, since he managed to get the attention of both sisters, a man so lucky needs to go down. Emmett wasn't able to accomplish that, so I will need to finish the job he was supposed to complete. That's me, the guy nobody sees, but who gets things done. Eventually, Alpha and Omega will figure that out and see me the way they once did. But it will be too late by then. I don't want their approval. It means nothing to me. What I do want, other than possessing Fleur, of course, to make Shane pay for being Mr. Suave and taking advantage of his good looks instead of spreading his wealth and helping out the little guys. He's only ever thought of himself. That much has been clear over the years. The man deserves to die. I bet he won't even take the clue he was meant to from the murders down the street from his house. I can't believe Fleur walked right into that. It couldn't have gone better if I'd planned it. Of course, if I'd tried to lure her there and tried to make her look guilty of my handiwork, it never would have happened. Ever. But it did, and that shows me luck is on my side. I'm moving in the right direction, making the right plans, killing the right people. I get things done. Me. Not Emmett. Not Alpha. Not Omega. Me. I'm the one who deserves recognition and praise. Instead, nobody has a clue I was even involved. That's both good and bad. If the cops suspected me, then the ones from the fellowship would let me know and tell me what they're doing to cover it up for the good of the church. Instead, nobody has even glanced my way. I've covered my tracks so well, the professionals don't even have a clue. I was worried that the others I brought in to do the dirty work would be potential problems, but they haven't been. But I want recognition. I need it. I deserve it. Nobody ever notices what I get done. It isn't fair. That's why the Drakes had to pay. Alpha and Omega were giving them too much attention. I couldn't have that. But even they didn't seem to get the message. I haven't gotten any more attention from them since the deaths. It's ridiculous. How's a man supposed to survive without the honor and praise he deserves? That's the thing women don't understand. We are glorious, powerful. We get things done. They need to honor us. What's so difficult to understand about that? Just tell us how amazing we are. It isn't hard. They don't grasp how far those tiny words will go and how much it will help them. If we feel the glory we're due, then we'll treat them right. Help them out when they're bearing our children and raising them. It's no wonder men need so many wives. Only about 1 in 10, if even that many, understand we're superior and deserve their servitude. That's why they were created. For us. To make our lives easier and better. I'm going to keep trying until I find my 1 in 10. And if Fleur doesn't come by it naturally, I will make her. Or kill her in trying. Either way is fine by me. I just have to get Shane out of the picture first. Now I'm more determined than ever. Things are about to get real.
30. Fleur. Thursday, early afternoon. Acid churns in my stomach as I send another unread text to Mia. I've already spent time on the phone with an officer this morning trying to file a missing persons report, but that went about as well as expected. She's a grown woman who doesn't have to answer her phone or her door. If her family or her boyfriend want to call in, they can, but I don't have enough skin in the game as her friend. Shane took me to a car dealership to get my mind off Mia, as if that was possible. I've been texting and calling her non-stop. It's been too long. Footsteps pull me from my thoughts. I've been sitting on the porch swing staring at my beautiful new sedan long enough that I'm now shivering. Even Zorro begged to go inside at least half-hour ago. He's clearly the smart one. But I'm not about to let anything happen to my vehicle. If people were willing to destroy a rugged minivan's tires, what would they do to a shiny, sporty Audi fresh off the dealer's lot? I don't even want to imagine it, which is why I'm sitting here shivering in the cold. Shane and another lawyer from his firm are in the garage, moving some heavy stuff around, so we can fit both cars inside. I tried helping, but he wouldn't hear anything of it. Darby makes her way up the driveway. Looks like someone got a new car. I love it. I stand and stretch. Thanks. I'm really excited to have a non-minivan. What if she drives one? I've probably just offended her. Not that there's anything wrong with them. I just don't have kids to tote around. I don't want one either. I'll be sad the day I have to trade in my SUV. Is now a good time to hang out? You mentioned coming over for some drinks. Now would be perfect, if you don't mind sitting out here while we do. I want to keep an eye on the car until it's in the garage. I can't blame you. Do you mind watching it while I grab the drinks? Sure. She steps onto the porch. Is it okay if you put them in a normal cup? I don't want to risk anyone seeing me drink from a wine glass. No problem. I hurry inside, where both Mimi, Pearl, and Zorro are fast asleep on the couch in front of the TV. It's blasting a sitcom from the 70s, but the volume doesn't seem to bother them. In the kitchen, I find 2 large travel coffee mugs and fill them with some rosé I picked up the other day. When I get back outside, Darby glances over at me. I love how your coat and car are the same shade of red. Did you do that on purpose? I compare the jacket, which I found in the coat closet after being unable to find it the other night, and the sedan, surprised that they really are the same shade. I guess I like the color. It's lovely. She takes the cup and eagerly drinks from it. And this is heavenly. Do you plan on telling Troy the truth sometime? I sit and sip from mine. The wine is sweet like a dessert drink. My friend is right. It's perfect. I'm going to have to tell him something before long. I started showing super early with my second pregnancy. He's going to figure it out on his own soon. Don't wait forever. I recently covered a crazy story about a woman who faked a pregnancy and then later killed a young mom to steal her baby and claim it as her own. Darby chokes and then recovers. I'd never do that. I didn't think you would, but desperate people do desperate things. And to be honest, faking a pregnancy to keep your husband happy seems desperate to me. She looks away. If I don't get pregnant this month, I'm going to have to fake a loss. Luckily, Troy doesn't pay any attention to my cycles or go to any of my prenatal visits. He wouldn't know the difference if the due date changed by a month. But he'd notice if you didn't start showing soon. Yeah, the man wants me to pop out babies like I'm a vending machine. He just doesn't care about the details. Can't be bothered with them. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. It's fine. No, it really isn't. She frowns. It isn't like he's dangerous. I give her a knowing look. He's not. I can't risk him looking bad in front of the leadership. For you not getting pregnant? Right. It's my job to uphold his image. I'd think being truthful would be a higher moral standard. Darby doesn't say anything. If you ever need somewhere to stay, you can bring the girls here anytime. We can make room for you, and we would never tell Troy you're here. That's sweet. Thanks. But I can't do that. You won't be putting us out, if that's what you're worried about. It isn't that. She sighs deeply and then takes a big drink from her mug. What is it then? Her gaze darts around before she finally looks at me. You wouldn't understand. Try me. I know you don't go to our church, but are you religious at all? I've always had a faith, but my parents taught me we don't have to attend weekly services to live it out. I do good in this world in my own way, and I'd never do anything to harm another person. Darby chews on her lower lip, like she's considering whether to take that as valid. I can't leave my marriage, or I'll risk eternal paradise. It's my turn to choke. Do you really believe that? Yes. There's fire in her eyes. You believe in a God that would keep you out of heaven for getting out of a harmful situation? I got married, and now I must obey my husband. Aren't you supposed to obey God? I study her. She twirls the mug around in circles on her leg, and several expressions cross her face. It's the same thing. I can't please God if I don't please my husband. Even if he's mistreating you? Right. That's messed up. It's just the way it is. No, you don't get it. That is seriously twisted. What if your husband goes against what God wants? God is supposed to be good, and I can tell your husband doesn't treat you well. She sighs deeply. I trust God to work it all out. Can we talk about something else, please? Sure, but just spend some time thinking about this. Okay, and promise me you'll come here if you need to get away. It doesn't have to be permanent, even if you only need some space for an afternoon, like today. I will. How do you like the car? Did you test drive it? We talk about my new sedan,
though what I want is to help her see she needs to get out of the situation where she clearly doesn't feel safe around her husband. When the conversation falls into a lull, I consider telling her about my talk with Troy. I'm not sure how to bring it up. Instead, I decide to take it in a completely different direction. Time to find out whether Donovan or Jonathan belongs to her church. Hopefully, that will help me figure out what's going on with Mia. Darby looks deep in thought. There's a John, but he's old enough to be my dad. Actually, sometimes I wonder, because he's more like me than my own dad. That was more information than I was expecting, and not helpful at all. No, this guy is close to our age. I definitely saw him there on Sunday. Do you have a picture of him? That's a good question. I should have one. He's my best friend's boyfriend. I scroll through my text messages to see if Mia ever sent me anything. Surely she did, especially when I was across the country. Nothing comes up. Did I really have no clue what he looked like before meeting him? It's possible, since I was so focused on getting away from Ian and finding a way back here on my own. Plus, I had no idea he would come up in my investigation. And now Mia is missing, and there's another murder house in the neighborhood. Darby sips from her mug. Nothing? I'm sure I can find a photo of him. I move to a social media app and find Mia's profile. Bingo. Her profile picture is one of the two of them. This guy. I turn my phone so Darby can see it. Oh yeah, him. He's part of the fellowship. What's his name? Donovan or Jonathan? I wouldn't know. He goes to your church and you don't know his name? Right. I don't know that I've ever interacted with him. He's a single man and I'm married. It would hardly be appropriate for us to spend time together. You can't even say hi or introduce yourself? For what purpose? She looks entirely confused. And I'm entirely frustrated. All she's confirmed is what I already know. In fact, she knows less than me. Now I'm no closer to finding Mia than before. 31. Chasing the Forgotten Ones. Murder House Series, Part 11. I'm back, and while I'm still feeling traumatized by the experience I told you about in the last episode, I'm moving on. If you've been listening for any length of time, you know I moved into a murder house in order to solve the crime. I was intrigued by the fact that a young wife had been killed in her home, and there was almost no media coverage anywhere. I could scarcely find anything beyond Caroline Porter's online obituary, which felt impersonal and didn't give many details. Also, her husband Shane had been missing since the day of her death. As you can imagine, what little I found out about him blamed him for her death. Why else would he run? But I had another theory, one that turned out to be true. Shane isn't guilty, but another victim in this terrible tragedy. I put out a call for him to find me, and he did. At first, he needed some time to recover from his ordeal, but now he's ready to share his story with the world. He's only giving one interview, and it's here. If anyone else claims to have his story, it's false. That's all I have for updates. I wanted to give a little background because I imagine this episode will draw new listeners. If you're new, welcome. I hope you'll stick around. I'm not able to do deep dives with every case I cover, but this one is clearly unique, and I'll keep updating as much as necessary. Now, on to what you've all been waiting for. The interview with Shane Porter. Fleur. Welcome, Shane. I'm glad you're able to join us today. Shane. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for taking the interest in this case when almost nobody else has. It means the world to me, and I know it would have for Caroline, too. Fleur. I'm just glad I was made aware of this case. It blows my mind that nobody has been talking about this at all. Shane. Things are different around here. Fleur. Different how? Shane.
Pause for a deep breath. My hometown is heavily influenced by the Beacon of Truth Fellowship. If they don't want people to talk about something, they don't. Fleur, you're saying a church in town didn't want anyone discussing Caroline's murder or your disappearance? Shane, exactly. Dramatic pause. Fleur, why wouldn't they want a murder and kidnapping to be solved? Shane, because some of their members were involved. Fleur, a church would cover up such terrible crimes? Shane, this one did. Fleur, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Shane, thank you. Fleur, some of the next questions might be uncomfortable. You don't have to answer anything you don't want to. Just say the word, and we'll move on to the next one. Shane, okay, but I want the whole story out there. It's the only way for Caroline's killer to finally see justice. Fleur, and your kidnapper, the person who did this, held you captive against your will, correct? Shane, right, for 2 years. Fleur, I can't even imagine. Shane, you don't want to. Dramatic pause. Fleur, did you know Caroline was dead while you were being held against your will? Shane, yes. Emmett Wycliffe kept me in the same room where he murdered my wife. I had to stare at her dried blood every day of those 2 years. Fleur, that's cruelty I can't fathom. Shane, I'm convinced he has no soul. Wycliffe not only kept me in those conditions, he also withheld food from me. Fleur, he didn't allow you to eat? Shane, only a few times a week at the most. He wanted me weak so I couldn't get away. He also wanted me to see Caroline's blood every day. It was a mind game to keep me under his control. Fleur, how did you find the will to keep going day after day? Shane, I knew eventually he would slip up, and I would get an opportunity to escape. While I didn't have much energy, I did try to exercise as many days as possible. It was hard by about the 3rd day of no food most of the time, but after a while my body adjusted. I got used to the ridiculous schedule, and it was like my system figured out how to resource the energy. Fleur, you were able to gain strength despite being starved? Shane, I wasn't strong, but I do believe exercising helped. Some of the doctors who took care of me after all of this commented they were surprised at my condition. They all expected to see severe atrophy. But I was more like someone who had been in captivity a short time instead of a long time. Fleur, that's amazing, truly. Shane, it was survival, nothing more. Fleur, you kept it up for 2 years. Shane, I did. And I'm continuing my regimen, though now it's more intense since I'm able to eat and sleep like a normal person. Next time I face him, he won't know what's coming. Fleur, unless he listens to this podcast. Shane, I'm counting on that. Fleur, you are? Shane, I am. He listened while holding me against my will, and I have no doubt he still is. You're the only person talking about him. He loves hearing about himself. Fleur, others are talking now. My posts have gone viral, and other podcasts are covering the case. Shane, but you're the only one going into detail like you are. He's obsessed. And that isn't all. Fleur, what? Shane, we're both in danger. He may love the attention, but he doesn't want to get caught. Fleur, he's on the run. For all we know, he could be several states away. Shane, he isn't. Fleur, you don't think so? Shane, I've seen him. He's here, and people in the Beacon of Truth Fellowship know exactly where he is. None of them are happy about us bringing this to light. Fleur, that's a lot to take in. This seems like a good place to take a break. Are you willing to do another interview? Shane, gladly. I hope somebody finds him and stops him before he hurts anyone else. Fleur, me too. What did you all think of the interview with Shane Porter? Head over to my socials and let me know. I want to hear from you. Do you have questions you want me to ask Shane? Post those, too. If we all work together, we might be able to bring justice to Caroline and save someone else from becoming Emmett Wycliffe's next victim. Until next time, stay safe and hug your loved ones tightly. You never know when one of you might go missing. 32. Floor. Thursday evening. If I had a landline phone, I'd slam it down as hard as I could. The police absolutely will not listen to me about Mia. I still can't reach her, nor can I contact her parents or any of Donovan's relatives. It's like they're all scared of the internet. I even tried posting on her wall and tagging her, but her settings require her approval to be published. She can't approve anything when she's missing and clearly nowhere near her phone. I've even direct messaged some of her other friends online, but so far nobody has responded. Probably because our lives have been so separate for so long, and since I'm not friends with her other friends, they won't get any notifications about my messages. This is so frustrating. A hand rests on my shoulder and I nearly jump out of my skin. Shane sits next to me at the kitchen table. Still looking for Mia? I don't know what else to do. The first 24 hours are the most important, and those have been lost. Something is definitely wrong. There's no way she would skip meeting me last night, and no way she'd ignore all my calls and texts. What did the cops say? She's an adult and allowed to answer who or if she wants to. If I was a relative, they'd potentially look into it. I feel like I'm dealing with a case from the 90s. This is unreal. I can try to talk with Alpha and Omega. You think that would do any good? They tried visiting me when I first got back home, right? Yeah? I have an in. It'd be crazy not to use it. Plus, I can also ask about Emmett. Not that I expect to find anything out. They're clearly set on protecting him. How can they get away with that? There have to be laws against outside forces infiltrating police departments. You'd know better than me, but I can tell you the Beacon of Truth Fellowship has no respect for earthly authorities. They believe they're doing divine work. And they're getting away with it, too. He squeezes my hand. I'm going to text Alpha and set up a time to meet. Okay. I check my messages, but don't have anything new. All of this is a perfect storm, and I hate it. I can't sit still. Shane's brows furrow as he taps his text messages. I'm sure Alpha is being annoying. I pace the living room, waiting for Shane to update me. He doesn't, so I wander to our bedroom. Maybe if I wash my face, it'll help clear my mind. Something has to. I go straight to the bathroom and turn on the faucet, waiting for the water to warm up. Just as I'm about to splash my face, Shane says something in the bedroom. I turn off the water and join him. His face is pale, and he points to the bed. Did you put this here? I haven't been near the bed. When I see what he's talking about, my blood runs cold. You don't think your grandma put that here? He asks. No, that's definitely not her handwriting. It's a notebook page with 5 scrawled words. I know what you did. The writing looks familiar. My stomach lurches. Shane stands taller and clenches his fist. It has to be Emmett. Caroline must have given him a key to the house, and that's how he's been getting inside. That's the only explanation. But the doorbell camera hasn't caught anyone. Somebody could easily avoid that by going to the garage. She gave him the code? It makes as much sense as anything else. I shiver. It's so violating to think of him in here. Not just in here, leaving things for us to find. My hand goes to the base of my neck. And stealing? He must have taken the locket. If it was still in the house, I'd have found it by now. I'm going to make him sorry he ever messed with any of us. Shane storms out of the room. I chase after him. Let's talk about this. No, I've waited long enough. What about talking to the church leaders? Alpha won't see me until the weekend. I'm taking matters into my own hands.
They've left me no other choice, especially considering they've turned the entire police department dirty. This was all on them. All of it. I'm going with you. Before opening the front door, he turns to me. I don't want you getting hurt. I've already lost enough people I care about. I'm not about to let anything happen to you. I can hold my own. You know that. No. Promise me you'll stay safe. He exits and closes the door behind him before I can respond. Don't do this. I grab my coat, put it on as quickly as I can, then hurry outside. Between putting on my jacket and having to lock the door, Shane is already out of my line of sight. Not that it'll stop me. I know exactly who he's after, which means I know where he's going. I slip on some slippery leaves. After regaining my balance, I rush to the sidewalk. A police cruiser rounds the corner, pulls up to the curb, then stops right in front of me. This can't seriously be happening. Except it is. Both front doors open, and a uniformed officer steps out from each one. The one closest to me blocks me from moving any further. Fleur Bardot, you're under arrest for the murders of all 5 members of the Drake family. My mouth falls open. Excuse me? Everything happens in a blur as they cuff me, read my rights, then shove me into the back of the car. 33. Fleur. Thursday, late evening. My one call was used on Shane, who didn't answer. I left a quick message. That was all I had time for. But for all I know, he doesn't even have his phone on him because he left the house so quickly. I've been sitting in this interrogation room for what feels like hours, but is probably less. Every time I look at the clock, time moves at about half speed. I'm freaking out on the inside, but keeping cool on the outside. I've covered so many cases and seen so much interrogation footage. I know how this goes. The huge mirror on one wall isn't so I can look my best, but because they're watching me through the glass and looking for any sign of guilt, which is ridiculous since they've already arrested me. Clearly they believe I killed everyone in the Drake house. The thing is, they can't have much on me. It's only circumstantial, though clearly not great, that I was in the house and covered in blood. Do they really think I could pull off 5 murders on my own? If that was enough, they'd have arrested me that night. Now I'm going to have to go about proving my alibi. Offhand, I can't remember what I was doing that evening before, but if I can get my mind calm, I'll be fine. It wasn't like I was alone, I'm sure of that much. The doorknob jiggles. Relief washes through me. Now I'll finally be able to tell my side of the story. We can get this resolved and I can leave. That's assuming I can convince them I wasn't there and couldn't have committed the crime. If they start to make wild accusations, I'm going to have to get an attorney and stop talking. I might not be able to rely on Shane for this anyway. It might be a good thing I can't reach him. Obviously, an arrest is a much bigger deal than simply being questioned. The door opens slowly, like the person on the other side is trying to ramp up the suspense. 2 different uniformed officers than the ones who brought me in enter. Both keep their expressions unreadable as they make their way to their seats. I would have expected detectives, but clearly, that's not how they run things here under the cult's rule. I study them, curious which will play good cop and which will play bad cop. Could go either way. They settle into seats and face me. Silence rings out like a siren. If they're waiting for me to speak first, this is going to be a long night. The tall, skinny guy with glasses finally speaks up. Do you know why you're here? Apparently, I've been arrested for a crime I didn't commit. He scowls. You murdered all of them. Look at me. Do you really think I could have pulled that off? 5 people? My voice cracks as the reality of the whole family being dead hits me. We were planning to have dinner together. That's convenient. I have texts to prove it. He doesn't respond. Did you even check for forensic evidence?
I haven't been in that house past the entryway. It's exactly as I told the other officers before. I saw the door open and was worried someone might go inside and rob the place. So I went to the door and called out to see if anyone was inside. Something smelled weird, so I went in, and that's when I slipped on the blood. That's what you claim, yes. Because that's what happened. He shakes his head. I've never been inside their house before going in and slipping on the blood. The shorter, stockier guy leans forward. Never? Never. They exchange a knowing look. Do you want to share something with the class? I ask. That earns me an even worse scowl than before. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. If you arrested me, you must have something on me. What makes you think I was near their house before it happened? We have you on video. His words are like a punch to the gut. That's not possible. No. Of course not. I wasn't there before I found that horrible scene. I'm grateful I didn't see more than I did. My heartbeat starts to return to normal. I take a deep breath. Cops lie all the time during an investigation. They can say literally anything, no matter how huge of a lie it is, if they're trying to get a confession out of someone. What makes you think it's me on your supposed video? My height and build are pretty average for someone my age. The other one finally speaks up. You're a little on the short side, actually. If you want to be picky, sure. I'm not buying the story about me being on camera because it never happened. You and I both know you're allowed to lie through your teeth in here. There are plenty of people who look like me. Ever since I've moved into my house, multiple people have mistaken me for Caroline, even though she's dead. I've given those people quite the scare. They were visibly shaken by my likeness to her. I'm sure I just look similar to this person on your footage. You're claiming to be just a good Samaritan who happened by a house where an entire family was killed? My entire life revolves around helping crime victims. Why do you think I had the instinct to walk up to the house and make sure they were okay? A lot of people act out of guilt. I'm going to need an attorney now. You won't say any more. I need a lawyer. You're sure? Are you refusing me my right? I clench my jaw, my heart hammering again. As much as I want to see their supposed video, I'm not agreeing to anything else without representation. They exchange an angry expression, the shorter guy's face reddening. He turns to me. We'll get you a phone. Good. It isn't until they leave that I collapse onto the table, tears threatening. This whole thing is really happening. I'm under arrest, and they think they have me on video. Someone is framing me for the Drake family murders. 34. Floor. Thursday, really late. My attorney should almost be here. I still can't reach Shane, but I managed to talk with a lady he works with, and she hooked me up with a good criminal defense attorney she knows. Part of me is mad at Shane for running off and not being here for me. But another part of me is worried. What if he actually found Emmett? Could he be hurt? I asked the police if they would check, but that went about as far as expected. They aren't interested in finding actual killers. Emmett confessed to killing Caroline, but they're just letting him walk around because he's a member of their cult. I'd think they'd want to help Shane for the same reason, but they probably don't see him as one of them after holding him captive for 2 years, and they're definitely right. It feels like I've been in here for hours. My mind is reeling, and though there's a clock in here, I can't remember when I arrived. I want to see that video they're talking about. It obviously isn't me, as I've never been to the Drake's house before finding all that blood. Someone had to have staged the whole thing, finding someone who looks like me. Could it really be that hard? Especially if all they have is doorbell footage? Chances are one of the other neighbors found something on their app when someone similar to me walked by. The time of their device could even potentially be off. Weirder things have happened. It also makes me think of when I first moved into my house. Multiple people acted like they saw a ghost when I stepped out. They all thought I could be Caroline. If the two of us were so similar, clearly there can be others. Hopefully the attorney and I will be able to either figure out who that person is or prove it wasn't me. It shouldn't be that hard, considering there's no way it was me. What I need is to get my head on straight and remember exactly what I was doing that evening. I might have been going through the house looking for the locket. Shane would have been home. He'd be my witness. If he would check his phone and get down to the station. Mimi wouldn't be able to vouch for me, as she was with Richard. It would be better if I had two people who could say they saw me. Maybe my own doorbell camera caught me at home at the right time. Or someone else might have stopped by. Mia might have been over that night, but she's missing. Another thing I need to bring up with my attorney when he gets here. How can so much be going wrong right now? Anyone who can prove I wasn't at the Drake's house when they died is unreachable. It's almost like it was planned. Wait, is that possible? Would someone have taken both Mia and Shane somewhere? People in this town have already proven they're not beyond kidnapping. What if they took Shane again? And now Mia. Emmett wouldn't like us going after him, and Donovan could easily be involved, whether he's a member of the church or if he really has a twin. Who wouldn't choose family over a girlfriend, especially a twin? A bond like that often defies explanation. Knock, knock. An audible gasp escapes my lips as I turn toward the door. The cops aren't supposed to talk to me without representation, so hopefully that's my lawyer. The door opens, and in walks an extremely tall, bald man in his 60s whose head reflects the bright lights. His suit shows off the figure of a guy who spends every free moment lifting weights. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd been bench pressing a bus when he got the call about me. I wouldn't want to be on trial and getting cross-examined by this guy. He gives me a smile that's part friendly, part intimidating. Floor? It's pronounced fleur, French for flower. My apologies, Fleur. You must be my attorney. I rise and hold out my hand. He shakes it with a death grip, furthering my idea that he was probably in the gym when Shane's colleague called him. I'm Vince Argali. His voice is such a deep bass, I can feel it in my bones. Ebony Williams filled me in on what you told her. I'd like to hear it from you. I glance at the large mirror. In here? What about attorney-client privilege? I don't want them listening to everything we say. They turned off all the recording devices. I saw them do it with my own eyes. What's stopping them from turning them on? From listening on the other side? It would be illegal. I look Vince in the eyes. I don't trust them, and I have very good reason not to. He nods. I was listening to your podcast on the way here. There has to be another room where we can talk. If you'd feel better about it, I can check. Please. He looks annoyed, but doesn't say anything as he gets up and knocks on the door. The tall cop opens it. My attorney towers over him. I'd like to speak with my client in a room where there's no recording devices or two-way mirrors. The officer doesn't look surprised, because he was listening in or because he wouldn't expect less from me. A few minutes later, Vince and I are sitting in another room at a tiny table that takes up most of the room. At least there are no mirrors, no cameras, nothing but walls and the table. I fill him in on everything, careful not to leave out any detail. It's much easier to think in here, even though it's cramped and my lawyer takes up most of the space. He jots notes the old-fashioned way, using a pen and paper that he took out from his briefcase. I don't suppose you can do anything about making them take Mia's disappearance seriously? Can't make them do anything, as I'm sure you already know, but I'll see what I can do to convince them to look into it. Assuming they don't already know where she is. Best not to say that to them.
I won't. What about finding Shane? Ebony's trying to reach him. If I'm going to represent you, I need to know everything you're saying is true. If surprises come up later, it won't be good for either of us. I need to be prepared for everything. You're sure it isn't you on the video they're claiming they have?
Yes, it's literally impossible. Either someone faked it by using someone who looks a lot like me, or with some kind of technical manipulation. Or else it's a very unfortunate coincidence. Whatever the case is, it's not me on the recording. He nods and takes down more notes. Then he asks me more questions, and we go back and forth for a while until I start to get sleepy. This room doesn't even have a clock, and the lights are only about half as bright as in the other one. I just want to curl up and go to sleep, and wake up in my own bed to find all of this was just a bad dream. Vince stands, and his chair crashes against the wall.
Let's see this video they say is of you walking toward the crime scene. These two aren't the sharpest tools in the shed, so I might be able to talk them into showing us the evidence.
My stomach churns acid. I'm not ready for this. But what other choice do I have? 35. Fleur. Probably still Thursday night. Now I'm sitting with the clock behind me, and I didn't look at it before, so I have no idea what time it is. It could be early Friday for all I know. I'd like to think not, since I still haven't heard anything from Shane. If he found Emmett, anything could have happened. He could be locked up again. Maybe worse. I can't think about that. He got away once. He can do it again. My vision is blurry, and all I want is to go home. I'd even take a gross jail bed at this point, but I have a feeling rest is a long way off. Even if I do get out of here tonight, there's still a matter of finding Shane. And Mia. Everything is out of control. Why is everyone disappearing all at once? It can't be a coincidence. There are almost never coincidences when it comes to crime. Most true crime podcasters have even said they don't believe in them. I know I don't. I'm here for a reason, and I'm sure the cult is behind it. They must know where Shane and Mia are. That means these two cops do, or they're working for people who do. These two are likely only puppets. The two officers and my attorney are going back and forth, and I feel like I'm watching a tennis match. One that could decide my fate. If I get convicted of 5 murders, I won't see the outside of a cell ever again. It's for that very reason I need to pull myself together. I may be exhausted, but my future depends on it. Everything does. Possibly even Mia and Shane's well-being. Too much is on the line for me to give in to my fatigue. Vince says my name. I pull myself from my thoughts. Sorry, what? He looks annoyed. The two cops share a smirk. I'm exhausted. Sue me. Vince takes a deep breath. Are you ready to see the footage? Will I ever be? I nod, because what other choice do I have? Both officers leave. It seems more like for dramatic effect than anything else. They probably want to see my reaction, or hear what Vince and I talk about. They're going to be disappointed if they're hoping for a confession. I'm not admitting to anything I didn't do. Vince turns to me and scoots closer. Much more, and we'll be sharing the same chair. He whispers, no matter what's on that video, don't react. Nothing. Got it? What if I'm surprised because it was faked so well? Nothing. Sure, no reaction. Easy peasy. He starts to say something, but Tweedledum and Tweedledee return. This time they have an electronic tablet with them. This should be fun. Vince gives me a look that clearly says I better not be messing with him. With great fanfare, the shorter cop starts the video. The footage isn't clear, and it's obviously from the same doorbell camera company as the one we use, because it has the same name in the corner. It's obviously the same street the Drakes live on, dark and windy, perhaps a little rainy. It's hard to tell, and I can't remember the weather that night. A raccoon runs across the...
Thanks for listening. Before we move ahead, take this peaceful moment to simply be. This free audiobook continues shortly.
Yard. Is that what you are showing us? I ask. A trash panda? The tall cop smiles, but then quickly recovers and frowns. Keep watching. For what? A squirrel? Vince shoots me a warning with his eyes. I sigh. This whole thing is starting to feel like a joke. If this is all they have, I should be back home looking for Shane and Mia. Though it seems that's exactly what they want me to stop doing. If I hadn't made such a big deal about them looking for her, I might not even be here now. Regardless, I have no regrets. I'll do whatever it takes to find my friend, even if it lands me here again. Then I see it. Her. I see her. A woman who looks startlingly like me appears on the sidewalk. She has my same build, same hair color and length. But that isn't even the most jarring part. She's wearing my favorite red coat. The one I brought here with me. Not possible. Yep, that's exactly what the footage shows. She could be me. She isn't, but she could be. I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't staring right at it. The woman even managed to copy the way I walk. She has my gait down to an art. Somebody went to a lot of trouble to try and place me at the scene. Maybe Caroline has a twin nobody knows about. It's unlikely, but I'd believe almost anything at this point. Vince turns to me with wide eyes and a deep frown. Not even he believes that isn't me on the video. This is not good. 36. Fleur. Thursday or Friday sometime. Who on earth knows? Everyone in the room is staring at me like I'm the world's biggest liar. Not that I can blame them. The woman in the video is convincingly similar to me. I'm even having a hard time explaining that to myself. How am I supposed to convince them? Vince clears his throat. I'd like to speak with my client in private. We make our way to the tiny room again. What the hell was that? He says before we even sit. It wasn't me. His brows furrow and he sits hard enough to break the chair. You said you were telling me the truth. I was. I am. Sit. He motions to the chair across from him. That was not me in the video. I'm being framed. If so, it's a convincing job. I don't know what to tell you. That wasn't me. People have mistaken me for Caroline Porter. There must be someone else who bears a strong resemblance to us, and she's in on this. Vince rubs his bald head and sighs deeply. We're going to have to get that video analyzed by a specialist. I'd be more likely to believe someone manipulated the files. It's going to have to be out of town. Everyone here is corrupt. Then a terrifying thought strikes me. What if my attorney is, too? He draws a deep breath. I know they are. It takes me a moment to realize I heard him right. You do? I'm from the next town over, and this isn't my first run-in with the Beacon of Truth Fellowship. My muscles relax slightly. While that's good news, I'm still in a world of trouble. I'm telling you, someone faked that video. I mean, maybe it wasn't digitally altered, but whoever did this got someone to impersonate me. That much is clear. The detective said you've been seen around town a lot with that red coat. It's cold out. What I'm saying is, it's a pretty unique jacket. I guess. I sigh in defeat. Where'd you get it? At a consignment store just outside of New York City? Or was it one in Jersey? I think it was the one outside the city. Consignment? You mean used? Previously owned. What's the brand? I tell him, and he taps and scrolls on his phone for a minute before looking up at me. You're in luck. There were many thousands of these made. It also appears there are some knockoffs out there. While it isn't a Walmart special, it would be easy enough for someone to find the exact style and similar color. See? It wasn't me. Do you have proof you were at home that evening when the murders took place? The only people who can vouch for me are currently unreachable. He stares at me unblinking for a moment. Right. I'm sure they'll turn up eventually. Eventually, I sigh. Were you recorded on your own doorbell camera by chance? Maybe. I'm pretty sure I was inside most of the evening. Vince taps the table, looking deep in thought. We'll have to get your jacket examined for evidence. If there's no blood on it, that will look good for you. But they'll say I took it off before and put it back on after. Seems unlikely you'd be able to pull off the killings and not get any blood on you. This could work in our favor. I sure hope so. Wait. How did you manage not to get any blood on that coat? You don't believe me now? When you went to the house and found the bodies, what jacket were you wearing? A black one? You weren't wearing your red one, the one it sounds like you're known for? Is that so weird? I grabbed another one when I headed out the door that time. When you were about to walk into a bloody crime scene? Aren't you supposed to be on my side? I glare at him. I didn't know I was going to come across that. And if I did, don't you think I'd have avoided slipping in a pool of blood and getting it all over me? I'm a true crime podcaster. I'm well aware of this stuff more than the average person. Of course, I'm on your side. And in order to do my job, I have to look at things with the same critical eye the cops or even a jury would. Why did you pick a different coat that night? I don't know.
think? We stare each other down for a moment before I take myself back to that awful night. Shane and I went to look for my grandma, who has a thing for a guy in our neighborhood. We were rushing out to go find her because it felt like she'd been gone too long. My red jacket wasn't hanging by the door, and I didn't have time to hunt it down, so I grabbed the first one I saw. Where did you find the red coat later? It was hanging in the entry closet. I think my grandma must have put it there. She tries to be helpful every once in a while. Vince scribbles more notes. Do you think any of this will get my charges dropped? I'm going to do what I can. He rambles off some legalese, most of which would probably go over my head on a normal day, but today sounds like Greek. I think he's telling me not to get my hopes up too high. We go back and forth about a few more things that seem as insignificant to me as my coat being in the closet. My coat? That's it! The missing piece to the puzzle. Vince gives me a curious glance. Did you think of something? Yes. Someone is definitely setting me up. Tell me everything. I take a deep breath and start from the beginning.
37. Shane. Friday, just after midnight. Out of habit, I reach for my phone, even though hours ago I discovered that I left it at home. Guilt stings, because I know Flora must be worried out of her mind. I thought she'd catch up with me, but she didn't. I'm hoping she found her grandma, and they're both sound asleep now. Although, knowing Flora, I'm sure that isn't the case. But one thing I do know, she's safe from Emmett. I've found him, and I'm waiting for my moment. He's been in a meeting with Alpha, Omega, and some other church members for hours. My instincts told me to look for him here at the church building. And while much of the structure lacks windows, Alpha and Omega's offices have plenty. They get light. Nobody else does. Typical. So far, nobody has seen me peek in multiple times. I'm curious to know what they're talking about, even though I'm sure it must be about Flora or me. We're shining a light on their corruption, and it's definitely driving them nuts. Though I'm having trouble working out how the Drake murders play into this, and if Mia's disappearance does. Donovan, or his alleged non-identical twin who looks just like him, was at the church service on Sunday. He's also in the room for this meeting. If that's Donovan, he's clearly not worried about his missing girlfriend. He's either hiding her away somewhere, or he doesn't care. If that really is a brother, then he likely isn't concerned. From what I understand, he hasn't even met Mia. But even with all these other unanswered questions, all I can think about is Emmett. My blood boils thinking about everything he's done. Killing Caroline, holding me prisoner for 2 years, torturing me. He needs to pay. Alpha and Omega are protecting him with the power they hold over the police department. That means one thing. If Caroline is going to get justice for her senseless murder, I'm going to have to make it happen. The last thing I want is to kill anyone. But I'll do it. I've done it before. It was a long time ago, but I can do it again. It's the only way. Life keeps putting me in these impossible situations, giving me no other choice. I check my pocket, but not for my absent phone, for the switchblade. All it'll take is one quick movement, and Emmett will be at my mercy. This is a scene I've pictured every day for over 2 years. While both Caroline and I ended up agreeing that our marriage was a mistake made for all the wrong reasons on both of our parts, we did care for each other and wanted to help each other have the best chance at a new life, one free of the Beacon of Truth Fellowship. Then they took her life. I thought Emmett would be good for her, but he never had any intention of leaving the church with her. He was acting as their spy the entire time. The man fooled us both. They were on to us and playing us like a fiddle. She ended up dead, and I became a prisoner for 2 years. It wasn't just Emmett. Alpha and Omega approved of everything. They need to go down too, but I can't do that on my own, and not tonight. That's going to be a much bigger mission, one that will take a lot of planning. Emmett should be easy enough. He was the only person I saw for 2 years, so I know him well. I listened to him on the phone and in meetings at his house. While the outer walls of my room were soundproofed so neighbors wouldn't hear anything, the inner walls weren't fortified like that, at least not as strongly. I didn't hear everything, but I heard enough. He actually gave me the upper hand for tonight. All I need is for him to exit the building. My switchblade and I are ready. If this meeting will ever end. Sometimes I think church meetings never will. Alpha loves nothing more than the sound of his own voice. And I'm nothing if not patient. Years of forced captivity trained me well. Tonight is my night. I'm tempted to check the time, but it's actually a good thing I don't have my phone. The light from the screen would make it too easy for someone inside to notice me. Without that faint glow, I'm hidden perfectly in the dark. I lean against a tree so I can both see inside and blend in with my surroundings. Now Omega is talking, waving her hands around like a circus juggler. This is starting to look like one of their all-night meetings. I can wait. My eyelids eventually grow heavy. Once Omega tires of talking, Emmett starts up. Then Donovan or Jonathan, whoever the guy is. If I have time, I might shake him up for information about Mia. But first things first. I need to stay awake. Then I deal with Emmett. After that, I can worry about other people. The moon has been making its way across the sky as I've been out here. Even with the clouds peppering the sky, I can track its movement. Clearly, I don't need my phone to tell me plenty of time is passing by. If it starts to get light out, I'm going to have to reconsider my plan, unless Emmett gives me the chance to sneak up on him while he's alone. I'm getting tempted to give in to my heavy eyelids just for a moment. But then, something catches my attention inside. Everyone has risen. Donovan, or Jonathan, is walking toward the door. My heart leaps into my throat and all my fatigue washes away. It's finally my chance, and daylight is nowhere in sight. I wait for Emmett to head for the door before I make my way around the building. There won't be other windows to glance into, but there also isn't another way for him to come out. I stick near another tree. Donovan and another guy leave. They head for the lot, then climb into their cars. Someone else exits. He's new, and I don't know his name. At last, Emmett steps outside. I resist the urge to jump him right there. I didn't wait all this time just to ruin everything. Alpha and Omega follow him out. They exchange words, and the top leaders climb into their own car and take off. What's Emmett waiting for? An engraved invitation? A street lamp across the street flickers on. The shadow of a woman steps out from the dark. Emmett hurries across the parking lot toward her. This can't be happening. I've waited out here in the damn cold all night, and now this fool is meeting with someone? I need to get closer. There aren't any lights in the parking lot, but there also isn't anywhere to hide should I need to dart out of sight. It's a risk I'm going to have to take. I hesitate before stepping out of my cover, run over to the building, and press myself against it. Watch them. They aren't directly under the streetlight, but they're close enough I can see them. I dart across the parking lot and crouch down near a bush. Emmett and the woman are just across the street. I could run over there in a matter of seconds. They're that close. The woman takes a step away from him, coming into the light of the lamp. My stomach drops. Is that Fleur? No, it's not her. That's someone who looks strikingly similar to her. But I saw her die. She can't be standing there alive. It's impossible. Yet there she is. The corruption in this town is far more insidious than I imagined for her death to have been faked, covered up. My mind spins out of control. Nothing is what I thought. Now I'm in no shape to confront anyone. Everything I've known is a lie.
38. Fleur. Friday, ridiculously early. The two cops are staring at me like I'm a first-class idiot. They think I'm either lying or grasping at straws. Vince leans forward. Do you have anything you'd like to say to my client? I'm going to check something. The shorter officer scrambles out of the room. The other guy narrows his eyes at me. It's all pretty convenient, if you ask me.
Convenient? I exclaim. That someone has been breaking into my house? You can't.
Vince motions for me to stop. I think what my client is saying is that you need to take her claims seriously. Someone has been breaking into her house since she moved in. And yet, this is the first we're hearing about it. The cop folds his arms, looking bored. I want to kick myself. Even though I was sure the police wouldn't do anything, I should have at least filed reports. Now they don't believe me. The shorter officer returns. I just confirmed it. We don't have anything on file about any break-ins.
That doesn't mean they didn't happen.
I'm getting too tired to have a rational conversation, if such a thing is even possible with these two. They probably want me off my game. I'm sure they love that I'm flustered. Vince presses his palms on the table. Even though my client didn't file an official report, this is something you need to look into. You know about the crimes now. Dust the house for fingerprints. Check for DNA. Whatever you have to do. The person who's been sneaking into the house could have easily taken her red jacket to frame her. The two cops exchange an annoyed glance. Even if they didn't have her exact coat, it wouldn't have been too hard to find a similar one in order to make it look like she was walking down the street earlier. Take her coat now and check for blood splatter and DNA. There's no way the person who killed that family could have walked away without getting blood on them, or their clothes. You saw the video. It's her. End of discussion. It's someone else, I say. I told you people have been mistaking me for Caroline Porter. Vince gives me a look to stop before turning back to the cops. The woman resembled Fleur. Without an expert analysis of the video, you can't say for certain it's her. It's easy enough to manipulate those things. You should see what my teenager can do on his computer. You were saying your son did this? If looks could kill, that cop would be dead on the floor. Don't even joke about that. You know exactly the point I'm making. An expert needs to analyze it. Period. As they go back and forth, I slink lower into the chair. I'm getting tired again, and it's becoming increasingly clear the cops have no plans to let me go anytime soon. Whoever staged the scene to make me look guilty went to great effort to be convincing. Not only that, but they must be the same person who has been breaking into the house. The hexes must have been a distraction, getting me to turn my attention in another direction. I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. There has to be a way to prove I'm innocent, because I am. Problem is, these people are under the control of the cult. My only hopes are Vince convincing them to let me go, or getting another agency involved. It won't be easy if the police department doesn't ask for assistance. But if he can show they're ignoring evidence, the state or the FBI could consider taking over. Shouting sounds on the other side of the door. Some lady is really mad. I'm sure the cops hear this type of thing all the time. The noise doesn't stop. Other voices join in. Vince glances toward the door. Do you need to check on that situation? Begrudgingly, the shorter officer swings open the door. The shouting grows louder. I recognize that voice. What's she doing here? And why is she yelling? Just after the cop steps into the hall, Darby appears in the doorway. Our gazes lock. She waves frantically. You have to let her out! The door slams shut. I turn to the tall officer. What's going on? Some loon. He shrugs. That's no loon. She's my neighbor, and she's a member of your church. Vince straightens his back. What did you just say? That's my neighbor, Darcy. No, the part about the church. Both of the cops go to the same church as she does. Vince looks through his notes. Did the Drakes go there too? Yeah. Color drains from the officer's face. None of that matters. My attorney swears at him. Of course it does. That is a major conflict of interest. Maybe you haven't noticed, but practically everyone in town goes to the church. It's fine. Did you get your badge from a cereal box? Of course it isn't fine. A conflict of interest is an extremely serious matter. Take it up with my boss. I'm going higher than your boss. Vince rises, shoving his chair back against the wall. Does this type of thing happen a lot around here? Yes, I say. I thought you said you've listened to my podcast. Some of it, on the way here. He scribbles notes onto his pad of paper. My client is not to leave this room. Do you understand? Don't take her to a holding cell. I'll be back. The cop doesn't reply. Do you hear me? Vince glares at him. He mutters something I can't make out. My attorney leaves, and I can hear Darby farther away now, going off about blood. What on earth is going on around here? The officer gives me a death glare. You aren't going to get away with this. With what? Whatever your lawyer, he says it like liar, is trying to pull. You'll never get past Alpha and Omega. You know that as well as I do. Their power isn't just over our town. They have connections in other places. If this doesn't go down the way they want, heads are going to roll. That sounds like a threat to me. I'm stating the obvious. You need to get your lawyer under control. Actually, I think you need to get your department compliant under the law. Shut up! I jolted his volume. Behind the door, Darby sounds closer. I can't tell exactly what she's saying, but it definitely sounds like blood again. Is someone going to help her? The cop scowls. If they're smart, they'll sedate her until her husband gets here. It's his job to keep her under control. Are you serious? He bolts out of his chair and opens the door. Would someone shut that cow up? We're trying to have an interrogation in here. Darby appears. You people need to examine the bloody clothes I brought in. It's evidence. Don't ignore me. My mouth falls open. Bloody clothes? The officer slams the door shut so hard it makes the wall shake. What bloody clothes did Darby find? And more importantly, do they have anything to do with the Drake murders? If so, that could be my ticket out of here. 39. Fleur. Friday, super early morning. For about the 50th time, I'm tempted to pick up one of the chairs and start breaking down the door of this interrogation room. It's thick enough that it's hard to make out anything said in the hall, so I probably couldn't get through it easily. Not that destroying police property would help my case. I press my ear to the door, then the wall, then the door again. Then I turn to the mirror. Would someone at least come in here and tell me what's going on? At this point, I'm not even sure anyone's watching me on the other side. With everything else going on, I'm probably the lowest priority. A yawn escapes, despite how wired I am. My body is vibrating from my nerves, reminding me of the time I accidentally had 2 espressos and an energy drink the same morning. I pound on the door. I want my attorney. On the other side, Darby is saying something. I can't tell what. It doesn't sound like she's still hollering. Maybe someone is actually listening to her. That would be good news. Hopefully something that would help me out. I'm not sure what else will get me out of here. So far, the police haven't even taken my red jacket, which would go a long way in proving my innocence. And if I understand what Darby is trying to say, the bloody clothes could go even further. Where did she find them? Were they hidden away somewhere in the neighborhood and she or the kids stumbled upon them? Or did she, as a church member, go over to the Drake's house to help clean up and find something the killer left behind? No, that idea doesn't make sense. The cops would have already ransacked the house. If she found bloody clothes related to the murders, they had to come from somewhere else. But how would she know they were from the Drakes' property? Did she say that's what they were? Or am I so deliriously tired that I'm starting to make things up? That definitely isn't good. No, I'm not imagining things. I'm trying to piece things together while nobody is in here explaining a single thing to me. Knock, knock. Thank God. I move from the door just before it swings open. Vince steps in. What's going on? I demand. It sounds like a zoo out there. Basically. Have a seat. I think I'd rather not. I start to pace. He doesn't sit either. That woman. Darby. She found a bunch of bloody clothes hidden in her garage with her husband's things. I stare at him. Troy's involved? Potentially. I'm not sure why that surprises me, because he's part of the church. He'd be on team hide the mess. Vince looks at me. Do you think he's capable of murder? I don't really know him that well. Darby has always been so jumpy when it comes to him. Maybe I was getting the wrong vibes about him. Maybe he isn't a wife beater, but a killer. What if he was involved with Caroline's murder too? The cops would do anything to protect him and cover it all up. Tell me what you're thinking, Vince snaps. I need to know everything if I'm going to help you, and right now, everything is up in the air. I lean against the wall. I've been worried about Darby and her girls. She always seems so worried about making Troy unhappy. I hesitate. What? She's even been faking a pregnancy because he's so adamant about having more kids. It's like a status symbol with these people. Vince sits at the table and starts scribbling notes. Tell me everything. I take the seat across from him and start talking. It's hard to remember everything with as tired as I am, but I give him all the details I can think of. I'm not entirely sure any of this will help me, but if Troy has anything to do with the murders, then I should be able to get out of here. They don't have anything on me other than a video of someone who looks similar to me. Any real police work will show I couldn't have killed the family. I've never been inside the house past the entryway. Although if someone, probably from the church, would go as far as finding someone who looks like me to capture me on a doorbell camera, they would probably not stop at planting evidence at the crime scene. Is that all? Vince asks. Anything else you can think of? Can I tell you later if something comes to mind? Yes, everything you know. Okay. He asks me a few more questions about the cult, and I answer as best I can. Then he brings up Shane. Why do you want to know about him? I need to know everything. This is going to take forever. It's either that, or you spend the rest of your life in prison. I fill him in on the details of our relationship that few people know about. Even the people who know we're both staying in the same house don't know for sure we're romantically involved. We've been able to pass off the idea that it's just convenient, since all of his things are already there. Vince stops writing after I told him everything. I kind of regret saying everything in here, where anyone could be listening in. Too late now. What now? I ask. Hold tight. You've got to be kidding me. I've been in the room for hours. You haven't been released. I'm doing what I can. He leaves the room. I turn to the mirror and give it the meanest glare I can muster. Then I grab my jacket, put it on the table, and rest my head on it. If I'm going to have to keep waiting, I'm at least getting some much-needed sleep. 40. Fleur. Friday, morning sometime. Someone is shaking my shoulder, which is weird because I'm running through a field of daisies that are covered in blood. No, actually, that's weird. Fleur, wake up. The deep voice sounds like Dwayne Johnson, but it can't be him. That's not right. I manage to sit up and pull my eyelids open. Then I close them because the lights are so stupidly bright. What's going on? You're free to go. Vince says, I'm driving you home. I rub my eyes, a bad habit that Lourdes always told me I would regret later in life, and look around the interrogation room, the living nightmare coming back to me. I'm not under arrest? No, and that's a good thing. They shouldn't have arrested you with so little evidence. Something about that sounds right, though I'm too groggy to put it all together. It's not going on my record? Let's worry about that later. Vince extends a hand toward me. I take it and let him help me up. Do I need to leave my coat so they can check it? No, bring it. It's freezing outside. It's not evidence? Not after the video? Not at this point. Come on. I groan and take a wobbly step. How long have I been asleep? Let's just get you home. He holds open the door for me. It hardly seems real that I'm getting out of here. Maybe I'm still dreaming. I slide on my jacket and go into the hallway. It's quiet now, and the lights are dim. Where's Darby? She and the girls are staying in a hotel tonight. Is their house a crime scene? It sounded like she found bloody clothes there. Oh, wait. You're the one who told me that. Yes. He motions for me to head down the corridor. Is Troy under arrest? I'm sure he will be once they find him. He's walking around free? Until they figure out where he is. I follow my attorney to a Maserati. He unlocks it, opens the passenger door, then helps me inside. The seat is so comfortable, I nearly fall asleep again before he even climbs in the driver's seat. The police are really trying to arrest Troy? They've been trying to protect everyone in the cult since day one. Vince starts the engine. It purrs like a kitten. I think my next car will be a Maserati. He backs out of the spot. I called in for some outside help. The FBI is getting involved? More than likely. I spoke with someone at the state level I've worked with before, and once she heard the details, she brought in her resources immediately. That's unbelievable. I was starting to think these people would never be held responsible for anything. Oh, they will be. There's not only going to be an investigation into both the Drake murders and Caroline Porter's, but also into the police department. Sounds like there's been a lot of cover-up going on. Unfortunately, in smaller towns like this, it can be easier to get away with things. Less eyes on everything. I can't believe it. Thank you. I'm sure all of this goes beyond the scope of your job. I'm all about justice being served. He pulls up to the side of the road. It takes me a moment to realize we're at my house. Thanks for the ride. What do I need to do next? Get some rest. We're going to let the real professionals handle this. I'll be in touch soon, and if you need me, reach out. He hands me a bag of my personal items, including my cell phone. I thank him and make my way to the front door, digging my keys out of the bag as I stagger up the walkway. Zorro races past me and into the yard, without so much as a hint of his usual welcome home jumps or kisses. He relieves himself on the lawn, which takes far longer than usual. When was the last time someone let him out? Once done, he hurries back over to me and jumps around, licking my hands. Inside, the house seems unusually silent. Not that I don't expect quiet. I'm sure my grandma and Shane are sound asleep at this hour. Though I can't help being a little hurt that neither reached out to find out if I was okay. Unless they did. It wasn't as though I had my phone. I dig it out of the bag and check the screen. No missed calls or texts. None. What the heck? I get arrested, and my own grandmother and boyfriend don't even notice? I close and lock the door, then make my way down the dimly lit hall. It seems darker than normal. When I get to Mimi's room, I understand why. The bright nightlight she has to manually turn on is off. She always turns that on before going to bed. She worries about tripping in the middle of the night. I turn on the light in her room. The bed is empty, still made. At this hour, my heart leaps into my throat. Did something happen to her? Time to call Shane and find out what's going on. His ringtone sounds from the bedroom.
Did he seriously come home and go to bed without bringing Mimi with him? Or finding out where I was? That doesn't sound like him.
I hurry over there, flipping on the light. Another empty, still-made bed. Relief washes through me. He didn't go to bed without making sure we were okay. My relief vanishes almost immediately. If he isn't here, where is he? And where's Mimi? I still haven't heard from Mia either. Are all the important people in my life missing? Heart pounding, I race for the front door. What are the chances Vince is still outside? Of course, his car is gone. I didn't actually expect it to be there. Not that he could really do anything about any of this. I need to call the cops. But they won't help me. Where do I even begin at this absurd hour? A streetlight flickers on, illuminating a male figure down the road. He has the same build and walk as Shane. Can it really be him? I burst into a run. Shane looks as dazed as I felt after Vince woke me in the interrogation room. He doesn't say anything. I throw myself against him when I finally reach him. Are you okay? What happened?
She's alive.
What? I exclaim. Did you find Mia?
It's really her.
You found Mia. He just blinks. It's like he isn't even here. Did you find Mia?
No.
My chest tightens. She's been gone too long. Something has to be wrong. I need to convince whoever takes over the police department to take her disappearance seriously. A thought strikes me. If you don't know where Mia is, who did you mean is alive? Her. Mia? Did you hear something about her? No. I want to pull out my hair. Who? I'm too tired for games. Me. An eerily familiar female voice says behind Shane. Lourdes steps to the side. She's holding a gun. It's pointed toward Shane. 41. Fleur. Friday morning. My voice won't cooperate. I can hardly believe my eyes. My sister is actually standing in front of me. After all these years, she's alive. Keeping the gun aimed at Shane, she reaches for her neck with her other hand. She holds out the golden locket. Have you been looking for this? My mouth falls open. You're the one who's been breaking into the house? Is it really breaking in when I have a key? She smirks, an expression all too familiar even after so many years. How did you get a key? That's a boring story. Did you like the witchy hexes? I'm surprised that didn't give me away. I was so obsessed with that stuff before your boyfriend here tried to kill me. I step back, my stomach sinking, and turn to Shane. Is that true? She was planning on killing you. His words are like a slap to my face, like several of them. I stumble, barely managing to stay upright. My sister was going to kill me? Lourdes shrugs and gives me an innocent smile. Guess the cat's out of the bag now. I find my voice. You wanted me dead? Obviously. Why? You were getting too popular, taking too much attention from me. Everything was turning to the Bordeaux sisters, and I wanted it to just stay me. I blink a few times, at a loss for words. You wanted me dead because of high school popularity? Are you insane? Shane nods. She is. Why didn't you ever tell me? That I killed her? Or that I thought I killed her? Never. You looked up to her before she disappeared, and it intensified after. I wanted you to have your good memories of her. I turned to my sister. You were really going to kill me? Yep. Why didn't you go through with it? She throws a glare at Shane. Because he damn near killed me. Luckily, my pulse was so slow, he misread it as gone. I lay there, halfway to death's door, but clinging to life. Once he left, I crawled away in the opposite direction. And nobody ever found you. Everyone was looking. Your picture was all over the country. How did you stay hidden? Lourdes yawns. I came across this lumberjack, ironically named Jack, who lived in a cabin in the middle of the woods. He didn't have any electricity, and he never went into town, so he had no clue. It was all rather boring. Have you been living there all this time? She has the audacity to laugh. Are you kidding? No way. I recovered. Then I stayed there for a while, until I figured things had died down. The more I thought about it, the more I liked the idea of being immortalized. I assumed everyone was remembering me with rose-colored glasses, and I was right. When I finally got online, I couldn't believe the wonderful things everyone was saying about me, and my best photos were being spread far and wide. I was an entire phenomenon. In fact, my sister made a whole podcast about me. I clench my fists. Lourdes turns to Shane. The way things were going at school, everyone would have hated me by graduation. But now, I'm adored and will always be remembered for the time I looked my best. I actually have you to thank for all of that. He glowers at her. Then get that gun away from me. Nah, I can't trust that you two won't run off and blab. I mean, there's a whole podcast created for me. What a news story, finding me alive after all these years. I can't risk that happening. I need to stay immortalized. Can you imagine the bad press? People will hate me, and they will all think I faked my disappearance. I stare at her in disbelief. What do you want from us? Surely you're not here just to let us know you're okay. It was never my plan to let you two losers know I was still alive. Then why are you here? I demand. Because he found me. That wasn't supposed to happen. Now we have a problem. I glance at the gun from the corner of my eye while staring at her. It doesn't need to be. Unfortunately, it does. I do have some leverage, though. The necklace. This old thing. She yanks it off her neck. I never cared for it like you do. In fact, I only ever wanted it because you loved it. Are you serious? Yup. She stares at me like she's expecting a response. Want it? I want you to get that gun off Shane. Oh, that. Whatever. She rolls her eyes. I need you two to forget this ever happened. Don't tell anyone I'm alive. Got it? Let him go, and that's no problem. I wouldn't say we have no problem. We aren't going to tell anyone. Believe me, I'm hardly excited you're back. She fake pouts. Ouch. Have you matured at all since high school? You're as petty as ever, I see. Look, we won't say anything. Happy? Just leave us alone and we're good. She side-eyes Shane. Other than the fact that he tried to kill me. Like you were going to do to me. That was all talk. I didn't actually do anything. He, on the other hand, spent the last 15 years thinking he did murder me. Not the stellar guy you thought he was, huh? Would you just let us go? I'd like to go another 15 years without seeing you again. My sissy grew a backbone. I think I like it. Lourdes? Fine, whatever. She lowers the weapon. But we have one more matter to discuss before parting ways. I don't bother hiding my disgust. What? Mia. Everything around me disappears. You know about Mia? She snorts. We're practically besties. I'm sure she's told you all about Cleo, Donnie's sister. Just when I thought nothing else could shock me.
You're Cleo? And you were right about there being no Jonathan. Sweet Donnie is just one single child. Sad, but true. But Mia went camping with his family. His parents said he had a twin. That was the story they told her. Donnie has no parents. She gives me another of her fake innocent expressions. He's as pathetically without a family as Shane here. He lunges toward her. I still have the gun, remember? Shane holds still. What do you want? There's something I need from you, and you'll get your precious Mia back once I have what I want. My sister has not changed a bit. How do I know she's okay? I haven't heard from her at all. You always were one for details. She sighs like I'm putting her in the worst way possible. Then she pulls out her phone and makes a call. Get Mia, Donnie. Now it's my turn to lunge for Lourdes. She has the gall to wave the gun at me. Her blood. Before I can respond, she holds the phone toward me. Speak. Mia's voice sounds through the phone. Who's there? Someone help me. Are you okay? What have they done to you? Lourdes leans toward the mic. Tell her you're okay, or you definitely won't be. I glare at my sister, ready to finish off what Shane started all those years ago. Mia's voice sounds again. I'm okay. Hungry. Is that you, Fleur? We're going to save you. Lourdes ends the call. Now you know she's peachy keen. What do you want from me? Just one little thing. Which is what? I clench my jaw. I'm going to need you to take the fall for the Drake murders. Shouldn't be too hard. That video of me walking to their house looks just like you. You psychopath! Takes one to know one. Nobody older than 12 talks like that. I'm forever 17, remember? She smirks. Maybe she ended up with brain damage after whatever Shane did to her. There's no way I'm taking the fall. I didn't kill anyone. Mia's life hangs in the balance. She looks at her wrist as if there was a watch on it. You have 24 hours. If you haven't done what I asked... Lourdes makes a slicing motion across her neck. I stare at her in disbelief. She throws the locket at me. I never wanted that stupid thing in the first place. Enjoy it, while you can. Then she walks away. If she didn't have a gun, I'd go after her. Shane and I exchange an incredulous glance. We have a day to figure out how to save both Mia and me. He wraps his arms around me. We'll get this figured out, I promise. You aren't going to jail, and we'll find Mia safe and sound. I hope he's right.
42. The Watcher. Hiding with the others. The tiny inner group has grown into a full-fledged community. If Alpha and Omega add anyone else, we're going to have to find a new meeting spot. Alpha and Omega's living room is getting a little cramped. They decided we can't use the church building anymore. Not now that other agencies are coming in and taking over the police department. Cops have been destroying records since they got the news. Alpha and Omega will let them go down. That goes without saying. If I were one of the officers, I'd be packing my things and getting out of town. Everyone is talking over each other, which isn't surprising. None of us expected things to go down the way they did. Shane, a personal injury attorney, should have been Fleur's legal representation, but he didn't go to the station with his girlfriend. Apparently, he isn't the stand-up guy we all took him for. But then again, he was also too weak to keep us from killing Caroline, so I'm not sure what we expected. Definitely not that criminal defense attorney who looks like a boulder with legs. Now we're scrambling. The huge town-wide takeover just got shoved to our highest priority. The original plan was for it to take a few more years. Things just got a lot more complicated. I'm not sure what they have planned. One thing I do know, with the new revelation of Lourdes being alive, I now have 2 Bardot sisters as an option to marry. Maybe I can even manage to wed them both. Imagine the clout I'll receive then. Not only will I have 3 wives, but both Lourdes and Fleur will be popping out my babies. I'll be able to take over the Fellowship. Alpha and Omega have brought things this far, but they're limited. And for all their talk about building an army by having as many children as possible, they sure aren't doing anything for the cause. My plan is in motion. One day soon, I'll rule all. The only real hitch is that I'll have to get rid of both Shane and Donovan. Can't have my new wives loving anyone other than me. They will need to be fully dedicated to me. But first, I need to find which hotel Darby is staying at with the kids. She'll be easy enough to convince. She always believes me. Eventually. This concludes Secrets We Hide by Stacy Claflin. Narrated by John Solo and Jennifer Walden. Copyright 2024 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.